Okay, okay, we should both be live now. If everyone can hear us. Everyone, say you can hear us if you can hear us.
Just wait for the stream to catch up. I think in the pre-stream people have been organising a Faerie D&D campaign.
Oh, that's wicked.
Yeah, they can hear us.
Hey, wicked. Okay. You can hear most of us. Oh, let me turn Aston up. If Aston's quiet, I can turn Aston up. Hold on. Okay, Aston, say something, see if that helps.
Is this better? Hopefully.
Hey, great. Okay. Lovely. No, there's just the two of us here. Unless I had the stream up on my phone, so maybe you could maybe hear it echoing. That might have been it. If you can hear a third person talking, seek medical help.
No. Or it means one of us has had our flat broken into.
Or haunted. It could be either of those things.
I'm not sure which I'd prefer.
I don't know what it says about me that I feel more equipped to deal with a haunting than I do an intruder.
Yeah, no, same actually. Thinking about it.
The things I've chosen to engage with in life have prepared me far more for dealing with the supernatural than they have with just an angry man who wants my things.
Dragon's Vault, next book. How to deal with a haunting.
I don't know if I have much actionable advice. Actionable advice. Right, we'll give it a few more minutes to have people come in, and then we'll crack this baby open.
Rad. Always has been, Robin.
Oh, go on.
I just said it always has been. Stream's
haunted,
always
yeah.
has been.
That's why we don't do it much, because, you know, it sticks around once the stream ends. I was going to say, how's everyone been enjoying the book? Hopefully a bunch.
No, they all joined the stream to just tell us how much they hate it.
If you if you do hate it, don't tell us, because we're emotionally fragile.
The lack of sleep over the last
I
week is deeply emotionally vulnerable.
I can't take it. A bit more on Aston, yeah. I can do.
We're already getting Pyrite Worm and Gert Dog comments.
Listen. I'm not saying never, I'm just saying there were sacrifices that were made, okay? The amount of work me and Aston have done and the lack of sleep we've had as a result of getting that work done will probably come up in a doctor's meeting we have 50 years from now. You know? So, dragons die. But maybe in the future. Who knows?
I don't know what you mean 50 years from now. It came up in my therapy session this week.
Yeah. Some worms gotta die for that. But maybe not forever. Maybe not forever. We shall see.
Yeah, please don't try and get Connor to promise something again, because he probably will.
I'll do it. I've got no impulse control. No, I won't. Oh my god, I'd forgotten about that. Didn't we have a Nat 20 thing last time?
Yeah, they had the option between 3 rewards for Willow's adventure.
And got all of them.
And you'd listen to the Chaos Gremlins in chat, who convinced you to do all 3 if we rolled a Nat 20, and then you did.
Well, it all worked out. And unfortunately for them, none of them were the Pyrite Worm or the Gurt Dog. You gotta read the fine print.
I would argue that it's the monkey's paw of that. Adding more content
Yeah,
to the book.
probably.
Yeah. So it's
Probably.
actually your guys' fault that the Pyrite Worm and the Gurt Dog is gone, so you can't blame us.
I like this. I like where we've arrived. Right. Let's crack open the book. I think.
I think people are more interested in the Gurt Dog supplement that's coming as our next book.
This. If the Gurt Dog had been in the book, people would have gone unmentioned. I think largely, but the fact that it had to die a death so that we could get this thing out means that it's become a martyr.
I was deeply surprised people remembered it.
I wasn't.
Yeah, no fair.
I was hoping they wouldn't.
Ringtail. Faerie already has Faerie-inspired die, cloth map, and magic item cards. So, I hate to break it to you. If you want to spend more money, that'd be great.
You could buy 2 of them.
But also, Volume 2 of Faerie. No time soon.
Well, there may be other things in that vein. We'll see what happens. But no, what we've got coming up after that is different. But Beasts of Blightmoor will have a bunch of stuff in it. But we can get to that.
There are plenty of good boys in the book. There's a whole section on
there
shucks.
Is. But we'll get to... listen, we're getting ahead of ourselves. We'll get to it. Right, I'm gonna... Okay, everyone should be able to see the PDF now. If I've done this right. Which I'm positive I have, because I'm more than capable of figuring out how to run OBS.
Oh, yeah, it has changed over.
Told you. I know what I'm doing.
Hey, Jay, look, I respect one player once mid-session. And yeah, it was a bad idea, but I'm just trying to respect player choices, you know?
Listen, if you want to break your oath, there's nothing in the rules that say we have to wait until next session.
See, you get it. Admittedly, they were a bard that respect to a sorcerer mid-session, but that's irrelevant.
Choices must be honoured. Right. Let me see if I can... If it's possible for me to both look at the PDF and have chat visible. Is the PDF... Oh, did the PDF get smaller when I did that? Let's wait for the delay.
I've just realised my issue is I'm not going to be able to see exactly what you're looking at. So I've now got the PDF open on my screen. Yes,
that's a good idea. It did get smaller.
It did get smaller when, yeah.
Oh. Okay, it's okay. I can have the chat up on my phone. I think. Yes, I can. Okay, great. Yeah, let's do that. Cool. So that's full size now. That should be. You see, this is why we did it as a 2-page spread, was explicitly for the stream. That's why.
Yeah. So everyone complaining. There's a reason for it.
It was on purpose, obviously.
Yeah.
We thought about it. Okay. Right then. We don't really have much structure to this. So we're just going to go through. And if you have questions, shout them out. And we'll see as we go.
Not dog or pyro worm related, please.
At least reserve it until the beast, Jerry. Alright? Okay, cool. Here we are. Do you know what's crazy? I mean, starting off with this. Do you know what this feels like? This feels like a DVD commentary. That's what this feels like. This is wicked. I'm just gonna... I can talk about the art and design side of stuff as well as we go. So the first, obviously the cover, was actually the first piece of art I did for the book. It's usually the first piece I do for any book that we do. So this was done 14 months ago, I think, or 15 months ago. And a lot has changed about Faerie since I made this piece, but it kind of, set the precedent, I think, for the whole book. You've got the summer guy over here. Can you see my mouse? I think you can, right? Yeah.
Yeah, they can.
So you've got the summer guy on the right, the winter guy on the left. A woman that looks surprisingly like Willow from the back. I think I just have a stereotype when I paint witches. They all tend to have that kind of hat and ginger hair, apparently.
But it's nice that Willow's ended up scattered throughout the book in random places.
Indeed.
Because there's the other painted piece that I think looks a lot like Willow as well.
Yeah, and she's in the sidebar as well, kind of.
Yeah.
Just a big part of it, I suppose. Then the Blade of Avalon. Into the contents page, which we've been reading the corrections. I've not been reading the corrections. Aston's been reading the corrections to collate them for me.
I have.
Aston's the filter so that my fragile ego never gets hurt. It's an important dynamic.
Yeah, so it's okay, guys. I haven't told him how much you'll really hate the book.
Oh my god, don't. Right. Now we'll get into it. Unless there's anything we want to say about the contents or any of this stuff. I don't think there is, right? Other than the bibliography, I'd like to note the bibliography. If anyone is interested in the stuff that we used as research material, if anyone's interested in learning more about the folklore that comes from the British Isles, Ireland, Wales, Scotland, England, I'll say Cornwall as well, because Cornwall's got a lot of very unique folktales. Those were these were the main books. There were lots of disparate ones. I would say the number one, if you're going to pick one, and it's quite hard to get hold of, but if you can find it, Catherine Briggs's A Dictionary of British Folktales in the English Language, Parts A and B, is it's the gold mine. It's the Bible of British folklore. I think it came out when it came 1970. She went around and collated hundreds and hundreds and categorized hundreds of folktales, oral and otherwise, all over the British Isles. And I think you'll find a lot of folklore books, if you buy them, that are about British folklore, most of them will source their information from those books that she released. And they're fantastic. Both me and Aston have copies. And they're excellent. Really recommend them.
I could only get my hands on a copy of Part B, but Connor was very lucky in getting the
I had to ship mine from Norway, I think. They're big heavy old tomes, but a worthy purchase. The other one is the Mabinogion, which is the Welsh medieval mythology. The particular book that I originally looked at is the copy that my dad bought a very long time ago. That's illustrated by Christopher Lee, I think, or Alan Lee, no, Alan Lee, Christopher Lee, Saruman, Alan Lee, one of the illustrators from Lord of the Rings. It's a really wonderful book, and it's sort of it's Welsh folklore and mythology. It's got a lot of stuff in it, and then the final one is the one I've listed in the bibliography is the Geoffrey Gant's early Irish myths and sagas, but they're basically all talking about the Ulster cycle. I think is it still called the Ulster cycle or the Red cycle? It's Irish mythology. It's sort of the Irish equivalent to sort of the sagas of like Thor and Odin and all that kind of thing. So it's where you find the heroes like Cuchulainn and King Concobar, that kind of thing. And I think it knocks Thor and the like out the water, in my personal opinion, but I'm biased. But yeah, if you can get any of those and see them, I'd recommend it.
I think, like Ringtail said, I'd really like any book illustrated by Christopher Lee, because it seems like the sort of thing he'd also be able to do. Considering
Christopher Lee had a kind of confidence that you don't see very often, which is that I think if you asked him to do that, I don't think there'd be a shadow within him that would ever doubt that he could.
You mean the sort of confidence that leads to two people creating entire D&D supplements on their own?
You got to get stuff done at the end of the day. You know, there's no room for self-doubt. Okay, into the book we go. So I'm trying to think if there's anything of a particular note. Obviously, one thing going into this that we really wanted to lean on was a lot of like, obviously the British folklore, but also the cultural art that comes from like medieval and Celtic history. So all of the reference images I use to do my paintings, I'm pretty sure all of them are, at least the landscape ones, were sourced either by myself or from the British Isles, because I wanted to give the world a very distinct visual feel that was in line with that. And it's the same with the weaponry. We really tried to design the weaponry so that the visuals are like this is based on a real, at least from what I could tell, a real example of like a sort of Celtic style pommel, stuff like that.
It's also really nice because I think you've nailed it with all of, even though obviously there's different like sceneries and landscapes, they all still look cohesive in the sense that they look like they're one world, even if they're inspired by very different things.
Well, yeah, I think the thing is that like we wanted to differentiate them by season rather than by geography a lot of the time, because you know, in the British Isles it feels, one of the most wonderful things about having such a broad seasonal cycle is that it feels like the world shifts around you to a completely, like winter makes a place unfamiliar to those that might have only treaded within it during the bounds of like summer, you know. Like me and my partner went to Cornwall right at the start of this year, just as spring was breaking, and it felt like spring broke the week we were there. And the change over those few days was it like sensory, like across the board. It was a complete shift of soundscape. Smells were different, and so that, I think, we leaned on that a lot in the visuals, just to try and keep it feel, because Faerie should feel, at least for us, it should feel like a realm that was divided, but that one that was made to be whole in a way. But yeah, and also here's where we get our first look at Willow and the rest of the gang, the adventuring party from the cover, who sort of are present throughout all of the book, alongside a three-headed Kusith, because you got to get them good boys in there. This is the first mention of iron in the book. I don't know how did we come up with that originally? Like, how did it become? Can you remember that? Like the genesis of that, how it evolved to be what it is.
What, the kind of borders and stuff?
Well, no, like Obviously, iron has got a big part of just fairy folklore in general. But I think, do you know what it was? I think it was that we both loved Arthurian stuff, and we were trying to figure out a way to get the Arthurian stuff in there, and that's how Avalon came about, and then it sort of organically came from there.
Yeah, 100%, because it's also like Arthurian stories kind of co-opted a lot of British folklore as well in use. Like,
totally.
there are characters in Arthurian myth that just kind of stole fully existing like fairy folklore, so it felt like a real nice, like, also, like you say, we both just love it. So it was like, we get to talk about both British folklore and Arthurian myth. Absolutely.
Yeah, and I guess it was trying to wrench that into a sort of feudal thing, wasn't it? Like, trying to figure out, well, if there is like this mortal city, and fairies are weak to iron, and there's no predictability in terms of how you get to fairy, then it just suddenly, it does become like a really valuable resource that you would hinge your whole survival off of, you know? Yeah, and then we move on to the poems, which are our way of sort of introducing you to the world, figuring out how you might get there. Just some examples. We went back and forth on that a bit, didn't we?
Yeah, I think it's a really interesting thing we landed at, because it's one thing that I think neither of us really like super enjoy about base D&D is how easy plane traversal can be. Like,
as a GM, yeah,
like,
yeah, definitely.
The kind of gets to a point late game where it's like going to another plane is just like, there's a tavern down the road, I guess we'll go there. Or there's a tavern in the Feywild, I guess we'll cast this spell I can cast every day to get there. Whereas
we had to limit that immediately.
Yeah, much like how in Tempest we were like, teleportation? Absolutely not.
Yeah, the equivalent of being like in a book where ships really matter. You can't have wizards hopping from spot to spot, because, you know, teleportation circles really mess that up. And the same with fairy. Like, you have to feel trapped in a way there, I think, in order for that realm to feel like it has sort of bearing on the narrative.
Connor wrote the poems. All of the poetry, like longer prose in the book, is mostly Connor's work.
I did. I wrote more than that as well, but I had to delete some of them because we were running out of space, and I didn't want to sort of drag people through pages and pages of poetry.
Yeah, he got really introspective near the end. Started going to open mic nights and stuff. It was
there was a lot of clicking. Shit. There was a lot of clicking. There was no clicking. Oh, Billy got the books. That's amazing. Yeah, really. Everyone should. If you love this stuff, go get them. Go get them and read them. That's the real stuff. This is our this is our homage. This is our translation to a thing that you can play in 5e. But those books are the real stories. They are, they're the lifeblood of the cultures that we're a part of. So go read them. They're amazing.
Now people want a full Connor Adams poetry anthology.
I'll be honest, there'll be a lot of filler. It would be one of those like early mid Elvis albums where it's like there's 2 good ones on there and the rest is just the same beat. Me and Aston both have our favourites of the poems as well, don't we? Is yours Elder Woods?
Yeah, I really like Elder Woods.
Yeah.
It just feels like super spooky in just the right kind of, like, this fear of the unknown vibe. There's no specifics of what it's warning you about, just the woods in general.
I wrote one that was about a woman who the Fae were sort of inviting in. So they were like writing messages on leaves and this kind of thing, and she could hear whispers in the woods. And then eventually she decides to sort of accept their invitation, and then she's trapped on the other side, and it ends up being her that's writing leaves and whispering in the woods to entice other people in, not deliberately, but like out of desperation of being lost. But it got so long that I was like, if I'm cutting one, it has to be that one, because I really got. Sometimes you just start enjoying it too much, and you end up writing a lot.
I feel like much with the rest of Faerie, you really enjoyed it so much that you had to like force yourself to cut things out.
This has been one of the most fun things I've ever done in my life. It was like, it was not a chore to write a lot of the stuff.
Yeah, like this, what was originally planned as like 230 to 250 page book really grew exponentially.
Yeah. Got out of hand. Cool. Right. So that's intro. That's the intro, and now we're on to chapter 1, the heritages. I think you said to me, Aston, that the she were like your favorite thing in this bit. These like early bits.
Yeah, 100%. I really love like, because I think something in a lot of like old fairy folklore is a lot of the fairies just kind of look like people, and I think D&D obviously does like elves and Eladrin and stuff like that, but they're all like kind of elvish looking. So it was really nice to just be like, in a world of D&D where you could have like a dwarven fairy or a gnome fairy, like that sort of stuff was really fun.
It's like we were saying, isn't it, that like the folklore this is born from, it really was like a mirror to our world. And so obviously like elves and the way they're spoken of, like the she and just the general like fae of those stories, like there's no collective idea of what they are. It's sort of, we've built it over time from like a mismatch of different like oral history tales and those kinds of things, but they all tend to be sort of a twist on what we recognize to be a person. And I think when we were designing the book, we were like, well, the world that this realm would be a reflection of would contain a much more diverse array of what quote unquote like a person would be. And so it's good to have the like quintessential fae person, you know, the people that make up the majority of these realms, be like representative of that rather than singular. And plus it opens up GMs to like allow, like, because as much as you have a play, not everyone wants to play an etiquette, you know. People, we all know our people who will want to play a dwarf, and that's what they do, right? And I don't blame it. I get it. Sometimes that's your thing, and so this way you can still play one, but one that feels baked into the realm.
Yeah, for sure. And like I think with Faerie we've done, not to pat ourselves on the back too much, but I think we've done so well at kind of encompassing both a campaign that is like starts on the material and somehow gets you to Faerie, but also like if you just wanted a full campaign within the world of Faerie, that is something you could do, which I think a lot of kind of planar supplements don't take into account.
Yeah,
sometimes like
this kind of thing
a little bit with like leaning hard on the alien and the different, whereas we've also included like the mundane, like this is just what average people look like in this world.
This sort of setting definitely comes with a necessity to be open as to how it's introduced. Some people will run campaigns entirely within it, other people might plug it in later on, and so we wanted to be able to provide space for that. But yeah, love the she. Big fans, and they get like fairy ancestry, which is obviously like our take on the fae ancestry that elves get, because we did want to kind of like mechanically and lore-wise link them, you know, make them feel like, because it's never really brought up, is it? Like the fact that elves get fae ancestry, there isn't a ton that's obvious, at least from a player perspective, unless you read loads of lore. So we were hoping in doing this that there would be a more obvious connection point there.
Yeah, and plugging in the if you take damage from a cold iron weapon, like
makes you feel fae. Yeah, and especially that coming from a lot of the stat blocks as well. Like that's a mechanic that I really enjoyed that we did, like being able to just turn features off, because it feels like rewarding the folklore without just being like, this big boss monster takes double damage from this kind of method. Yes. Well, like vulnerability in 5e really sucks, because you don't want to give it to anything, because it just means, okay, so it's got half the hit points, basically, as soon as the players figure out what damage type they need to do. Whereas, we went back and forth a lot on it, and what we ended up with was a thing where it sort of alters the way the stat block plays, so as long as you can keep putting that pressure on, you can make the fight easier, but not necessarily kill the thing immediately. Ooh. Kitsu said, I love the mechanic of having a universal sub-race you can slap onto most of the races, vanilla or third party, so long as they have a sub-race to slot in. I'm really glad. Like, that was definitely the intent, was... Like, we obviously gave some, like, examples of just regular, like, standard 5e sub lineages, heritages, races. But absolutely, there's no reason why you couldn't tack these on to a lot of other stuff to make them fit within the world. Because at the end of the day...
super interested to see what the weirdest she sub-race you could come up with was. Don't you start thinking about it.
Yeah, no, we've got... yeah, that's true, we've got to keep
going. About it.
Yeah, true. Right, Etikin. You asked me literally the other day, didn't you? Ask them, like, where did they come from? Because we can't actually quite remember fully how we thought.
I was so baffled. Like, it was one of the things that Connor had kind of done. Because Connor will go away for days at a time, just kind of work, and come back to me and just dump things. And it's like, where did these ones come from? Like, what's the inspiration for a Spider-Man?
I'd forgotten. In the end, it became like it's a cool way to play Spider-Man. I don't want to ruin the mystique of it, but definitely part of it is like, oh, cool, I want to play Spider-Man. But another part of it was just that I was learning a lot about etymology, and listen, I'm not going to get too much into etymology or toponymy or any of these things because I could talk about them for hours. But they really are like, it's like cultural archaeology. It's like the remnants of the peoples that we once were remain like ruins within our existing language, and the word eta comes from eta cob, I believe, which is an Old English word for spider, and it survives to this day in the word cobweb. And reading that, and I think etacap's obviously in D&D are a spider-like monster, and so it just felt like a no-brainer really to take that and like turn it into something that felt fitting in the setting, and we were looking for something more monstrous to throw in there alongside the other options. So really, it's a triple threat. You know, it fills the monstrous niche. It's got the Old English etymology stuff in there, and also you can play Spider-Man. Spider-Man, if he could also make a T-shirt for you in a minute.
Well, Spider-Man's always making his own costumes, just not usually out of his own web.
Richard said, would the Fae be able to sense a desire for revenge from a mortal and to permanently strike a Fae Lord down? Would there be a sort of special requirement or set of circumstances? I think a lot of that would just be up to the story, the GM. Like, there's the stuff when we get to the beast sharing a bit like into the lore, there is some stuff like that, but I think we definitely tried to lean on this idea that like promise, oath, words, all of these things have a power in the Fae that maybe they don't anywhere else, and so it would be very reasonable to have a world where, yes, you are bound by that more than you're bound by other things, that there is like a sense to these things that you wouldn't otherwise get. Is there anything we want to know about the lore of these guys, other than the fact that they're sort of like, they're the Faerie equivalent of, what's that famous Japanese swordsmith? I forget his name. Or like Wayland Smithy later in the book, but they're like the setting equivalent of like this race of beings who have had hands in creating some of the like most incredible weapons ever seen in the realm.
Yeah, for sure, and it's definitely like, if I was to run a Faerie campaign, it's like Etikin, like vendor is an immediate
big time
inclusion.
Big time. Also, look how cute they are.
Hobbit holes. They live in hobbit holes, so
they live in spider hobbit holes. That's true. They've got that farewell Aragog face. Not to quote Harry Potter. I nearly did the impression then, but I'm not going to. Masamune, that's it. Thank you, Kitsu. Kendwin. These creepy boys. From Aragog to Voldemort. These...
Connor was obviously watching a lot of Harry Potter at the time.
I'm trying to think what the progenesis with these were. I think I really liked the idea of a race of beings that like lived in cairns, because cairns were such, I don't know, they just kept coming up a lot. They're such an important part of the land because their landscape and their culture and their history, they're sort of, you know, they're a visual thing that also represents so many different facets of what make a setting like good. I'm not going to do the impression. I haven't had nearly enough beer to do the impression. But yeah, with the Cairngwyn, I designed these because I think the real thing with these was I just wanted to think, I was like, I wonder if you could do like a lineage race heritage where it's like they use hit die basically to do crazy things, and I had to these were the hardest to balance of any of the ones, and they're still kind of sort of, I suppose, in a space where it would very much depend on how much hit die are used in your campaign and that kind of thing, like anything like that. But that's the same with a lot of the mechanics we've done. But I liked the idea that their vitality, their life force was like tangible, and they could like engage it when they needed and disengage it at other times.
I think one thing we both really enjoy is pulling on like the lesser use aspects of 5e, like using hit die as a resource is a really fun and unique thing.
Yes.
Not many, if any, vanilla like 5e subclasses or classes or races do.
You have to put a lot of faith in the sort of the gaming group and the GM, I think, to adjudicate a bunch of this sort of stuff. But we didn't want to shy away from those things just because of that aspect. And then the lore that came out of them was, I think, both the Etikin and the Cairngwyn ended up occupying this space of like fringe cultures in Faerie. Sort of like the forgotten corners of Empire, in a way. Which I think
also really nice
does a lot for the setting, you know?
It's really nice that we've done like a monstrous and an undead race, or sort of undead, that aren't immediately villainized.
Yeah, I think, the opposite, really. Like, I think there's a bit in the Etikin that says, like, you know, they might typically you might see these guys and think, oh, that's a monster, but in Faerie there are lots of things that look horrible and are very nice, and lots of things that look very nice and are horrible, so it's kind of like the perfect space for them to exist in. Yeah.
Nikitsu's favorite.
No, I have a soft spot for the Cairngwyn. Obviously, listen, they're no jumping spider, wolf spider, Spider-Man, and that's fine. But I would be very tempted to play a Cairngwyn. Because it feels like they have a lot of uses, you know?
Just not as a witch, warlock, or
anything that uses hit die.
Yeah, nothing else that requires a lot of short rests.
And here's our gal, the poster child for Faerie, the Hagborn. Do you know what's interesting? I hadn't read, because is there a 5e UA or supplement or something that had a hag adjacent thing in it?
Is there?
I think there is. I'm sure someone in the comments will be able to say it.
The Hexblood.
Is that it? Is that the Hexblood? Was that UA or is that official?
They did it in Van Richten's. I think it's
right.
The same one as like the Dampier came from that one as well.
Yes. I hadn't actually read that when we designed this, but I think they also make like a sort of trinket thing. I think that they have a similar thing, which is interesting. No,
Hexblood. Ours is legally distinct because theirs is called an eerie token.
Yeah, but it's very interesting to see that there's like thinking there. Like there is clearly, it's fascinating when you see creators clearly pulling from the same sources, folkloric or otherwise, and it resulting in like mechanics manifesting in similar ways. Like I don't think ours are too similar mechanically, but that's like convergent evolution. It's interesting, because it's one of the ways that like the magic of hags and like cunning folk, witches, that kind of thing. There's a lot of trinkets. There's a lot of like getting some twigs and making something out of them, you know, or bones and stuff. That's a big part of it, of folk magic.
Richard wants to know, do the Etikin have a relationship with the giant spiders, friends or enemies, or are the Etikin just...
We have to imagine that there's a symbiosis there, right? Like if you look like their art, so they're the places where they live in like deep down in places in the earth. I wanted it to kind of do like a dark shadow to the Shire, like Aston said, like hobbit holes. But like their lands are covered in spider webs. So if you're gonna have beasts of burden, if you're gonna have, you know, they haven't got blink dogs, you know. So I imagine maybe it is spiders, maybe it is that kind of thing. Plus that would be badass, you know. That makes me want to paint that. I don't have time and I can't, but I would want to.
I want to play a druid Etikin with a giant spider companion.
Do you know what would be? That would be sick. Do you know what also would be cool? Would be a like were spider, like an Etikin who turns into like man spider. If anyone knows man spider from like the '90s Spider-Man cartoon, that would be sick.
Just slowly becoming more of a spider.
You just grow an extra couple of arms. I think that's what man spider does.
I think he gets really furry as well.
He does, yeah. Well, no. So originally, God, listen, we can't get into Spider-Man lore. Originally, he just grows a couple of extra pairs of arms, and then it gets worse, and he turns into a were spider, and it's rad, and it scared the hell out of me when I was like 6, but it's stuck in my head forever. Yes, and then the sublineages obviously are represented in the hags later on in the book. But one thing that we did was that we tied each of them to like the trinket because we wanted to make them support. Basically, we wanted them to have an aspect where it was like they're usable, these trinkets, and they can buff your party in ways, because that's a big part of like the witch thing, is that it's, you know, there is a support aspect to it. And the other thing was that the old magic is obviously it's way out of left field when it comes to racial abilities normally in 5e, because obviously it does scale eventually until the point where you get a 9th level spell as part of it. It scales slowly, so it's no like big deal. You'll be like paced fine. There's nothing there. Like not like you're gonna get a 9th level spell too early. But we wanted to have this thing. We almost wanted it to have a potency that you wouldn't otherwise find, because you really wanted to accentuate the fact that there is a kind of magic in them that is unique to them, and so that takes the form of the old magic.
Yeah, and I think
trait.
like just for anyone that is concerned about like balance of getting a free 9th level spell every day, the spells are very specifically chosen that I don't think any of them do damage. The scaling is more like you can affect more creatures with your thing, or it just affects a wider area. So like it is not, the spells were
there's no
curated
damage.
The spells were curated knowing that the feature would scale so high.
Yeah.
Like that is intentional.
Yeah, definitely. The art for this, I mean, I've passed over the art here. I had a ton of reference material of roundhouses, like Celtic roundhouses, Bronze Age, Iron Age roundhouses. That was cool to get them in there. And they actually come up, the other place they come up is actually in the Wandering Hollow, the sort of Baba Yaga-esque walking huts. This sort of design appears again. And our first sort of spotting of standing stones, which appear regularly in the book, because they're wicked. And anyone who says otherwise is crazy. Big old stones. We don't know how they got there. Amazing. We love it.
Yeah, but do you know what's better than standard stones?
Men here.
Walking stones.
Oh, walking stones. Yeah, we'll get there. We'll get there. Also, just an excuse to have a woman painted in like woad. I was really pulling on again. I'm full of terribly old dated references, but the 2001 King Arthur film with Clive Owen. Keira Knightley gets like painted up in woad for the sort of final battle for that, and there's definitely some of that in there. Other than the elderflowers in her hair.
And also the really creepy elongated fingers.
Yeah, that was weird to draw, because this doesn't actually make it almost looks like you've stretched the drawing, because it's like it's not super obvious, but those are obviously longer than they should be, you know, but it's just slightly too long. Yeah, that's the Hagborn. And now we're on to, I mean, I called the Hagborn the poster child, but really it's the witch. The second piece of art I ever did for the book, I think, this one. And the witch actually is so this sort of illustrated titling for the witch ended up changing how we did a bunch of the titles in the book, because I liked doing this, and we both liked how it looked so much that it just became like a thing that we wanted to do. in other points in the book. So you'll see this sort of thing. It's a weird thing when the way we do books is because it's literally just the two of us. We figure it out as we go, which I think ends up with it's a very organic process to making the books. Like we figure it out and see what looks good and doesn't as we make our way through.
Yeah, like there were design changes being made up until literally the last day.
Yeah.
Before it came out. It's like sometimes we have to rein Connor in to stop him making changes because
I have too many ideas, and as I said, I've got poor impulse control.
Yeah, very true.
This at the bottom here. Also... This is Ogham. I just wanted to point that out. It's obviously it's a bastardized aesthetic version of Ogham, but this is Ogham. I'm pretty sure it says Faerie Realm Wanderer. I'm pretty sure. I don't know, but no one double check that. That was the intent.
It's the equivalent of going on holiday to a foreign country and getting their local language tattooed on you and finding out it just says like.
Excuse you. This is ours. There's no appropriation here. Although no one speaks Ogham anymore. People didn't speak Ogham anyway. It's just a written language. Cat. Actually, Grimalkin, not just cat. Grimalkin. See, and I do have a proclivity for these hats. I don't know why. The sorting hat in Harry Potter. They just keep coming back to Harry Potter. I didn't mean it to.
Well, to be fair, J.K. Rowling also just appropriated a.
It is crazy. How writing this book has made it so. I can't believe how much stuff was taken from folklore for those books, which as it should have been. Like that's a great. I'm glad that she did that. But there's way more than I thought, which is cool. Yeah. So the hag. I mean the witch. Do you want to talk a bit about like what we were thinking with the witch? Like how it came about. Because I know how it got in my head, and it's my sister's fault for me.
I think the place it came, because much like most of our ideas collectively, we both kind of got there at the same time, and kind of did the Spider-Man meme of pointing at each other when we say the same idea at the same time.
Yeah.
And I think the reason I got there was in 5e, with, like, obviously the way Vancian casting works, I don't think magic feels magical sometimes. Like, even with, like, sorcerers and warlocks, they all behave slightly differently, but it all feels very sciencey. Like, I cast a spell of this level using this level spell slot, and it feels very rigid and structured. And as any of my players will attest, like for sorcerers, for example, I always implement the spell points rule, like the optional rule.
Yes.
And that's something I really enjoy because it provides that kind of flexibility and weirdness to magic.
Yeah.
And being able to do a full caster that not only uses those rules, but is kind of designed around a point pool instead, kind of as more of like a fluid.
Yeah, to have a flexibility there that made magic feel like it was personal.
Yeah, 100%. And just also including, it's really funny because I've just realised how much of my two favourite D&D classes are in the Witch. The Sorcerer and the Warlock. There's a mix of a lot of things in there, isn't there?
I think so. Like for me, we wanted to do a class for this one. We didn't do a class for Tempest. But we did the ship system, so we sort of did a big mechanical thing, and that was like our first foray into like novel mechanical design, and not just sort of like fitting it strictly within the parameters of like 5e and D&D. And we wanted to. I think part of it was that we wanted to test our abilities, right, to like write and design this kind of thing. For me, like the actual like idea of the witch specifically was like came ages and ages and like years ago, was just that when I was running a game with my sister and a couple of friends, she really like her base instinct was like I was describing D&D to her, and she was like, "Can I be a witch?" And like to have to say like no / kind of has like bugged me ever since, you know, because it was like all this wonder and stuff, and it's like, well, can I be the one of the quintessential things? And it's like, well, you could be a wizard. That's kind of a witch, but it's not really. Like, it doesn't feel like a witch. Or you could multi-class. You could do this. You could do that. So
yeah, it's a really interesting archetype that I think for some reason D&D never really did.
I think because there's the Venn diagram of pre-existing archetypes covers all of the grounds that the witch does in a lot of ways.
It's very true.
Like if you're designing a game, I do also think I don't know if this is true. I do also think D&D historically and predominantly has been a game that was previously not anymore, but was previously like mostly exclusively played by men, and was most exclusively geared towards men, and which has a inherently like matronly female edge to it in a way that none of the other things do. And so I think there probably just wasn't a thing there, right? Like there was an audience for it, and there wasn't like intent. There wasn't a want to do it from either the design side or the player side. But that's shifted. The landscape's different now, and like I was saying, like I had a player who very much wanted to do that and couldn't, but now they can. Which we're very stoked about. So should we just like not breeze through this, but we'll talk about like the witch a little bit, about like what a witch is.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, this is the thing, isn't it? Everyone kind of knows what a witch is. Everyone knows what a witch is, but we did lean on a bit on more like like it says here, like the cunning folk side of the lore of witches. So a little bit less the perhaps Salem witch trials stuff, although there is obviously a bunch of that more occult post-Christian thing in there. But there is also a lot of, like in Britain, cunning folk was the name that was given to sort of quote-unquote white magic users, like people who did, like healers, basically. Healers, wise folk, people who dabbled in herbal medicines and that kind of thing. And so we wanted to basically craft something that felt support, but maybe not in a way that was heal all the time. Like there is some healing in there, but it's support that's based on cursing enemies and kind of buffing allies. Is that a fair summation? I feel like that gets pretty close, right?
Yeah, 100%. It's one of the classes, much like kind of the bard and certain versions of the cleric, where it's less about how much damage can I deal. I cast fireball, I make 17 attacks, but it's like, how can I make my allies better or my enemies worse? And like there's a lot of like, because obviously a lot of the witch's kind of abilities come from her sigils.
Yes.
And so the spells are kind of used a lot of the time as a rider to get sigils off.
Yes, totally.
Like you cast spells to have someone affected by a sigil.
Yeah.
So it's not just a case of always casting the best, most damaging or highest buffing spell, because you can also then, like if you just have cool spells you want to cast because you're interested in them, you can then also apply like a pretty potent sigil to them afterwards.
Yes.
To still make sure they kind of fill your toolbox with really fun and interesting things to do.
Yeah, which is why the mystic marks are somewhat easier to get hold of, so that you can, because it's a single use resource, like it's a resource that you use for both casting the spells equivalent to spell slots, but it's also the resource you use to add on sigils and the like. That becomes the economy of the class, and so we wanted to make sure you had enough at hand that you were still sort of bound within things, but that you could, like Aston said, like attach the sigils and all of this extra cool stuff to them, which is
because it's one concern we had quite early was about diminution. Like people worried that diminution was too punishing for what it was. But
yes,
I think now hopefully some of those concerns are assuaded. Now people have the full list of sigils.
Yes, especially with cunning spellcraft as well, because that does make diminution
100%.
less restrictive as you get higher in level.
But yeah, it's not like a sorcerer where meta magic makes your just only makes your spell better. Like a sigil can be half the reason you're casting a spell sometimes.
Totally. It's also why we gave them access to all of the ritual spells. Well, the other reason for that was that obviously we can only use SRD spells in the Witch's spell list, but there's a ton of spells from like other D&D books that hopefully our spell list is curated well enough that you as GMs would be able to tell what you should allow and not allow.
The prime example is Witch Bolt is not SRD, so
yeah,
that's
so
the
we
reason.
couldn't put that in.
Yeah, that's the reason the Witch spell isn't in the Witch spell.
Should we? Is it worth us running through spells like now that we think you should give to a witch if you can? Are we allowed to do that? We can do that, right?
We're not making any money from this stream.
That's true. We could just say, yeah, we could just say which one. Hold on, let me get the list of spells up. This is the only time we'll openly admit this.
Yeah, and if anyone asks us about it in the future, we'll deny all knowledge of it.
Yeah, it doesn't matter about the fact that this is going to be uploaded as a video afterwards.
Absolutely not. No one will remember. No one will ever come back to watch this afterwards. Oh, basically any spell with Tasha's name in it.
Yeah.
Caustic Brew, Hideous
Give
Laughter.
him that.
All of those.
Yeah. Yeah. If Queen Witch herself made it, they get it. The guiding light for a lot of this stuff is don't give them damage spells. Like if a spell is pure damage, it's not really usually a witch spell. The same with like pure healing. We were careful with those. Mending. I don't know which ones are in and which ones aren't SRD wise. Infestation. I would give infestation to witches if they don't. Also, do you know what we just realised? I don't know which ones of these are SRDs, and we said that you can have. So I might just be repeating myself.
Well, I found a list from 10 years ago on Reddit of non-SRD spells. So I'm going to read them out and you can say yes or no.
Yes. Okay.
This is an alphabetical, though, so it's in a really weird order.
Go for it.
Arcane Gate.
No.
Armor of Agathis.
No.
Arms of Hadar.
Maybe.
Aura of Life.
No.
Aura of Purity.
No.
Aura of Vitality.
No.
This is a very long list. I feel like
we can't do all of this. Yeah, we can't do all of this. I'm just realising that. Ceremony, there's one. I know that's not SOD. Oh. Ceremony's a good one. They should have ceremony.
Beast Sense also, absolutely.
Is Beast Sense not SRD? But yeah, Beast Sense, Beast Bond.
Circle of Power feels very witch.
Yeah, I could see that. I think it's a vibe thing, isn't it? It's a vibe thing. You got to trust your gut, but it is a vibe thing. There's so many. Good lord, there are so many spells.
But primarily, the primary takeaway from this is consider Witch Bolt an honorary member of the Witch spell list.
Yeah, we weren't allowed to, but we'd have loved to have given it to you. Flock of Familiars. Give them that. They got it.
One of my favourite spells in 5e.
You love that spell, yeah.
Functionally, an awful spell, but I love it so much.
It's got its uses, I suppose. Yeah, but there are tons. There are tons in there. But I trust everyone. I think look at the list and then use your best judgment to feel whether or not it would sit in there. But yes, here's a couple of things that are different that we wanted to. So ritual spells, you get all ritual spells. If it has a ritual tag, you get it. Which, like we said, is so that we could have. That means even spells we're not allowed to list in here.
And also, I think it feels very kind of like witchy, just to
totally
be performing rituals, kind of like spending your time preparing more so than I think other spellcasting classes.
100%.
Which is also a small note. Which is also why witches can only use component patches.
Yes, I was just about to say that. No focuses, all material components, because that's. I think Randy says, could we generate an acceptable list for witches? Could we just do that and put it out, but like as long as we don't make money off it, it's fine. I think that's fine, right? SRD wise.
I think so.
We could put out a list that's just like, here's what I would allow. You could do with that information what you will. Yes, we could do that. We could definitely do that. Yes, and then diminution, as we've already spoken about, lets you make spells teeny tiny so that you can save on costs. Originally that just reduced the mystic marks by 1, but now it does half your proficiency bonus. So as you get higher in level, You get better at siphoning power off.
My absolute favorite feature of diminution is that it makes summons smaller. Because the idea of making tiny little summons is incredible.
Yeah, that's definitely true. Yeah, like if you cast, do they get conjure animals? I don't know what they get specifically. I can't do it off the top of my head. We've written so much stuff. But the idea of summoning like, you know, a CR1 direwolf and it just being a regular dog in size.
Also, interestingly, you could theoretically use diminution on Find Familiar and just have a really, really tiny familiar.
Oh, I guess you could.
It would permanently nerf your familiar, but it'd be
good,
really
though.
tiny.
Yeah. Rite of Exchange. Use your witch hit die to get some mystic marks back. That felt important just from a visual standpoint as well, like blood rituals and stuff. And then your covens, and then for familiars, which was that was another really important thing to us, because the whole lore of a familiar is just intrinsically entwined with the lore of witches. Like there's a lot of stuff in 5e that comes from that just gets attributed to warlocks or wizards, but that is a witch thing.
Feels like wizards co-opted familiars in a way that upsets me.
Well, wizards became what witches represented in folklore a lot of the time.
Yeah,
you know, there actually isn't, at least in British folklore, there's not a ton of wizards. Like Merlin is basically the closest you get, and if you look at the original stuff, he's not really a wizard. Like, it's not what we would think of as a wizard. He's kind of just a madman. Yeah, and then sigils, your athame. Athame was a you thing, wasn't it? Was it you that came up with the athame? Or you definitely came up with the name for it.
I also came up with I did the mechanics for the athame as well, because I love warlocks. If anyone knows me,
you do love warlocks.
They know how much I love a warlock.
You love warlocks.
And I really like, my favourite aspect of the warlock pact boons is almost a subclass within a subclass. Like the idea that, like, in theory, if you go through all three athame choices, there is an optimal choice for a subclass, in theory. But they also allow you to kind of dabble in other things. Yeah. Like, if you're playing a Coven of Hex Witch, you don't have to take the Ritual Dagger, which is fun, because, like, if you still want your familiar to be slightly buffed, you then don't have to go a full subclass into it.
Yeah.
And much like the rest of the Witch, it's kind of the modularity that I really enjoy of Warlocks. And here's where I admit, just looking at other game mechanics and being, that's cool. I know Pathfinder does it because I played the Pathfinder video games, and I'm not sure if it's a 3.5 thing, but the idea of objects of power for, I think it was put in wizard classes, where they could pull spell slots from items.
Yeah.
And I really liked the idea of, again, kind of making your own battery of points that you could pull on, which also kind of helped with, like, the kind of economy of the class as well.
Totally,
in a nice way.
Yeah. I think cinema is a big part of, like, when you're designing stuff as well. Like, you're imagining, you know, a witch holding on to that until the last minute until they have to spend it. You know, baking those opportunities into the design, I think is always a good thing.
Yeah, and that's super encouraged by the fact that they give you, like, kind of a magic item. Like, they give you base buffs while they have points held within, so it is kind of like a last resort, like, I can pull all my mystic marks out, but I'm going to be less good at healing for a while.
Yeah.
Like, it really bakes in those kind of high stakes moments in a really nice way.
Yeah, we definitely, there's a lot of customization and choice in the Witch. Because, like I said, like you said, that's your favorite part, one of your favorite parts of the Warlock, and it's the same with me. Like, it's one of the reasons I love it as a class. It's just, it feels like you can play it however you want. Maybe a bit of a challenge for us, for our first class to ever design, to bake in all that sort of stuff, but...
And also, it's really interesting because Wizards shied away from making a healer Warlock for a very long time. Like, it wasn't until the Celestial Warlock came out.
Which makes sense, because you have to lock these archetypes off, because the more you muddy the waters between the differences, like, it makes the product harder to sell, right? Like, it makes it harder to, like, corner it into what it actually is, and it also means that, like, it waters down the identity of a lot of other things.
But we decided to do it off the bat because we're incredibly confident in our own ability. Sometimes too much so.
I just do not have the capacity to know my own limitations, which is the folly that will one day finish me.
Yeah, I don't know if this has ever come out publicly, but like the Dragon's Vault inception was kind of me and Connor at 4 o'clock in the morning on a Discord call being like, we could do this. We could definitely do this.
Did it.
Q.
Proved it right. Did it.
Q 3 years down the line and a lot of lost sleep, but we are doing it. It is a thing we're doing.
Yeah, I'd like more sleep. That's a future Connor problem. Yes, okay, then you get Cunning Spellcraft, Greater Sigils. So Cunning Spellcraft it sort of gives you flexibility in using diminution. Just makes it less punishing, essentially. Greater Sigils, you get the expanded versions of Sigils, which we'll go through in a minute. And then Elder Magic, I suppose it somewhat leans on the ability, like the Warlock ability, of getting these like higher level spell slots and stuff. But with the Witch, we opened it up to I'm pretty sure, right? You pick the spell when you cast it.
Yes.
So you don't pick a spell and then it's locked in and that's the spell you get. Like you don't learn it, doesn't add it to thing. You pick it when you cast it. Which
whereas with the Warlock you learn like 1 6th level spell or 1 7th level spell.
Yeah.
The Witch, again, I think part of that was kind of us imagining the cinema of it, like
big time.
The Witch being able to pull on the knowledge of the exact spell.
Although I am just thinking now, given my experience at a D&D table, the cinema of it might be somewhat undermined by the fact that it might involve a 40-minute turn of someone umming and ahhing about exactly what spell they want to cast.
I have no idea what you mean. Players are always super concise with their turns and know exactly what all of their spells do.
And then the Capstone Elder Witch lets you use sigils, like a greater sigil on a 5th or lower level spell, up to your proficiency. So at that point it'll be 6 times a day without expending the marks to do so. So you basically get free sigils. Which felt like a decent capstone. A lot of the capstones in D&D are not very good. I think I'm kind of happy with that one. I think the standard thing to do would have just been to have Mystic Marks reappear at the start of a combat if you don't have any.
Yeah.
But
sucks. Only like 4, so not really enough to do much with.
Just not useful. The sigils. Do you have a favourite? Like, we won't go through them one by one, but do you have a favourite?
I know it's the first one, so it might just seem like I'm choosing one.
Sigil of Division.
But I really love Sigil of Division because it's like, again, it's the flexibility aspect. Because it's like, oh, I've got the perfect spell I could cast right now, but it is also going to kill all of my allies if I do so.
Mm-hmm.
And as someone who played a sorcerer in my last like full campaign, I would like to be able to cast my big spells more often without having to worry about, pesky things like my own party's hit point maximum and stuff.
Yeah.
And I think, especially for the Witch as well, like I feel like it really encapsulates her control over her own magic.
I was just thinking that, because nothing in 5e lets you do that sort of stuff. So it feels unique.
I was having a conversation in the Discord earlier. I think it's also because the maths isn't perfect on it.
Oh, hell no.
It's like reducing one of the dimensions by half actually quarters the area and things like that. So I think it's wizards can be a little bit too safe sometimes in terms of what they do with the design. Whereas
they have to be. They have to be.
It's obviously mass market appeal. But I think we sometimes lean more on the side of kind of trusting the people that read our books. So it's like, this is a little bit more complicated, but
it's the benefit of just of scope, isn't it? Like, if someone has an issue with this, they can ask us. It's a lot harder to, well, I know they don't work there anymore, but to ask some of the bigger boys at Wizards how things work. They have to, the boundaries on what they design are a lot tighter. I don't know which one my favourite is. I asked that question and then I realised I don't know if I have one.
I yapped for a really long time and you didn't. That was your time to then think about what?
I was listening. I was listening.
Yeah.
I'm going to think right now. as we talk.
Okay.
It's probably going to be a hunt
That's
one
okay.
because I love the hunt. I love the hunt. The hunt's
Aw.
my favourite subclass.
You know, I love a summoner.
Yeah. I just love having a pet in D&D is the coolest thing.
Yeah.
Which is obvious because of everything. If you read this book, I think it's very obvious that I love that. I'd probably it's either so Sigil of Bond is really cool because it lets you, like, if you cast a spell that targets you, you can have your familiar gain the benefits, and I love that, you know.
Yeah, because I think that came from because I wanted to bake the ability into the subclass because it was something that
Like the paladin steed thing.
Yeah, the paladin, because I've played a multi-class paladin where you can get some real wacky self spells off that also affect your like 10-foot tall warhorse or griffin or whatever you're riding. So I think that sigil is so fun for kind of like self, especially as the kind of more like combat, like in combat focused witch as well, because you're going to be self buffing a little bit more. And being able to buff your familiar in that way is really nice, because a lot of the really fun buff spells are only self. And so that was a good way to kind of transfer those.
Other than that, I think Sigil of Journey is great because, like we were saying, cinema. You know, swapping space with someone. Big cinema. But Sigil of Fortune is probably going to be up there for me as well. Like, just the gamble of it. That, actually, I know I can remember this one. This Celtic knot design that I've done here is meant to make it look a bit like a poker chip. The chance side of stuff.
That's very cool.
Yeah.
To be fair, I have noticed people commenting on it, and just something I really enjoy. The fact that the sigils are in the book. Like, because it's something that you don't see very often, but it makes it feel more like kind of a tome found within the realm. Like being able to just like look at this is what this sigil looks like, and then being able to like somehow flavor that into your casting.
Well, I had so many ideas. I had so many ideas for the sigils that I was like, I have to draw them. Like the Sigil of Root, that's based on like a really simplified version of a Dara knot, which is like a Celtic knot that's meant to represent oak roots. You can see this design a couple times in the book. And the Sigil of Protection, I think, is a shield knot. I believe it's a shield knot. So there's you know, there's a lot of influence from real Celtic design that I wanted to get in there, and the sigils felt like the perfect excuse to do that.
So just in the Discord, someone has a question for the witch and their spellcasting. I don't know if they're watching the stream or if this is just they also have a question about witch spellcasting. But they've said, so they have a grimoire, like a wizard spell list that holds all witch spells like a cleric or druid that they can choose from on a long rest, but the number of spells they can prepare at a time is handicapped, like a sorcerer's max spells known.
Yeah, it is, right? Oh no, they're like clerics. Like they oh no, they have spells known. Hold on, I need to read it. We wrote this 6 months ago, so I need to read it before I'm sure.
I think what has happened here is we missed something in the witch spell table, because I believe they prepare spells.
Yeah, they do.
The table says known spells.
We can change that. That's fine. Add it to the corrections thing. No big deal.
So yeah, they are kind of prepared casters like clerics or druids, where they have access to every witch spell. But also, like, again, it's that flexibility of feeling more kind of in tune with magic, which is really nice.
First subclass.
And they do also have access to every ritual spell.
Yes.
As an answer to that question.
First subclass, the best one. Not the best one. I'm not allowed to say that. I love all my children equally. But the best one.
You are allowed to say that.
Okay, it's good. It's the best one. Because you get a familiar who can kick ass in combat, and one of those familiars can be a blink dog, which is all that really matters, because goddamn, you need to be allowed to have a blink dog. They're so cool.
Finding out a blink dog was SRD was genuinely one of the greatest moments for Faerie.
Amazing. That's the whole reason this subclass exists, pretty much, was that I wanted to have a dog and be a witch and have a dog.
And also inspired the greatest monster in all of Faerie.
The Lurcher.
No.
Oh.
The blink horse.
Oh, the blink horse. Spoilers.
They've all got the book. They know what's in it.
True.
They've read it. They've read it cover to cover by now. I'm sure. All of them.
Yeah. So you get a familiar that kicks ass. It's wicked. It's dope. And if you get high enough level, you can get a really big familiar who can turn into an even bigger familiar. So like a CR5, which I'm not sure what that encompasses. I don't know what CR5 beasts there are that would fit into that, just off the top of my dome. But there's some big ones in there, right? There's some beefy boys.
There is, and I think we also balance that, like, it specifically being a beast is kind of based around, like, the beast creature list is very... If you ignore adventures, because adventures has some pretty wacky beasts.
Yeah.
But the beast spell list is kind of built with druids in mind. So there is nothing ridiculous in the.
It's probably the most balanced list of monsters. Again, if you don't include the adventure ones, because I don't think anyone's checking those guys' work. I don't.
Well, yeah,
they're coming up with all. If it goes in an adventure book, and it's no one's checking. No one's checking.
Yeah, just a fun tip for any players out there that really want to torment their DMs. There is a
relic sloth.
Relic sloth. Is it a
Moorbounder?
Is it a huge giant crab or something? Something like that, where it's a normal crab with a magical band on it from an adventure that's just a beast.
There's
also some beasts that can cast spells.
There's also,
free.
I'm pretty sure there's a polar bear where I don't know whether it was a rhyme in the Frostmaiden or something. There's a polar bear where all it is a polar bear, except it's got more hit points. It's literally called like Big Polar Bear or something. I can't remember exactly, but there's something like that. Yeah.
Also, just need to point this out. Bopo has said could have been a Gert dog.
You gotta let it go. You gotta let the Gert dog go. All right. Every time you say the word Gert dog, it becomes less likely that you'll see one. I can't do that. That feels too mean. But there's a chance.
Witches could... Obviously, a Displacer Beast is a monstrosity and wouldn't fit within the rules as written.
I'd allow it. I'd maybe allow it.
Yeah.
Just how I'd allow an owlbear if a druid wanted to turn into an owlbear. What CR is an owlbear? Is an owlbear under CR5? It can't be. Is it?
Might be. Good question. It is a CR3, so yeah.
I'm allowing it. It's on record. Alright? Everyone who wants to play this game and play a thing, I will clip this. So you can show your GM. I give you permission.
The author of the book himself has given you permission.
I'm not confident about Displacer Beasts, although they don't do that much crazy stuff. Maybe Displacer Beast as well.
They're just really survivable, which is just what you want.
Yeah, but definitely an owlbear. You could definitely do an owlbear. Coven of Hex, these are our horrible, damaging witches.
Also, I believe, a stretch goal.
Was Hex a stretch goal?
I think so. I think the original two were Hunt and... Oh, no.
No, Wart was the stretch goal. Wart was the stretch goal. Yeah. Got a tiefling skull in there, even though they don't, like, feature specifically in the book. There's a few little things like that where I just wanted to wrap them in, because it's got to fit in the wider world. This is probably the simplest... Well, no, objectively, this is the simplest of the witch subclasses. Definitely. So if you just want to be straight to it and not have to worry too much, this is definitely the way to go. They get curses.
Yeah, like, if we were doing the Wizards of the Coast, like, basic rules, this is the
witch one. Yeah, probably. Yes, they are definitely the... Yeah. And they're nasty as well. Like, they feel the most hag-ish, I suppose, because of the spells they get and because of just their general vibe. Like, they feel... A Hagborn Coven of the Hex Witch is like a level 20 Hagborn Coven of the Hex Witch would be very hag feeling, I think. Especially with the poppet.
Again, I love the poppet.
Now here's our stretch goal. This one is the most complicated of the subclasses. By far. Because I kind of popped off a little bit with these mechanics. I really went off the deep end.
Yeah, again, this was another Connor leaves me undelivered for like 2 days and comes back, leaving his cave with incredible mechanics.
I had ideas, and this is how they manifested. And there was a lot of back and forth. And thank you everyone who play tested. The feedback was very useful in getting this to a place where it is playable. So this is definitely the most complicated one. You grow like warts, plants, and then you can use them in spellcasting and other things, which is sort of outlined on the next page. But the best thing is that you can turn into a tree as the capstone. You get to become a big old tree. Well, not a big old tree, a medium-sized tree that grows warts on their body and can use them as spell components. So, again...
Yeah, I'd forgotten that was a thing we landed on until we were doing like the final read-through before send-out.
It's fun as hell. It's wicked.
I was like,
love it.
Cool.
And then these are your spell component, like your warts. So you can use them as spell components. They alter your spell casting if you use them, but you can also use them as poultices by like applying them to creatures. So this was our sort of like double boil and trouble. Is that the word? Double boil? It doesn't matter. Anyway, this is our like that sort of like herbology, alchemy, witch a little bit.
Yeah, I feel like what we did with the subclasses was like boil down the flavor of what a witch is into 3 separate things and build a subclass around them. So it's like they have a magical beast following them around, Coven of the Hunt. They sometimes cast awful spells and curse bloodlines, Coven of the Hex.
Yeah.
And also they use a shit ton of plants in what they do, so Coven of the War.
Yes, we've already got a coven built for our next book, haven't we? Like fleshed out, because we want to try and put a coven subclass in all of our books if we can, if it's relevant. Sort of expand
and
on this.
Even if it's not relevant,
we'll get it in there. Yeah, we'll get it in there. Right, so that's the last of the witch subclasses. I'm trying to think if there's anything behind the scenes here that's interesting, other than the fact that I wanted to get nettles in there because they're a big part of growing up in Britain. I don't know if that's the case everywhere, but it feels like they're intrinsic to the.
I feel like everyone has a certain traumatic memory
of running into a nettle bush with shorts on. Yeah, big time. And then borage is a bit of a weird one. But my dad taught me about borage, and it's edible, and it's really cool. And if you can grow it, it makes great garnish on food, salads, and cocktails. So I recommend it. But I wanted to get that in there.
But don't just go. Make sure you know what it is.
Make sure, yeah. This isn't advice to just go eat plants that look vaguely like this. Make sure you buy a packet of borage seeds, grow them, and then you can eat it. Subclass options, right? So now we're back. Now we're into the. We haven't really talked about the art, really, have we? So the art for all the subclasses. I really wanted to do something a bit different, just the standard stuff. So I decided to do like a medieval woodcut illustrations, and it was so fun that I don't think I'll ever go back to illustrating standard subclass art. If depending on what the book is, obviously, art design is dictated by the project itself, but this was fun as hell. I really liked doing these woodcuts. Yeah, they're cool.
I really love them, because I think, obviously, I love your painted work. I think, the big painted pieces are great. But I also really like your ability to kind of flavor work really well. And I feel like these really nail that. In terms of, again, if you rip out kind of the mechanical talk, Faerie, for most intents and purposes, could kind of look like an in-universe book. If you were to flavor all of the mechanics as, spellcasting guides and things, it could look like a book someone could own within the universe.
I had a Pepe Silvia-esque pin board of all of a bunch of just medieval illustrations with the weirdest shit on them for this, because there's so much amazing art and terrible art that came out of that era, that being able to get at least some of that vibe in the book was a pleasure. And also just not having to worry about things like proportion as much, was fun. I remember I said to you, Aston, didn't I? Like the first time I started drawing them, I was like, it's actually quite difficult when you're like trained to do art a certain way to just like deliberately rein in certain things to get yourself within a style that's like a bit more primitive. But it was fun. It was very fun.
I think the Armorial is a great example of that. Like you kind of forcing yourself to draw badly.
Yes. I stopped myself zooming in. I stopped myself zooming in, which is a weird thing to say. I don't know if anyone's drawn on Procreate or digitally before. I didn't zoom in for a lot of these because I wanted it to function how it would as if you were doing it on parchment. But yeah, that's the art.
You've heard of method actors. Connor's a method artist.
So Seasonal Barbarian, the first one of the bunch. You transition through the seasons, gives you different effects. Gives you different effects for like raging and going into a season, but it also gives you different effects as you transition through the seasons, which felt like an evocative thing for the setting, even if it was outside. Like we deliberately did it outside the houses and tied it seasonally. And also it's the first sort of look that we really aimed on doing summer to be like not just fire, but to have it be charisma, revelry, festival, that kind of thing. But yeah, look, I like the barb. Do you have a favourite piece of art, Aston? You don't have to call it out now, but if you have a favourite piece of subclass art as we're going through, shout it out. College of Mania is our bard, who I think this is probably what I would play. This or the monk is probably what I would play, given the chance. But this is based on, I don't if anyone's heard of the Plague of Dance. I mean, you can look it up. Big thing in the medieval era of like mass hysteria. That's what birthed the College of Mania. And I think this one had a bunch of changes to it, didn't it, Aston? Because of the feedback. Oh. I think Aston might have. Oh.
Hello?
Aston's not here. Aston's back now.
I am now.
Yeah, the College of Mania had a bunch of changes to it, didn't it? I think because of balance stuff, like wording changes and stuff. Like it was one of the ones that we got feedback on that ended up, I think, tweaking it.
This was a whole year ago.
True.
If you ask me about stat blocks, I can answer a bunch of questions about stat blocks.
We'll get there. We will get there. Cleric, Domain of Dream. The Cleric was a hard one.
To answer your question while I was away, it's the Cleric of Dream is my favourite subclass art.
Yeah, one of the players in our home game also really loved this. Said it would make a good tattoo, which I agree with.
I think that about most of like
the woodcut style of illustration does sit itself very well for tattoos. Kitsu asks, any teaser on the shiny future coven for the Conspiracy Theorizing Club? Do you want to say what it is, Aston? Because you came up with it.
It's a real good question.
I can remember it.
I can't remember. I know the vibe of it. I can't remember the name of it.
Was it Coven of the Spheres?
Yeah. So, well, that's the point.
We could just touch on it very quickly. Well, let's go through the book. We can touch on the next book later. But
yes. Yeah. So kind of celestial alignment. Basically, the one thing of like kind of paganism that wasn't included within the Witch as it was the idea of like stargazing and celestial alignment and things like that. So that is a little bit of like I guess divination, witch, like a bit of a diviner, things like that. That is your only hint, Kitsu. Please don't drag more from
Cleric Domain of Dream is sleepwalking. It's a sleepwalking cleric. So you can use dreams to help your allies, and you can even eventually leave your body in a sort of what's it called? Out of body experience, called soul flight, which means you can sort of take illusory form, and essentially it's like the project image spell that you like whilst you're sleeping. You can wander the realm, which again, the cinema of it feels like really cool.
Just real quick with the Domain of Dream Cleric, it's the only subclass that I think isn't super compatible with 2024 D&D. Just because of the way it casts sleep. So its channel divinity lets you upcast sleep for free.
The same with the. So I guess that affects the Hagborn as well. I think someone mentioned that actually.
Yes, it does. So the kind of alternative to that would be is just kind of write the mechanics for 2014 sleep as the feature, rather than explaining it. Rather than
that
calling
works.
it the sleep spell, just kind of write similar mechanics. But obviously, most of our work is designed around 2014 D&D because it's what me and Connor are most used to, and it's also where a lot of the market is because a lot of people play mostly 2014 still, especially in the kind of third-party market.
Yeah. Okay, Circle of Blight. If the witch is like the poster child, this is like the black sheep of the setting, because this is essentially an evil druid subclass.
I do love an evil subclass though, like the Domain of
have
Death
to love an evil
Cleric
subclass.
is my favorite cleric subclass.
That's not because of Path to the Grave, I'm assuming.
No, that's Grave.
Oh, is it Grave?
Grave
What does Death
Death
do?
and Grave are very
Oh, Death's like the Reaper one, right?
Yeah, it's like a necromancer.
Yeah. So this, we've mentioned this a bunch, but this is essentially like what an Oathbreakers are to paladins. That's what Blight Druids are to druids. So they are evil anti-nature in a way, druids. They can
Also, I think, like the first kind of mention of blight.
Yes, this is the first mention. I think it's mentioned very early on as just like a little thing, but yes, this is the first mention of blight, which is the sort of evil force at play within Faerie. They are to the setting what White Walkers are to Game of Thrones and Westeros, I would say, was the intent with them. But yeah, Blight, the Circle of Blight Druid, you basically get to like turn into like horrid, festering, blighted forms of creatures that do lots of gross shit. And then there's this this is the first proper look at the lore of Blight. Talks about the Menhir border. So Faerie has a ring of standing stones that each have bronze weapons embedded in them, and these bronze weapons, with the power of the stones, keeps the Blight at bay, sort of as a circle around the world. And it comes up. It ended up becoming a much bigger part of the setting, I think, than we originally intended. But we'll get to Blight a little bit more later. Okay, I said I would definitely play the Bard, but I think I'd play the Witch Knight or the Monk if I was actually honest. Because I love this stuff.
I feel like this is one thing about us and our work is I think we play most of our own subclasses because we design around what we enjoy playing a lot. So I think, again, we couldn't do a new spellcasting class without also doing a Gish attached to it.
For sure. We love magic fighters.
I don't think like I could allow it to happen in any way.
Yeah.
Because otherwise I would have been forced to multi-class my witch.
Very true. Yeah.
Which is something I wouldn't be afraid to do.
Yeah. Also, it's just that there is a storied history of like the seventh son of a seventh son, this kind of like a warrior infused with magic, you know? And it just felt like a no-brainer, didn't it? Once we had the spellcasting class. Like an Eldritch Knight that's for witches. Come on. It writes itself. So they get a...
Just
go on.
So, just some people talking about how much they love Druids and Blight and the campaign in general. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
And also Robin has asked if they would lean more towards Talona. And I think if you were playing a Faerun game, 100%, she definitely fits the vibe of like... I think Druid of the Blight in general kind of fit like any kind of diseasey or plaguey kind of god. If you want your druid to have kind of a patron god, Talona is definitely a good choice for a blight druid.
Yes. Yes. Agreed. Yeah, blight is a weird one where it occupies this space of like pox, but it's not quite a disease. It's like a magical. It's kind of like the flood from Halo as well. It's got that to it, which isn't quite a disease, right? But it definitely affects like a disease does.
Yeah, like a bit of sentience, but also transferableness.
It's a plague in the more broad poetic sense of the word.
And also, we couldn't make it a disease in 5e because then a second level spell cures it.
And we simply couldn't allow that.
No.
Yeah, so witch knights get they get letter right of exchange, which is sort of allow them to regain their mystic mark points similar to a witch does, but they get it by the number of hit die they expend rather than what they roll on the hit die, so it's a bit more limited. I mean, you can tell how much I love this class because I went hard on the art as well. Not that I didn't try with the other ones, but like you could you could see where the love gets pulled.
Again, this one and the monk, it was like
I love.
I wonder which of Connor's children are his favourites.
I love them. I would love to play a witch knight for sure. Yes, and so they get athames as well, but their athame is designated by the style of weapon they have. So athame of stone is a bludgeoning weapon, athame of thorn is a piercing weapon, athame of steel is a slashing weapon, and they get sort of limited sigils. They're just, I love them. Like, I don't have much to add other than the fact that I love them.
I think I'd call them Brad.
Rad. They are rad. I would say they are rad. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, this is the one I would play. Other than this one, is the other one I would play. I love monks. And a monk with an animal companion is something I really wanted to design. And so yeah, you
my opinions on monks.
Aston hates monks. I want it. We can say that publicly. That's fine. You're wrong and ridiculous, but you do hate them, and they don't deserve it.
It's the official stance of the Dragon's Vault.
That I like them.
Are awful.
That I like them.
Bad.
No. But yes.
Okay, Ringtail, you don't have to read the monk because it's a monk, and therefore is bad.
Behave.
That's a lie. It's great.
Behave yourself.
I really like the way the Wild Hunt.
Yeah, you get this boy. You get the goodest of boys, the Hand of the Hunt, which gets, it's sort of like it's a dog companion that can be alongside you with all of your monk abilities and kick ass. And they're fun as hell. I don't know which one I'd play, this one or the Witch Knight. Both of them, if I could. But I love them. I also said to me and Atta were talking, I said this is the closest I'm ever going to get to designing like a Pokemon stage because of the difference between the greater and the regular Hand of the Hunt.
Randy, there is actually a reason there's no rangers. Like it's not an omission. We felt that rangers kind of in their base selection of subclasses kind of fit.
There is literally a Planeswalker one, isn't there? And this kind of thing.
Yeah, they like all of the archetypes we could have done for a Faerie ranger would have felt a little bit like shoehorned in, and so we just, and also wizards, just because people are talking about the missing subclasses. Wizards are incredibly difficult to design for.
If you don't have a solid idea that works, like we had a limit. We would obviously, there was a certain amount of subclasses we wanted to include. We love sorcerers. I'd like that on record. We're a big. My first proper full-fledged D&D character was a sorcerer. Love him to this day. And we would always try and do that kind of thing, but we were just really struggling to find something that felt earnest and that we were passionate about for those things. And so they're the ones that left on the cutting room floor, really.
Yeah, because it's like we could have shoehorned in an extra 3 subclasses, but again, much like the kind of Pyrite Worm and Girt Dog, not to bring them up again, but it was a case of we could do more stuff that was fine, or we could do like a really tight set of subclasses, because like all of these subclasses were designed or were conceptualized extremely early on because we felt like they were so
because we had cool ideas. It's like if the cool ideas come, I think the guiding force for the Dragon's Vault and the stuff we do will always be quality over quantity, because there's so much out there where it's like, buy this book and there's 50 million things in it, and it's a mile wide and an inch deep, and we didn't want to do that, and that meant pouring the heart and soul into the things that just naturally evoked like passion. But again, in the next setting, I do believe it will be easier. There's I can definitely say for the wizard, there will be a wizard subclass in the next book.
The wizard subclass in the next book is the thing I am the most excited about of anything we have ever made.
Yeah.
And I can say that.
You can say that. You can definitely say that. Yes, then the fetch. This is the one that I think featured in the preview PDF, the fetch rogue.
You skipped the paladin.
Did I skip the paladin? Oh, sorry, I was scrolling while we were talking. Over Morse.
You skipped the one that I would play.
I skipped the boy. Yeah. So these are the anti-Fae paladins. They lean on the idea of like divine power coming from people rather than sort of the democratization, power of the people version of a paladin, rather than purely divine. Although there must be. I'm not really super familiar with the divinity, the pantheon of pre-existing like Faerun and stuff like that. Are there gods that would fit well with an Oath of Mortals paladin?
Yeah.
Like gods who champion.
Yeah, like there's gods of like civilization and things. Like
yeah.
Quite a lot of those.
Yeah.
But I also think, interestingly, if you were to ever make like an atheist paladin, I think this is a really fun way of doing it.
Yes.
Like something that doesn't get. I think just because we're both fans of like Dimension 20, like Kingston's cleric abilities in Unsleeping City comes from like the city of New York. I think you could definitely do like an Oath of Mortals who got his power from like the collective of people rather than being bestowed upon by a god. Yeah. Which is a lot of the like in this setting. It obviously, I think the assumption is this is an Avalonian knight. Yeah, which obviously incredible purely because Avalon's great. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Then the fetch rogue, which was the one featured in the preview, which is the fetches that, I mean, you can look that up. It comes up a bunch in some of the bibliography of the books I mentioned. Well, namely Catherine Briggs's book. But the fetch is I believe, Irish mythological. It's a doppelganger myth. The idea of seeing yourself, a shadow version of yourself, is a portent of doom, which immediately made the perfect sense for a rogue subclass. So the idea of that one is that you turn into someone's allies, you sneak up next to them, and then you stab them to death when they are least expecting it. And then also, it's got one of my favourite feature names in our book, which Destroyer of Dynasties is so cool.
Yeah, I think I wrote the name before I wrote the feature because I liked it that much.
That sounds like us.
This was unlocked as a result of the Nat 20 everyone rolled last time we did a stream. Oh. Right? I'm pretty sure. Brasso. The Coven Warlock.
It is. It was one of the three options.
Yeah.
Also, Brasso's here.
Hey. Oh, there's more.
Randy has said, "Can't wait for the next book, seeing what you guys have done so far. The Feywild is one of my favourite settings. When do you expect to launch the next Kickstarter?"
We'll talk about this a bit more at the end.
Much like the release of Faerie, soon. TM.
Yeah, we as soon as physical goods are on their way, basically, we'll be happy to like go for the next one. So as soon as everyone's got, as soon as stuff is being made and it's on its way, and we're confident about that, then we'll be happy to, because Aston will be handling like the fulfillment side of stuff. So while that's happening, Aston's covering all of that. I can then creatively move on to sort of setting up the next one. But it won't be long. It will not be long. Definitely. Coven Warlock. This one, the mechanics, we went back and forth loads on. And again, thank you very much to those of you who play tested this, because it definitely really, really helped bring it to a place that I think is far more balanced. But you get a bunch of curses. This is a warlock by committee, is what this subclass is. You essentially roll
I
coven
think-
dice to decide what happens, like each of them representing like a witch or a hag that is arguing about what power they should give you.
Which I think, like, it's so fun and chaotic. I love it.
Yeah, yeah, I'd love to. Yeah, and this goes without saying now that we're sort of at the end of the subclasses, but if anyone ever plays any of these and has any stories or like any, just head to Discord and tell us about them because we want to hear it. I want to hear nothing but people's experiences.
Unless you're a DM and one of your players has found out a way to like break one of our subclasses in a way that has ruined your campaign, don't tell us that.
No,
I feel bad.
you can if you need me to record myself telling your player to cut it out, to just cut it out. I will do that for you.
And I will do the opposite. I will encourage them.
We will only be sanctioning one of those things. Backgrounds and origins. So we've left the subclasses now. Although, just real quick, you get to make a one of your warlock spells into a potion that people can drink. Just wanted to note that because that's sick in my personal opinion. Backgrounds and origins. So there's 3 backgrounds in Faerie. We didn't want to go crazy with them, but we just wanted to just like pick the things that we thought were the most evocative of the setting. And for us, that was the Changeling, the Foundling, and the Fairy Godchild were the 3, or the Promised, as it's called. So the Changeling is the classic tale of someone being stolen from their bed and replaced with a sort of fey creature. So the Changeling is one half of the coin that meets with the Foundling, which is very deliberate in the hopes that perhaps you would have a campaign where someone's playing one half of each of these things. So the Changeling is the fey creature that's put in the crib of the stolen child. Creepy Dobby, just want to point him out.
I was going to say, with one of the creepiest pieces of art in the entire book.
Yeah, accidentally very Dobby-esque, but not on purpose. I promise you, I'm not that Harry Potter obsessed. It just keeps coming up.
Yeah, very little Lord of the Rings as well, which is impressive.
There's no. There's plenty. And then yes, the other half being the Foundling. So all of these backgrounds come with feats as well, which is just a thing that we really have enjoyed that sort of came in the later half of 5e's design cycle. So changelings are what they sound like. They're changelings. They can change. They can look different. They are fae that were abandoned in the mortal realm. Foundlings are mortals that were abandoned in the fae realm, and as a result have sort of garnered some kind of innate magics as a result of being raised in that realm. Through the realm of these realms and powers down here, sort of allowing you to talk to beasts if you're in spring, giving you proficiency in all instruments if you're in summer, and intrinsically knowing the customs of any culture that you have even an offhand knowledge of, such as the songs and the dances. Autumn lets you sort of prevent the food on your person from spoiling and makes you very good at foraging. And winter's the most sort of ephemeral one, but it lets you have dreams, weird prophetic dreams that might point towards things that might help you on your quests. Again, at the GM's discretion. Nobody use this to force their GM to come up with prophetic visions every single time you take a long rest, please.
Yeah, I really enjoy... I feel like whenever we use, like, reference a GM in game statistics, unlike Wizards, we try not to be the bane of the GM's existence.
Yeah.
It's not things like the Druid's Wild Shape, where it's like, your GM will have these statistics.
We did try and avoid that.
Like,
that's true.
Yeah, it's more like the GM can... We kind of basically build in plot hooks for the GM to apply to characters in a really fun way.
Yeah. Kodaha asks, will you be making this stream into a vid so that we can reference it as we use your beautiful book? Yes. Yes, we will release this as a vid afterwards, so you'll always have it on hand. If you want to make timestamps as I'm talking in case there's specific rulings that I say that you want to keep note of, I would maybe suggest doing that. And then the final is the Promised, which is probably my favourite one. You're a big fan of the Foundling, right, Aston? That's like the one you love.
I really like the Stranger in a Strange Land archetype, and I think the Foundling really fits that, and I really love it.
For me, it's the
I think
Promised.
the Promised is a close second.
The Promised is the most Brothers Grimm of them, which is like the fairy godmother but evil. So it's the whole thing is that somewhere either you or someone, usually like someone in your lineage before you, your ancestors, promised you. You know, it's the classic what's his name, Rumpelstiltskin thing, right? Give me your firstborn kind of thing. This is what would happen if you're playing the firstborn that gets given to Rumpelstiltskin. So the idea is that your fairy godmother is providing you with power and spells to keep you protected, but with the intent that one day they will come and collect on that bounty. So I think I like it the most because it feels like it has the most. It's almost like a warlock patron adjacent, like narrative story built into it. It doesn't, you know?
Yeah, 100%. And I think like it is really fun to have like kind of a patron that doesn't care about you. In the sense of
just
like,
cares that you are existing still.
Yeah, it's just like return on investment.
100%.
Like, well, I suppose I can give you some minor power just so you don't die before I can collect on my debt.
Yeah,
that's really fun. And I think also, just because I will continue to bring this up if given the chance, but anyone that has read the Dresden Files, it's very Harry Dresden in vibe. But that is also not an insanely popular book series, so maybe no one knows what I'm talking about.
I can't vouch for that, but I'll take your word for it. We are now on to feats. So the feats in the book are split into 3 categories. You've got the heritage feats, which are like the feats that are linked to the specific races, lineages, heritages in the book. And then there are background feats, like we talked about, that are tied to the backgrounds. And then we've got a couple of just general feats. So the heritage feats for the Hagborn both affect your trinket. So one of them allows you to store a single spell in your Hag's trinket of a level equal to or lower than half your proficiency bonus, that you can then give the trinket to someone else and they can cast it. So, which feels like there's a lot of uses in that in a campaign. While we might not want to actively screw over GMs, we also want to give players, you know, as many tools as possible to pull one over on the gods of their realms. The other is Evil Eye, so that lets you see through the eyes of a willing creature that is holding one of your trinkets, but it also allows you to force sort of a saving throw on a creature who is holding one of your trinkets to see through their eyes, which brings sort of open the possibilities of sequestering your hag trinkets upon unsuspecting people, so that you know, maybe a coin marked with a sigil or something that you can maybe then see through their eyes without them knowing. Feels like there's
just a
potential.
Good point from David. That is a good point. A lot of these kind of backgrounds would also work, like if you were doing a bit of like a fiendish or hellish campaign. Like things
true.
like promising your firstborn to a devil and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And there's definitely ways, and like, obviously the fairy godchild has very fairy specific spells. But
you
like,
could use it as a template to build. Yeah, totally.
Yeah, and I think that would be also a really fun. Also, potentially something we could do in the future. Just really fun. Because I think a lot of...
David, don't do that. I have to write it down.
It's on stream. I'm sure we'll... If we don't remember it, someone will...
Remind us.
Inevitably bring it up in 3 years when we haven't done it. But I think a lot of, like, the old British folklore of, like, making deals with Fae then kind of evolved into... As soon as Christianity took over, it was like, they're all devils. I don't know what you're talking about.
Basically, everything that was otherworldly related or pagan related became symbols of like demonology and the hells and that kind of thing in a sort of post-Christian Britain. So there is a lot of crossover in what we regard as, though, like culturally, what we remember of that folklore as being both occult and fae. It's why like cleft hoofs and horns are a big part of a lot of demonic iconography. Is because, you know, originally it was primal, it was wild, it was animalistic. Now onto the Cairndwin feats. So the Cairndwin feats, the 2 flavors of these is that one sort of leans more on like the juicing yourself with your own vitality vibe. So, you know, making you faster, making you be able to climb better, swim better, stronger, that kind of thing, giving you better dark vision. It's got a bit of a Witcher vibe to it. I think that has like this idea of like honed biology.
Yeah, like definitely kind of like Witcher potions as well, like punishing yourself in some way to
yes
get better.
Yeah, which felt very fitting for the setting. And then Undaunted is more of a general buff to the Khaenri'ah in the sense that it allows you to use your hit die to add 2 ability checks every now and then, and it also increases what your hit die counts as when you're using them for Khaenri'ah features. So it still tops out at a D12, so if you're a barbarian, not going to be a ton of use to you, but anything below that, it ups the size of your die.
Also really fun to like take both of them and things like that. Like I think we're doing like lineage feats and background feats and stuff. We really like the idea of being able to build into an archetype, like really committing to it in a really fun way. But also they're good on their own in that way as well.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of them is like features that we really would have loved to have put in the races, but obviously just way too potent to put in a race. So this way we can still use those cool things without having to. We're leaving it to your own character building.
Yeah,
and
Connor
then
keeps getting concerned about things like balance and things, and still won't let me put double concentration.
I really would like it if a player brought Dragon's Vault content to their table. Any GM who's familiar with us should be somewhat confident that they're not going to have to spend loads of time checking and balancing a lot of the things. Like they have a faith in us that what we design is made with intent, that it would be functional without loads of concern. Because I know there's a lot of third-party stuff out there where if a player brought it even to my table, I'd be like, oh my god, I have to read through this and double check it, and what are the loopholes. So we have tried to do as much of that work as possible so that you can rely on us to keep your table balanced as much as possible.
Whereas my plan is to build that reputation and then undermine it with an incredibly powerful subclass that allows players to just get one over on their GMs.
Yeah, it hasn't happened yet, but there are times where I'm sleep deprived enough. Yeah, I'm on the side of the players. GMs are players too. Etikin, the last 2 feats are Master Weaver. So this leans into the idea of Etikin being like armor crafters of legend. It's sort of an inspiring speech adjacent thing, but it lets you use your spider silk to weave into the clothes and armor of a creature and give them temporary hit points as long as they keep that armor on. And whilst they've got it on, they can reduce bludgeoning, piercing, slashing damage by an amount equal to your proficiency bonus. Just to give that vibe of if you really want to lean into that idea of them being sort of armor crafters of legend, we wanted to give you something mechanical there. And then the other one, which is the one that I would advise everyone takes if they're playing an Etikin, because it's the one that makes you even more like Spider-Man, which is that every time you use your Silk Weave feature to zip across the thing or pull someone towards you, you can hit them with an attack with advantage afterwards.
Yeah, just pure Spider-Man.
So listen, I'm not going to tell you how to play your game, but if you want to play a monk Etikin with martial web, would that be Spider-Man? I don't think anyone could tell you no. It would literally be Spider-Man.
Yeah.
I don't know what monk subclass. Open palm. You want open palm?
All of your noise effects come up as big animated cartoon bubbles
Whip
around
whack.
your head, and your DM can't tell you no because you're playing literal Spider-Man.
Yeah. It's baked into the lore. If you wanted to hum the theme tune to Spider-Man whilst you were in character, no one could stop you.
Although, to be fair, thinking about it, Spider-Man is very quippy, so could also be like a bard.
Just do a high charisma monk Etikin with martial web. Boom, Bob's your uncle. Okay, background feats. So these are the feats that are tied to the backgrounds we just went to. We've got Novice Shape Changer, which this is what gives you your sort of changeling ability. The only thing that sort of causes you to revert is being hit by a cold iron weapon because you are a Fae changeling. So this would, I know there is a changeling race. If you take this background, you get the bulk of these features without having to take that race, and you can be something else. So, and then Adaptive Shape Changer is their 4th level sort of tiered feat, and this is based off. This is actually a feat that I wrote for a character I played in a D&D campaign that our friend ran. That I was a changeling, and we implemented it into the book. But it basically means that you can change shape easier and quicker as a bonus action, and it also means that when you change into a humanoid lineage, like a dragonborn or something like that, you can take one of their features to use. So breath weapon, that kind of thing. Which means not only are your changes like they look, it's an appearance thing, it is also a mechanical thing. So you could turn into an Etikin. Again, not
And be Spider-Man.
listen, just saying. If you wanted to dabble in the Spider-Man, but you're only a changeling, there you go. Oh, can you imagine an Etikin? Because an Etikin could be a changeling technically, because it's a Fae. You have to be a Fae to be a changeling. So someone could replace a baby with a spider baby. Wow,
That's awful.
that's a lot of therapy to get over that.
Also, an Etikin druid is full man spider.
Yeah. Oh, man spider. Hell yeah. David says, I'm already using a lot of third-party books since I love the out-of-the-box possibility. The thing that you wrote is really great. Don't worry about that. Oh, that's great. I'm glad. Well, we've got a bunch of corrections we've got to make that are in the Discord currently. But after that, you know, like Aston said, let us know if anything's too broken. There's nothing we'll be able to do about it at that point, but you can tell us.
But they're like minor things, you know, like
Yeah.
English grammar.
Apostrophes, possessives. Yeah,
Yeah.
true.
Mechanically, it's all perfect, and there are absolutely no issues mechanically. And I can
Don't
say that with 100% confidence.
Okay, next couple feats is realm foundling feats. So these are just the feats that you get if you're a foundling, and they basically give you cantrips, a cantrip based on where you are, and then they tack on a new ability to the cantrip that's unique to your casting of it. So for spring, it's that any seeds you make with your druidcraft cantrip once per day, a creature can consume it and get advantage on an initiative roll, quick seed. If it's summer, you can use your light cantrip to target a weapon, and its wielder gains advantage on a single weapon attack. Sunburst while the light is cast on that weapon. Chill touch, once per day when you cast chill touch, you can gain temporary hit points equal to the damage you dealt. And then spare the dying, the winter one. I think this one's my favourite, even though it's the most niche, is that whenever you target a creature with the spare the dying cantrip, they get covered in frost, gaining a +5 bonus to their AC until they regain any hit points. Which I think is my favourite.
Those evil DMs that try and kill that.
They're the anti-coup de grace power, that one. And then if you get the next feat, it lets you cast that cantrip as a bonus action, and then gives you some additional spells. And then here's my boy. This one doesn't get a tiered feat. It just gets the standard base one. But that's kind of because it's pretty unique. Basically, as a reaction when you're targeted by an attack or forced to roll a saving throw against a harmful spell or effect, you can invoke your guardian fairy godmother's protection. Each time this protection is invoked, you roll on a table to determine the form the protection takes. So it's chaotic, it's unpredictable. But the examples are, you gain a fly speed equal to your walking speed as birds and insects swarm about you until the end of your next turn, and can immediately move half your movement as a reaction, which is like a sort of no, it's not Snow White. Is it Snow White?
Yeah, it's Snow White.
Snow White, yeah. It's a Snow White-esque thing. Obscure from sight. You turn invisible until the end of your next turn, which is very funny for someone to go to stab someone and then that person to panic, squeal, and turn invisible. Guardian Fire is a kind of fairy fire that falls all around you, basically. And then Stoneheart, which is also my favourite one, it petrifies you so that you can't get attacked. It just turns you to stone until your next turn. And then these are the two general feats. So Witch Apprentice basically gives you a couple of mystic marks and a sigil. So it's the equivalent to the is it the Meta Magic Adept and that kind of thing?
Yes.
Those ones. And then Coven Casting, which Aston, do you want to describe, because you design Coven Casting and you love it.
Yeah, so I really enjoy, like, folklore-wise and lore-wise, I really enjoy the idea of multiple casters being able to cast one spell. It was a thing that was in older editions of D&D, but it kind of got cut because it is a little bit niche. Like, if multiple members of your party aren't spellcasters, it can make some people feel left out and stuff like that. But if you are playing a big, like, everyone's can cast some level of spell campaign, it's really fun to be able to, like, kind of pool resources and swap and change and things like that. And so I think Coven Casting is a really fun way to kind of narratively and mechanically connect yourself to the other spellcasters in your party.
Yeah.
And also, it just makes ritual spells real quick because there's a bunch of people casting them.
Yeah. So it's a joint feat that at least two people need in order for it to function. But we hope that the investment there of taking that feat would be worth it, for flavor and for what it allows you to do.
And theoretically, you could just use your like squishy warlock as a battery for your more cool spells as a witch.
What else? That's what they're good for.
Yeah, it's all they're good for. Silly charisma casters.
Okay, now feudal equipment. So this is just just some equipment that's unique to the realm, which is that we just wanted a few things that were maybe just leaned into the setting. Most of them are like the Caparison, the House Surcoat, the House Standard. These are just sort of like garb that people would wear, knights would wear as identification mostly. But there is also powdered dur, which we'll get to dur in a moment. But it's a powdered form of a mineral, an important metal mineral that is prevalent in Faerie, which is explained here. So the first thing is cold iron. So cold iron in Faerie it's as we spoke about this already. Yeah, we have, right? Yeah, it's a super rare mineral. It doesn't grow in Faerie anywhere. Doesn't occur anywhere in Faerie. It doesn't grow on the iron trees. It doesn't occur anywhere.
Unlike the material realm where there are iron plants.
Yeah.
Iron fruit.
So the only way it comes into Faerie is through people that disappear into the Faerie, like mortals who are carrying iron or steel or anything like that on their person. That's the only way it gets into Faerie, other than on the scales of an iron worm, which is a whole problem unto itself. And it's the only thing that Fae are particularly weak to. So it's a really important metal in Faerie as a setting, and I would like make. I mean, it's spoken throughout the book. I would make a note here for anyone who wanting to run Faerie. This stuff has to be really rare. Like, people don't have it. Anyone that's caught with it by anyone who's from Avalon, like you have to hand it in basically. It's really, really controlled. The Fae don't want the mortals to have it. The mortals need it to protect their small spit of land in the middle of the world. It's really the economy of iron is really important. But saying that, the Fae, because they can't use iron or steel, they have to have like their own mineral that they can use for creating weapons. And in Faerie, that's called Caladur or Dur steel, which is mined in the north of Summer predominantly, but it can be found all over. And it's sort of like... Go on.
Real quick interjection, just because it was brought up in Discord. Dur steel is kind of a colloquialism, Caladur being the actual metal.
Yes.
It's not steel in the sense that it is forged from iron. So
Yes.
Caladur doesn't contain any iron content, which is why... And it's also...
The Fae can use it.
I think I'm right in saying it's not actually an alloy. It's just kind of called Dur steel because
Yeah.
it behaves similarly to steel.
Pretty much, yeah. Yes, exactly. And the thing about Dur steel is that it resonates with magic. So if you have... Not if you're casting spells, but if you have spells cast on you, like spells that are being held on you, that improves the potency of Dur weapons and armor. So soldiers that have large buff spells cast on them by their sort of commanders in combat are more potent if they are clad in Dur steel armor. And then the final mineral is menhir bronze, which is the ancient buried weaponry that was used once upon a time to fight the Blight, and is now held in the menhirs around the world of Faerie, which we'll have a look at the map in a mo, because we're nearly at the map. But it's the ring that keeps the Faerie realm safe from the encroaching hordes of Blight, are these menhirs. Each of them containing like a buried sword in the stone-esque bronze weapon. So what cold iron is to Fae, bronze is to Blight.
But if you're a player in Faerie, absolutely do not go around breaking menhirs open, hoping to find magical weapons inside.
Well, this is the thing, I suppose, right? Is that the menhirs keep the realm safe from the Blight on the outside, but if you want to put an end to the Blight, you need the weapons inside of them, because they're blessed by, like, elder witches. So they are ancient, if the Blight was the White Walkers of Westeros, I would say the Menhir Bronze is like dragon. Is it Dragonstone? Dragonglass? Dragonglass.
Dragonglass.
Yeah, but you have to break the protections of the world to get your hands on these weapons. So, that's a moral conundrum that I leave to your tables. Right, that's chapter 1 done, and it's taken a while, so I think we might have to speed up a little bit as we go through these next ones. But here's a look at the map of the realms of Faerie. So these are the cardinal kingdoms: spring, summer. Is it worth me rotating this? There we go. I can rotate it back after. Yeah, so summer in the north, spring to the west, autumn to the east, winter to the south, and then Avalon in the centre.
So just because we've got some people chatting.
Yeah.
So David says it's a real neat inclusion, the Dursteel, and Smiley has said, really is. That and Menhir would love to know what inspired them.
Dursteel was definitely brought out by the fact that if iron is really anti-Fae and we want it to be important in the realm, we needed something else that the Fae would wield in like a feudal realm. Like they need something that they can arm and armor themselves with, and so we wanted to invent a material that represented that. The name of Dursteel, Caladur, comes from one of the original names for Excalibur. So Caladur, Excalibur. Excalibur's like the mythology of Excalibur has a bunch of different swords that are mentioned in it that are all featured in this book, I'm pretty sure, in one way or another. But Caladur is what the name comes from. Not I in think Excalibur, universe.
Like the actual name Excalibur is the only one I don't think we got in the book.
Yeah, because it felt too on the nose.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's the origin of Dursteel. The origin of Menhir Bronze was I think that was just like a spitballing like world building thing that me and Aston, when we were having like a long form creative session and just trying to figure it out. And we love Menhirs. They're a big part of Stonehenge, and the myriad other henges that you can find across the British Isles are so mysterious innately. I mean, Arthur, like the Sword in the Stone, I believe originally was born from the prevalence of standing stones and like people who didn't know what they were attributing meaning to them. Am I right in thinking that, Aston?
Yes.
Yeah.
And also like Menhir in general, because we'd kind of dreamt up how brutal and horrific the Blight was, which then meant we kind of had to do the Game of Thrones thing and put a wall up to almost as an excuse as to why the world hasn't fallen yet.
Yeah.
And like the idea of a magical barrier rather than a physical one felt a lot more, because it's in the lore, but Faerie is actually like the realm of Faerie is actually a lot bigger and exists beyond the Menhir Wall.
Yes.
But the kind of feudalism and the war between the houses is kind of brought out because during the War of Blight they were forced into what is relatively like a small location.
Yeah, comparative.
The rest of the world is now uninhabited, and that is kind of like the edge of the world, almost like the edge of the map in a video game would be.
Yeah.
Is kind of protected by like this invisible wall of Menhir magic.
Yes.
And just the idea that the ancient soldiers laid their weapons inside them, I think we thought was just rad as hell.
Yeah. I have no idea whose idea that, like, it was probably half and half, but I do remember the moment it was said, we were both of us were like, okay, that has to go in because that's cool as hell.
Yeah, 100%.
I think part of it as well was like I designed this map and I wanted this map to, if anyone has seen a Mappamundi before, MAPPA space MUNDI, Mappamundi, they're medieval maps. The style-wise, this is very much based on Mappamundi, but a lot of them are encapsulated within a circle. And so I thought part of it came from that, was that it would be interesting if the reason it's encapsulated in a circle is not just a design choice of like an illuminated manuscript style map, but also a thing of there is literally a ring around it that encapsulates the realm. So yeah, those are the origins of that. And now we get into the realm of Faerie, so we won't spend too long on the rest of the book. We'll spend a bit of time. We're not in a rush, but you know, we've been here for 2 hours, over 2 hours.
Yeah, I realised we can really talk about Faerie.
We can
because
talk
we
about this
enjoy
for
it so much.
days. Yeah.
Yeah.
So the rundown of the realm is you've got the cardinal kingdoms, which is what we referred to as the 4 kingdoms, the seasonal kingdoms. We call them cardinal because they go in cardinal directions, basically, but also because it just sounds cool. You've got Avalon in the middle, and then there are these things called the world courts, which there's one here. This is Candlehoe. You've got Gwyled Hollow here, and then Solemn Nab down here, and then Bower Hall over here. So these were the original powers of Faerie before it became like a feudal kingdom, who sort of remain as like sovereign vestiges. Like they're kind of allowed to exist as sort of an honor to what they once were, but they don't really have any power outside of their very limited like bounds. And that's, I think, I'm not exactly sure what their origin was, Aston, but I'm pretty sure that it was that we wanted to include maybe because we were making the world so feudal. It meant that a lot of the ideas of like the summer court and like the Seelie and the Unseelie, all of this sort of stuff had to somewhat move to make space for that, and so we wanted to get something in there that would evoke those myths as well. Am I right in thinking that?
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was definitely kind of a hearken to what like the more romantic ideas of Faerie are, like in terms of folklore. Like the idea of like there being a very happy house of fairies and a very sad house of fairies. Like obviously that doesn't kind of work very well on big scale, because you can't have an entire faction of very sad people.
Yes.
Because that doesn't work for world building and gets kind of boring very quickly. But the idea that there were these kind of self-contained pockets of what Faerie once was,
yes,
was kind of where the world courts came from.
Yeah, the lore of it is essentially that when the material or whatever the version of like our world is in your game, when it was a more primordial space that was less settled, the equivalent sort of reflection of Faerie was really, really unpredictable and chaotic, way more dreamlike, and that's the realm in which the world courts ruled. And then as it settled and our world became sort of more stable, more predictable, that gave rise to like our medieval kingdoms, as it did in Faerie. Sort of the She arrive in Faerie, and the world courts become a thing of the past. So that's their basic vibe. Again, we won't. All of this lore is lovely written in massive blocks of text, which, believe it or not, is actually an example of our self-restraint when writing about all of these things. And then this is the armorial. So these are the 4 cardinal kingdoms, done in a like medieval heraldic blazon style. So the old armorials that were they show you the coat of arms, the blazon coat of arms of each of the houses along with each of their lords. We won't linger on this too long because it's, it is what it is. I just wanted to say I had a lot of fun doing this, and each of these, if you read these sort of scribbles to the side of them, they do describe the visual heraldry of each of these arms in heraldic terms. So as close as I could get to, I read a lot of stuff about it, but as close as I could get to an accurate heraldic description of each of these is included next to them, for anyone that is interested by that kind of thing. And then at the bottom you've got the world courts, represented similarly. And then in this section we've got the cardinal kingdoms. So we won't stay here for too long, but each of the cardinal kingdoms has its own full section with a sort of heading piece of art. They've each got their own emblems, which anyone who bought the tokens, the tokens of fealty, the coins are these symbols, made into like metallic tokens for use in the fealty system, but also just to have because they're going to be great, I think.
Everyone loves metal coins.
Everyone loves coins. Everyone loves. I still have so many from Tempest.
I think that's the best bit about doing this as a job. Is like
we're gonna get a bunch of them for free. It's gonna be wicked. Well, not for free, but we're gonna have a bunch of them to have and hold.
Yeah.
Keep doing. So each of these world building sections, they've each got like a geographical layout. So these are like the general area. Then there's castles and provinces. So there's the main capital, and then each of all of them have 3 provinces that are sort of ruled by lords. So for Spring, for example, it's House Blythe, House Bromach, and House Cotir. You will read a lot of Welsh, Irish, and Scots Gaelic in these pages because there is a ton. Because it's underrepresented, and I want to get a lot of it, as much of it in there as possible, because they're wonderful languages that play a big part in modern Britain. What I was saying earlier about like toponymy, the magic of place names and names in general, they're everywhere. And then the final page of each of these involves the more mechanical stuff. So this is stuff that GMs can use to make these realms feel different in gameplay. So all of this stuff is lore. This tells you who's there, why they're there, where are they. These pages at the end, these adventuring in pages, they have a few unique things to them. So they tell you the weather, so your descriptions can match. Because the borders in Faerie are marked by weather and seasonal change more than they are anything else. And then each of them has 2 unique aspects. So for Spring, it's that essentially you can get lost regardless of the magic you're using if you're walking in Brechelion, the big wood. And if you cast a spell that summons creatures, you roll a d20 on an 18 or higher, it summons an additional creature for the duration. Because Spring is a land of fertile magic. And then each of them have 2 laws, these aren't mechanical, but these are essentially excuses you can use to throw your players in jail, or worse, if they violate a law that they didn't know existed when they cross the boundaries of Kingdom.
I don't think it's a real D&D campaign unless your players have had to break out from a jail cell at least once.
Yeah. So like in Spring, for example, you're not allowed to like just cut trees down without a very good reason. And when you're bartering, there's an expectation that you will include a token of promise in that bartering. So it might be the example given is for example, you might be told that you must spread seeds during the next journey after you buy a horse. So the next journey on the horse, you have to spread seeds as you ride it, that kind of thing. But it gives each of these places a way to feel culturally distinct when you run them. And then they each have creatures. So just a list of creatures that you can populate these realms with, predominantly from this book, but I think there are some SRD ones, like, giant spiders and ettercaps and stuff that you can mention to include in encounters. Some is the same, so all of these are the same, but I won't go through all of them, but we'll just stop to look at the art for each of them, because I had to paint so many castles for this book.
I've only just noticed that Stonehenge is on top of the autumn art.
Yeah, the main keep of Autumn, Caer Edward. No, sorry, not Caer Edward. Where are we? Caer Rigger. Yeah, so the main keep of Autumn, Caer Rigger, is a henge on top of a hill. So the entrance is sort of down here, and then you rise up through the mountain, through their mountain halls, and the throne is within the henge. Yeah. Yeah, Autumn's cool. I like Autumn a lot. Autumn's probably might be my favourite of them.
Yeah, I think Autumn's the most fun to write for in vibe.
Yes.
Because also, like, it's the most, like... It's not immediately obvious what a vibe of a Kingdom of Autumn would be. Whereas, like, with Summer and Winter, I think it's a little bit more, like, it jumps to mind.
Yes.
Whereas with Autumn, you get to go a little bit more nuanced in the lore, which is fun.
Yeah, Autumn, just as a brief lore overview, Autumn has to deal with the worst shit of all of them by a country mile.
Oh, yes, Smiley. Every piece of art in Faerie Connor did by hand.
Yes.
Well,
a couple of them by foot.
Yeah.
And I won't tell you which ones.
Every piece of art, every logo, every sketch, every painting is all done in-house by Connor.
Indeed. And a bunch of it actually, like, physical. Now, like, not just digital. There are pencil sketches in here that I've done traditionally, the paintings as well. But
Yeah,
yes,
so when we're a few days late from deadlines, it's usually
it's because
it's
I'm
usually a good
it's because
reason
I'm
for it.
sweating ink and paint.
Yeah,
That's why.
yeah.
Yes, and then winter to finish it off. Winter's keep is, as expected, on a top of a snowy mountain. So those are the cardinal kingdoms, and then the courts of the World Fae. So you've got House Burrow, House Revelry, House Feast, and House Sorrow. These are their sections. So they have a much more pared down version of what the cardinal kingdoms are. So they have like some basic lore about their sort of the city they rule over, or the state they rule over, the very small lands. They each have a unique aspect and a single lore, and then some creatures. Burrow is essentially populated by like beast folk, anthropomorphic animals. Revelry is populated by people who just do nothing but party and have festivals constantly. House Feast is populated by goblins, like Fae goblins, who would eat the world empty if they could. And then House Sorrow is populated by sort of lost, grieving Fae, who in Solemn Nab, this tower, sort of spend eternity weeping. House Sorrow is the worst one to go to, by a good stretch. Like, it's the only one where you would almost guarantee to not have a good time, I would say.
Lore and vibe-wise, which one's your favourite?
God, that's really difficult. I've got things I love about all of them. I love Burrow because I love anthropomorphic animals. You know, like I love that whole thing, like Bloom Burrow from Magic the Gathering. Love that. Love all of that kind of stuff. You can see the love of that in the House Burrow. I think Revelry are just mental, and I like that. Like, you know, they're just crazy. House Feast, though, is probably my numero uno because it's just a bunch of crazy goblins whose armor looks like vegetables, and like, you can't. That's just, and they're led by a guy called the Pumpkin King. You know, and I also know that's your favorite as well. I'm pretty sure, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, 100% Feast, and I think because it gets to pull on like the folklore of goblins.
Yes.
Because obviously in D&D, with goblins being like sentient creatures, you can't just have the kind of base rule that they're all evil and eat everything all the time.
Yeah.
But it's implemented in the lore for kind of the Feast stat blocks and stuff. But the idea is that the Fae of the House of Feast are where those kind of legends and folktales of goblins stealing children come from.
Yeah.
Like, it is literally Feast goblins kind of going onto the material, stealing what they can and running away, which is probably why material plane goblins get such a bad rap half the time.
Totally. Yeah. Yeah. I can't wait till we get to the stat blocks for them because they're great. Avalon is as we talked about, is the free city of mortals. So Avalon was settled by, like, essentially King Arthur and his Knights of the Round Table once they were lost within the Faerie realm, and has since risen into this like bastion of mortality amidst the sea of the Fae. This is Mortem Castle. This is the Bridge of Nells, and this over here, this building over here, this is the Iron Altar, and this, I believe, this is what's it called? The Tower of Emrys. Yes, which you'll read about in the book, but they're all written about plenty. This is the Tower of Emrys.
Plenty of fun little Knights of the Round Table
Yep.
references for people that are a fan of the original myths and stuff.
Yeah, Tower of Emrys, obviously, was established by Merlin, or at least the Merlin equivalent in ages long past. The Court of Avalon is ruled by the Iron Crown, a guy called the Pendragon. That's the title he has. He rules from the Round Table of Avalon. And then here you can see all of the different orders of Avalon. So Avalon is a city run by knightly orders, or at least like both sacred and military sects. And you can read from the Brotherhood of Iron, who are the people who forge the cold iron, to the Knights of Peregrine, who go out into the world and hunt for the cold iron. The Bastion Brethren, who keep guard over its walls, the Stone Guard, who watch over Mortem Castle and look after the Pendragon, and the Order of Emrys, who are the mages of Avalon, including there's a sect within the order called Mirrodin's Men, who are the only people in Avalon permitted to practice elder magic. So they are predominantly witches even though it says Myrddin's men, but that's mostly because of the what's it called? What's it called when you have two letters in a row on the words?
Alliteration.
Alliteration. Thank you. Yes, it's because of the alliteration mostly. Yes, but you can read about the iron law. You can read about the importance of iron, how it's made, and then similarly, Avalon has its own sort of adventuring aspects. So the laws are spoken about it heavily already, so there isn't that. But you can find there are unique magical aspects of Avalon, being at the heart of all of the seasons. It's the only place where all seasonal weather occurs because it's at the joining of all four of the cardinal kingdoms. And then you can find here about the creatures, about Avalon being populated by almost anything you can imagine. Anything that's mortal is welcome within the bounds of Avalon.
Yeah, I think when we've talked about it, Avalon, like if you were to play a campaign in Faerie, I imagine Avalon is kind of where you start the campaign.
If you're mortals, then yes. Yeah, most likely. Yeah, or at least it's the place you would want to get to, because it's the only truly safe place for mortals in the realm. And then we have a brief section here, Wanderers and Errants. So this talks about the Wild Hunt, because of course we have to feature the Wild Hunt. And it also talks about the Wandering Hollow, which was a reward, I believe, another reward for. Was it a stretch goal, or was this a Will o' the Witch one?
Or was the Wandering Hollow one of the three options that
Nat 20'd?
I believe it was the Wandering Hollow, the Warlock subclass,
and demons, the devils,
the
fiends.
Fiends.
Yeah. So the Wandering Hollow is basically a nomadic town of witches who all live in like Baba Yaga style round huts and wander the realm. And you can find out all about them in the book, including why they wander. I don't know if you read that part yet, Aston. I don't know if you've read that part.
Nope.
So even Aston doesn't know why they wander, but it's tied deeply to the world and the lore that I won't spoil. You can read that for yourself. And then finally, Kingdom of Blight. So this is all about how Blight began. So Blight has a history that's tied to the realm, where it ended up. And then it kind of leaves off on a question mark of whether or not the protections against Blight will hold. And the reason it ends sort of ambiguously, I said that really weird, ambiguously, is so that you as GMs can decide for yourselves exactly what that means, whether or not the men here will. You might want to run a Faerie game that doesn't involve the Blight, and you're more than welcome to. It's why we trapped it behind a wall. But it's there. If you need a big bad, it's there and it's waiting, and it will always be there and always be waiting.
It also gave you plenty of ways to break that wall if you need to.
Yes, yeah, including just tricking your players into cracking open the rocks so they can get the juicy insides in the form of Menhir bronze out of them. Yeah,
there's nothing that brings together an adventuring party more than them being the reason the apocalypse is happening.
yeah. But this is so this is the second mention of the blighted condition. So that's a new condition in the book. And Blight itself has its own unique aspects. One thing before we even get to the stat blocks, I'll just say, Blight doesn't really have its own creatures bar a couple. Because Blight comes with an entire set of template mechanics you can apply to any other stat block to make them blighted. Which we'll get to like at the end of the bestiary. But that it opens you up to create basically, it's a monster factory. For you to turn anything you want into like a twisted undead plague beast.
Again, kind of leaning on like the White Walker, like corrupting one of Daenerys' dragons vibe.
Totally. Like, or you could make a Blight Sworn dragon. Easy.
And also, I just want to say I highly recommend if there's a particular NPC your players are very fond of, a blighted version of that NPC.
It would be mean, but you could do it. And we've given you the tools. And now we're on to the fealty section. So this is the unique system for this book. Again, a thing we try to do with all of our books. And when I say all, I mean the two we've done so far, but that would be a thing that we hope to continue to do, is have like a unique mechanical system in all of them. And for Faerie, it's fealty. So fealty is essentially, it's a favours system where, somewhat similar to piety in something like Theros, you can earn a fealty score, so you can accrue points by acting in service of one of the kingdoms once you've pledged yourself to them, and this gives you access to calling upon their favour and that might be magic, it might be like specific things, it might be summoning aid in the form of creatures or even battalions of soldiers, and it's all fueled by fealty dice. These were intended as things that players can do like once or twice a week, depending on what they are. Like they're not meant to be spammed. They're meant to be kept sort of, you know, within the certain bounds. And the fealty die is something that the party shares. So if you're spending one, that's a thing your party has to sign off on, or at least you would hope so, because I would say that technically any character could spend them without permission, but everyone would be aware of it. So you make those choices at your own peril. These are the various ranks. Again, we won't go through them, but you just so you know what you get the token of fealty, which it comes in the physical form of the coins. You get a house retainer, which is literally what it sounds like. You get a person who will follow you on your adventures and help you kick ass. You get a favoured privilege, which sort of allows you to pick a favour that you can use sort of endlessly, somewhat. You get a house standard, which provides unique boons, and then at the end you get a blessing, which again provides unique boons that you get to pick from. We're not going to go through all of these because we would be here for another 4 hours. Yeah. But this
I think as kind of like the best elevator pitch for people, fealty is kind of like a party-wide piety system.
Yeah,
like
you can trade and spend 1 for 1 for abilities and powers. Yeah. So we can go through Spring as an example. Well, actually, do you want to pick one is there one in particular you want to go through? Spring or a different one? It's up to you.
I will always love Avalon, so give me
Okay, let's
more
go.
chance
We can go to the
Avalon.
Avalon one, yeah. Avalon. Yeah, so swearing fealty means that you sort of have to swear your pledge in service of the house. The house comes with goals that they are aiming for, so that each of them is listed a bunch of things. These are both for players and GMs, so that you can be aware of, like... to be honest, these sections are mostly for GMs to adjudicate and hand out these powers and gift them to your players as rewards. But there's goals, and then there's also some highlighted things that might cause a party to earn fealty with a particular kingdom and lose fealty with a particular kingdom. We also talk about earlier in the section about how often a party should gain a tier of fealty. So how often should they be ranking up? And for us, we sort of pinned it at about every tier of play. So every 5 levels, you gain a rank would be the aim, but that could vary.
And so the earning and losing fealty sections are kind of intentionally non-exhaustive, because it is very much kind of at a GM's discretion. Like,
yes.
Basically, anything that they can kind of attribute to being for the good of their spawn kingdom, gain fealty. Anything the opposite, lose fealty. There are many options for either way.
Yeah, totally. So the ones for Avalon are sort of, you get a variety of things. One of them, for example, is that you can summon a Steel Vigil, which is sort of like kind of animated construct of armor who will appear upon the battlefield and assist you for 1 hour. You gain bonuses to certain saving throws and ability checks if you can evoke their favor. Such as, like, for Avalon, it's you gain a bonus to, like, wisdom insight, wisdom perception, and intelligence investigation ability checks. So it's all about calling in the favor of the kingdom you're bound to, essentially. And as you rank up, those favors become more and more potent. You know, by the end of Avalon, so by the time you're sort of able to evoke rank 4, rank 5 favors, you're able to summon like a battalion of Avalon Knights. You're able to... I'm just reading them to make sure I know what the mechanics are, because again, a lot of these were written a long time ago. Yes, you can buff your allies. You can take the Ritual of Steel, so you spend 10 minutes, evoke their favor, and then for the next 8 hours, everyone in your party is immune to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage until they take it basically gives you a damage threshold. So you have to take a certain amount of damage in order to break that. And then here's an example of the retainer.
Also, just about fealty in general, like obviously, this being kind of our flagship new mechanic, it's the thing that we've shown off the least pre-release because it was something that we really were excited for people to see in its entirety when it was done.
Yes.
So we really want to hear people's experience with it and what they think about it.
Yes.
Like our ship system with Tempest, it's kind of the baby of Faerie, much like the Witches.
Yeah, true.
And also, I will say, can be like all of the tools and layouts are here to build. If you're not playing in Faerie or a different version of Faerie, you can super build, like, the layout is kind of the same for all the kingdoms.
Yes.
You could build another faction that makes a little bit more sense for or just reflavor things like that.
Yeah,
but the
totally.
fealty system in general is something that we're really excited about.
Yeah, I would actively encourage people to, like, if you want to use this for whatever your setting you're in, like Aston said, like, rip it apart and use the structure, use the skeleton of it to create your own thing. And if you do that, also, like, show us, let us know, because I'd love to see it. You know, the only reason this book exists is because me and Aston used to homebrew for our own stuff all the time, and you know, it's turned into this now. But that's how these sort of things get made, is jerry rigging your own. So please do, and show us if you do that. We'd love to see it. Yes, so here's an example of a retainer. So they get fealty rank specific abilities. So as you rank up, as does your retainer, they gain in hit points. Their attacks become more viable, and they're able to do more cool things. So as you rank up, for example, on Ironheart Knight at fealty rank 3, they gain access to Loyal Shield, which is that when an ally within 5 foot of the knight is hit by an attack, the knight can use its reaction to swap places with them and become the target of that attack, reducing the damage taken by a roll of your fealty die. It's stuff like that. So they sort of rank up alongside you. And then you get the standard, which is, the standard is what it sounds like. It's a flag that you can wear or carry into battle, and it gives you boons whilst you're within a radius of it, and whilst the creature holding it isn't incapacitated. So it's like a beacon, a totem beacon that you can carry into battle. And the blessings you can pick, but they're sort of mini feats. So they give you a bonus to your strength score, because it's Avalon. So each of them benefits a different ability. And then you can pick one of the 3, which for Avalon are the Blessing of the Mortal Vigil, the Blessing of the Stoic Heart, and the Blessing of Fellowship, each of them doing a different thing. And then there is one for Blight as well, which is evil, and is definitely the strongest of any of them, because if you're playing a Blight campaign, you're the bad guys.
Yeah, and I think way more so than when you're the heroes. If you're the bad guys, part of that fantasy is just being able to fuck shit up really bad. Yeah.
It's nasty. You will be nasty if you take this. There's some of the things it can do. Not good.
Yeah, in the same way that, like, the Oathbreaker Paladin and Death Domain Cleric are, like, more powerful because they're not intended for everyone. Like, the kind of Blight options in the book they're intentionally kind of dialed up a little bit. Definitely.
And then this is the penultimate section of the fealty section, which is the World Court favors. So those World Courts we were talking about, they can also grant you favors, but these function a bit more like magic items. So not in the sense that they are an item, but in the sense that they're things that a GM would reward you with if you decide to ally with and perform in service of the World Courts. You can gain these even if you are sworn to one of the Cardinal Kingdoms, but they give you very unique powers that are tied to the World Courts themselves. So, for example, if you perform things in service of House Burrow, You know, if you go on quests for House Burrow, if you help them out in various ways, they might gift you with access to one or more of these. And it's everything from being allowing you to call on their favour so you can talk to creatures, talk to beasts, to summoning beasts to your aid, to turning yourself and your entire party into beasts, to giving your party burrow, swim, or climb speeds, and even in the end allowing you to summon the Bear King himself into combat, which is rad. They're definitely cool.
Yeah.
Definitely cool thing to be able to do. But each of them has these, so go check them out. And the final section is class boons. So these are the powers you get granted passively that aren't tied to fealty die in terms of expending them, even though they use the die to fuel them in a way. So these are basically unique powers that you get based on your class. Based on your class and the kingdom you're sworn to. So, for example, if you are a druid who is aligned with Avalon, you can wild shape as a bonus action, and any bludgeoning, piercing, or slashing damage you deal whilst in that wild shape form is considered cold iron, for the purpose of overcoming resistances. So stuff like that. Again, we won't go through all of these because there's a lot of them, but they're ways that you can provide unique attributes to your character based on the class that you've taken and the kingdom you've sworn to. Is there anything you want to add, Aston, before we leave the fealty section behind?
That for anyone watching, there definitely isn't 3 class features missing from the cleric. They're just mislabeled.
Oh, are they?
Yeah, so the Autumn class boon is
Cool.
Doubtful Eye is a winter class boon, and Malignant Miracle is a blight class boon.
We shall fix those in the final release.
Yeah, they have been noted down because I noticed someone pointed them out in the Discord earlier.
Thanks to everyone who's been noticing this stuff and letting us know though as well. We really do appreciate it. We did our best to catch stuff, but we are limited, even with help sometimes. Right, so now we're on to Spoils of War, the penultimate chapter. This is where all the spells and all of the magic items are. We will not be going through all of these spells because we have made, I think, like 52 of them. So there's a lot of new spells for the book. A lot of them are witch spells, not all of them though. There are some standouts. We can pick our favourites, maybe ask them and talk about them if we want.
Yeah.
As we go through. An art note. This is me kind of. This.
Yeah, when I was going through the book and the first time this was in the book, I was like, Connor, why is there a picture of you in the book and why are you casting magic?
Yeah, you got to use as an illustrator. You have to use what reference you can have to hand, and sometimes when a pose you can't find a pose reference anywhere else, you have to use yourself. I don't look exactly like that, but there's me in there. There's definitely me in there.
David, that was intentional. So a lot of the spells, because we needed to flesh out. He asked, "Is it normal that only a wizard only get one new level 1 spells?" So because a lot of the spells kind of fit, like kind of the witchy, druidy, natural niche, we found a lot of them. If we were to give them to wizards, it would kind of fill the wizards just have access to everything niche, which we didn't really want to do.
Yeah, they already have access to almost everything, and so we did bogard them from the wizard a little bit because they were designed to make the witch class feel special and the other classes feel more fairy-like, and the wizard already gets access to everything else. So, yeah, we did keep them out of the wizard's hands a little bit, very deliberately, like Aston said.
But also, if you've got a wizard that's particularly interested in stuff like this,
there's also the onomancy. There's also the onomancy, that you can gift to wizards. That feels more wizard-like in some ways.
Very true.
Right, so... there's one, actually. We didn't get rid of the XX on Shadow. We need to do that. Has that been caught yet, Aston?
No, that's an us cat.
People haven't made it that deep yet.
No.
But do you want to write that down so that we don't forget?
Yeah, I will.
Yes, there's a bunch of spells. A bunch of these are like shadow spells. So, for example, Black Mirror is our 8th level necromancy spell. It lets you make a shadow doppelganger out of someone who is obsessed with doing nothing but killing the thing it's a doppelganger of. Including gets like shadow copies of their equipment and stuff. It's kind of like an evil instant simulacrum.
Yeah, it's the narrative trope of an evil clone of yourself, but made of shadow.
Yeah, it's like the fetch myth, really.
Yeah,
in a lot of ways. But yes, there are tons of spells. We'll just point out our favourites as we go. Corpse Blast, I think, gets an honorary mention.
absolutely.
Immediately. Exploder Corpse, bigger the bomb.
Yeah.
Is that a typo there? There is a typo there. Oh no, it's less than small. Great, that's not a typo. Less than small. Equal to or less than small. Excellent. Corpse Stride lets you disappear inside a body and reappear in another body as if it was Tree Stride, which again is very niche but disgusting and cool.
A couple of these spells, I'm not sure where Connor was mentally when he came up with them.
Do you know what? I think I was listening to NADPod when I wrote Corpse Stride, because there is again, this is so niche. In campaign 1 of none of the D&D podcast, there is a bad guy. It's one of the 4 horsemen, and he can disappear inside a body and reappear in another one. And I was like, I'm writing that down. That's a great idea for a spell.
I mean, to be fair, talking about niche references, Court Blast is just from Divinity Original Sin 2.
It does have a yeah, that's true. That's its origin. That's very true. Should we be giving away the game as much as that? Yeah, that's why people tune in.
I think the insights here for anyone that wants to make their own D&D supplements is play a lot of video games and consume a lot of media and ignore anyone that tells you otherwise.
Yeah. Yeah, because there's tons of fun stuff out there. There's loads of inspiration. Dark just lets you make things darker. It's the opposite of light. We've got Dooming Blade, which is like Booming Blade, but it induces anxiety that hurts you. Death Throws lets you, when someone dies, it lets you use their body to bitch slap somebody else within 5 foot of them.
My absolute favourite spell in the book, Hexen Wolf, which is a forced malicious polymorph.
Yes. Yep.
With insanely good art.
Yeah. I don't know why I went so hard on that art. I guess that's good concept, and then just ran with it. But the Hexen Wolf basically is like polymorph into a wolf plus dominate person.
But what's really fun is I think a lot of the mechanics we design is there's always a trade-off. So if you lose concentration on,
they can choose to stay as a wolf. Yeah.
Yeah, so you could have just made your goblin enemy into actually quite a bad direwolf enemy instead.
Yeah. Elder Purge lets you burn the magic inside a person. So if there's a spellcaster, they essentially the more powerful of a spellcaster they are, the worse that spell is for them. On a failed save, they take damage, poison damage equal to 2d8 times the ability modifier they use for their save. So if they have a +5, they take 10d8 poison damage off that bad boy.
Lone Oak is a fun one as well.
Lone Oak's like a sort of totem spell, isn't it? Where it's like you can put a tree in the middle of combat that has different abilities depending on which of the options you pick. I
think it's a fun buff spell that buffs an area rather than a creature or group of creatures.
Martyr lets you combine 2 people's hit point total into a single hit point total that they both share. Mischief lets you it's a cantrip, makes you a creature makes a saving throw, and then you can force them to make an involuntary movement, drop a thing it's holding, cause it to pull a facial expression, make one sound to emanate from the creature, such as a belch, laugh, or a scream, or cause your voice to emanate from the creature. You can say a single sentence of no more than 5 words. To anyone, it's a Chaos Gremlins. It is a Chaos Gremlin spell.
It's the dickhead version of Prestidigitation.
Mori Memento.
One.
Oh, Moot, yeah, Moot lets you, like, anyone who has the spell, who's concentrating on that spell, can talk to anyone else who's concentrating on that spell within a mile.
Which seems really powerful for a cantrip, but then you realise it is any other creature.
It's an open way, yeah, it's like an open channel walkie-talkie spell.
So if your players are using it to communicate, you just chime in as the BBEG, being like, I can hear you.
Or you just have them listen to everything they say.
Yeah.
Mori Memento lets you see the last 10 minutes of a creature's life. So a dead creature, you can walk up to it and see the last 10 minutes it saw of its life. This, by the way, Mori Memento. Normally it's Memento Mori, which is remember death or remember you will die. But we swapped it so that it would be death remembers or death memories.
Connor was really worried that people would thought he'd made a mistake when he wrote that out.
Yeah, that's why I'm mentioning it now.
To be fair, I am waiting for that one to come up in the corrections Discord.
Yeah. Time of the season is our big 9th level for Faerie. You'd like to do one big 9th level for each book if we can. And it's sort of like is it Storm of Vengeance is the one that lets you progress?
Yeah, very Storm of Vengeance in 5.
Yeah, it's inspired by that for sure, but it lets you progress the seasons in an area, creating new effects and dealing damage over, like... It's got a range of sight and it takes place over a 500-foot radius.
And for anyone that's read Tempest, knows the 9th level spell in that is called Tempest. And I really pushed on calling Time of the Season Faerie, but
it made no sense, so I disallowed it. Yeah. Also, I'm just gonna before I don't want to pass over it completely, but Possessed Corpse is
what it sounds like.
Yeah, it's a brainchild that I don't know where it came from, but I think I had a dream and then I woke up one day and I was like, wouldn't it be really cool if you could just be in a dead body, like possess a dead body for, like, I don't know, espionage purposes or something else like that. I don't know what use it has, but I had to write it once I thought about it, so now it exists.
It's particularly disgusting that the corpse changes based on how long it's been dead.
Yeah, it gets grosser. Of course it does. It's a good GM spell, I think, maybe. Any on these you want to talk about, Aston? Twitching Curse, Failbane, Witching Hour. Witching Hour is good. 8th level, yeah. Had to get that in there, like the idea of the sort of the bell tolling and the dead walking.
Witchwell as well, like the ability to just drop a healing potion vending machine down is really fun.
That's drawn straight from folklore as well. Those are real things. Wells that you can find out in the world, out in Britain, that were said to carry healing waters within them. There's a bunch in Wales and Cornwall as well. And then here's our Onomancy spell. So this was a stretch goal, I believe, right?
It was, yes.
Yeah, so this is the magic of naming. These spells are definitely... I would say they're probably stronger than spells of their normal level, right? I think that's probably fair to say, balance-wise.
Yeah, they're more powerful than, like, a 4th level spell. The 4th level spells are more powerful than a normal 4th level spell.
Yes.
But they have the restriction of intentionally not being on any class's spell list.
Yes.
So these are spells that can be given out as rewards or something else.
Yeah. By
GMs. So they kind of... It's not like a player is going to turn up and be like, I can cast Addendum now.
Yes, which is, if anyone's seen the Ring of the Grammarian, I think is how it's often commonly referred to, but it's basically, you can change one letter in a spell name and then the results follow suit, as given in this clear visual example, Fireball, which we'll mention here, for the longest time, that piece of artwork had the B crossed out on it because I was sleep deprived and I hadn't. So for ages it said Firewall, and I didn't notice it. No, I didn't notice it until my partner was reading the book, and then she was like, "What does that mean? And why is there like a cow on fire next to it?" And I was like, "Oh, whoops!" But you can still kind of see here. There's just this little bit of the B. You can kind of see how it's darker where there was once a cross through it.
Oh, that's a point.
Yeah.
David's just pointed out Agnomen is listed in the cantrip list, but isn't there.
Oh. If anything like that, go into the Discord and put them in the corrections thing, because there's a hot chance we might forget. So I think Agnomen got renamed. I think that's why. And I didn't delete it.
Just having a quick look. I don't think it's there, but I believe Agnomen originally was a cantrip that lets you hide your true name from a creature.
Oh, it might have done.
I believe, but that got taken out because... In fact, no, I remember the conversation. It's because originally the Fey Lords, so stat blocks were going to use true names in some way.
Yeah, I think so.
So the ability to hide your true name was useful, but the version we ended up going with doesn't anymore. So it kind of became a bit of a roleplay cantrip. So we just kind of ripped it. So it's not missing from the book. It shouldn't be on the list.
Yes, totally. Even though it's got a cool name.
It does.
Right, we're on to magic items. We shall breeze through these as well. The only thing I really want to point out is just the fact that all of the items are kind of spiteful in this book, because they're drawn obviously in that medieval ink style, which was fun. Really enjoyed doing that. They're also written in a very medieval way of speaking, which took way longer than I'd like to admit to translate all of our mechanical design into medieval talk. I hope it's still completely legible and understandable. I think it is. I think we did a decent job.
Yeah, it was also really fun because I wrote a lot of these magic items and I got to hand them over to Connor, who then Old Englished them.
Yeah. I think we did about 50-50, didn't we, of the magic items? So half of these are mine, half of these are yours. Aston did all of the the Brooch of Bloom and the Bountiful Harvest, did all of the seasonal tied ones and the blight tied ones. And I did a lot of the sort of random shit. Yeah.
Also, just a note, obviously anyone that did buy the item cards, all of the items do have art. It's just there are only so many pages in a book and we couldn't fit item art for all of them.
Yes, so all of the item cards will be illustrated in this vibe and style. Is there anything that you want to point out particularly as we move through? That you love or that you think is worth noting?
I just think there's a few names I'm really excited about. So the armor of the Midsummer Night is a really fun one.
Yes. Yeah. That one. That one's yours, isn't it? Yeah, that one's yours. It was the Midwinter one. Was mine the Midwinter tabard? Yeah.
Tabard. Yeah, and also there's fun ones that kind of do things that consumables that.
Yes, I did a bunch of consumables because that's what we wanted more of, wasn't it? Like the Crampog of Enog.
Yes.
Which is Crampogs are a pancake, basically. They're like a Welsh cake. I don't know if everyone's gonna know what a Welsh cake is, especially if you're from America. If you're from America, try a Welsh cake if you can get a recipe for one. They're my favourite thing in the world. They're amazing. But Crampogs are they're like a what's it called? Is it a griddle cake? You know, like a sort of scone kind of thing. So you can eat those warm cakes to get a boost.
My favorite magic item in the standard magic items. Obviously, I love the Congregate Arms as always. But my favorite standard magic item in the book is Plenty, which is an arcane focus that is basically a DM's bane. If anyone's ever run a combat encounter where a player can summon hordes of minions, it's the worst. So obviously I wrote a magic item that lets them summon more of those minions.
Yeah. It is wicked. But to be honest, all of the the kingdom ones are really, really cool.
Also, just in terms of names, this one's a Connor one, but the Malleus Maleficarum.
Oh yes, the Witch's Hammer.
Yeah, for anyone that is into witch history, Malleus Maleficarum is a book. It's a real life book.
Yeah, it's called the Hammer. Is it the Hammer of the Witches or something like that?
Yeah. And so Connor turned it into an actual hammer of witches.
Yeah, it's a hammer that hurts extra bad if you hit a witch with it. Uh, um, yeah, there's a few that I would like to just bring attention to as we go through. So first of all, we have augments in the book, which are magic items you can affix to existing items. So you have a bunch of shield bosses that you can affix to existing shields that augment those shields. You've got like a blighted pustule, haven't you? That's also one of those.
Yes.
Which is like just a horrific. Here it is, yeah, a horrific like tumor that you can affix to a weapon.
Disgusting is what I'd call it.
Yeah, it's horrific. But there's a few in here that I just wanted to quickly touch on, which is one is the flying ointment, which is a real thing. Witches used flying ointments back in the day that are meant to be like a hallucinogenic toxin. So all of those mechanics are born from that, including the fact that you can use them to turn a broom into a broom of flying, or you can use turn a sword into a dancing sword. That if anyone's seen Scooby-Doo 2, it does what the Black Knight sword does. It sort of moves of its own accord. You can give a beast a flying speed, etc. The Garrulous Cap, which is, again, not to keep getting back here, but the sorting hat from Harry Potter, basically. It's a hat with a big old ego that sits on your head and helps you concentrate on spells and do other things, except it's really, really pretentious and doesn't shut up.
Not far off the sorting hat from Harry Potter, to be fair.
No, it's kind of what I imagined he would be like if you took him on an adventure a little bit.
And also, obviously, that one, and there's a bunch of other like witch exclusive magic items in the book.
Yes, like the Grimoire of the Coven. Yeah.
Yeah, which was a stretch goal. So there's a couple of like generic, like for every witch ones, and then there's also one that replace your
yes,
Athame.
These appear
kind of an upgrade to your Athame in some way.
Blade of the Crimson Tongue, Bells of the Returning Heart, and then also the this bad boy, the Cudgel of the Lone Oak. Are all those. Main Maggle. That's one I just want to pull a quick note to, which is.
Is that the bread one?
No, so Main Maggle it's a very obscure. Like I actually couldn't find mention of it anywhere that wasn't in a actual written book. I found like a really old written book. That was all about it was collated folk tales of Wales specifically, I think, and this one spoke of this like small like snake skin bead that you could put in water to turn the water into like a sort of healing well. You would like drop it at the bottom of a basin, and now it exists in the book. So perhaps if you Google Main Maggle one day, that will be the only thing that comes up other than like Internet Archive style scanned pages of old folklore books. Nulog's Cast, that was in the preview, but again there's some Welsh in there. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right, but Nulog means fog in Welsh. Poison of the Humours. I'm not going to go into what that is, other than the fact that it relies on the medieval idea of healing to gain its mechanics, and it's a giant, horrific, fat leech that you apply. It's full of poison that you apply to your weapon by squeezing the leech. And then I think that's it really, other than maybe Scabbard, just because it's a good pun.
We do love, just throughout the book, we do love a good pun.
Yeah. Oh, and then the final one, this is the bread one, with the fruit bread one. Trickster's Barmbrack. Again, much like the Welsh cake, if anyone has a chance to try Barmbrack, I recommend it. It's sort of like a fruit loaf. I wouldn't call it a fruit cake. It's like a fruit loaf. But it's bloody delicious. And the whole thing of a Barmbrack is that I believe you hide a penny in it. Similar to how you do with Christmas pudding. And so the idea of it being shared and there being treasure inside of it is what became this item, which I'm not going to go through, but you can read for yourself. And then finally, the Shards of Caliburn, which is... They use a unique formatting of magic item that we invented, called the Congregate Arms, which are magic items that get stronger if everyone in your party has one of them. So... Unlike magic items that get stronger as you wield them, like what they called the ones that Matt Mercer invented.
Vestiges.
Vestiges. Yes. So unlike a vestige that just gets stronger as you use it and you gain in power, Congregate Arms get stronger as your party gains a new one. So they gain effects within themselves that get stronger. So they have congregate properties. So, for example, Clarent gets a +1 to bonus to attack and damage rolls for each shard wielder, so a shard of Caliburn, within range, to a maximum of a +3. So within 60 foot.
Also really fun about these is with congregate arms in general, because there was also a bunch in Tempest.
Yeah.
They glow.
Yeah, some of them do.
Some of them do. They all do slightly different things, but they so their congregate properties don't require the other wielders to be allies.
Yes, they still work even if an enemy's wielding them.
So there's a really fun narrative aspect of your sword beginning to glow as an enemy comes up with a dagger that you recognize or something like that.
Yeah.
And it's just they're the sort of items that you would like implement into a campaign from the start, like intentionally.
Yeah, they're story items for sure. Yeah. And these ones in particular, the Shards of Caliburn, they're all created from essentially the bits of Excalibur. I told you there was some Lord of the Rings in this, because this is very similar to Narsil. But yeah, these are all created from the very first Pendragon, Arthur, who landed in Faerie, broke his iron blade, his iron greatsword into pieces so that he could share it amongst his knights, and that's what became the Shards of Caliburn. So, and they're all named after real weapons from Arthurian legends. So you've got Carnwennen, Clarent, Prydwent, and Wygar. So a shield, chainmail, a blade, and dagger.
And just a whole bunch of King Arthur references.
Tons.
All throughout.
Stuff to the gills. And then finally, this is the last chapter. We're finally here. The Bistarium. One thing I'm just going to note while we're here is that this illustration is based on a folly in a place in Cornwall that's very near and dear to my heart. And I drew the sketch that became this piece whilst I was there, and so this one in particular is very close to my heart.
It's also one of my favourite pieces because the longer you look at it, the more you realise is going on.
Oh yeah, there's a ton. There's a dead guy here. There's a guy leaping off here. This is who you want to be. This is who you don't want to be. There's a guy walking the stairs. It's Edgecombe Folly, by the way. If anyone's interested, it's on Mount Edgecombe. It's called Edgecombe's Folly. If you end up going there, everyone's going to be very upset that I told the world that that's a place that exists. But it's gorgeous and beautiful, and you should go if you can. Right, this is the final chapter then. The final chapter of the book at long last. It's split into two, so you've got our sort of NPC folk section, and then the bestiary itself. We started with templates for this one, so there's two templates here. There's basically a series of features you can apply to creatures to make them Etakin, Hagborn, or Cairndwin. So if you want to have an NPC who is an Etakin or is a Hagborn or is a Cairndwin, you can just apply these traits and actions to any of them, and that will allow you to sort of mechanically represent that that's what they are, because it's as a GM, it's happened to me a lot. It's probably you as well, Aston, where like you'll have a Dragonborn NPC and you're using, say, like a Berserker stat block or whatever, and they don't have a breath weapon.
Yeah, for sure.
So we wanted to make sure we didn't miss that. So for GMs, like if you want to have Etakin, and they're simplified as well, so you don't have to rip the player actions. They are much simpler than the player actions. They're built to go in stat blocks, but they evoke that vibe. And then this little template here just tells you how to do what we did with all the resistances to cold iron. So including having them sort of turn off passive traits, which is a thing that happens a lot. So it teaches you how to, again, take any stat block and turn it into a phase stat block that feels in line with the rest of them that you'll find in this book, which should hopefully open you up to a lot of the wide variety of content available for 5e. You can grab these things and you can turn other people's stuff into things that fit within the setting or feel more Fae.
Or even take the existing, because I think we can
take the existing Fae stuff. Yeah, totally.
The Wizards didn't go nearly as hard with the Fae as they could have done.
That's
So
why we're here, baby.
yeah, turning the dial up a little bit on the Fae is some like giving them like cold iron vulnerable and things like that. Is
Yeah.
the sort of thing that we think is really fun.
Yeah, yeah, because I think it's important that these creatures. It's why a lot of the creatures in this book you'll find have similar through lines for them. It's not that we wanted to replicate things in all of them. It's that when players are fighting Fae, we wanted to feel like they're fighting Fae, and the way we did decide to do that was to have like certain things they can anticipate. Like it's one of the coolest things in 5e, right, is when you're fighting a dragon, someone goes, it's going to have a breath weapon. You just know it's going to have a breath weapon because it's a dragon. And then you don't know exactly what the breath weapon might do, but you know it's got one. And so we wanted to give all of the Fae something, you know, something that's in line with that. And so, yeah, so it splits up, the NPC section is split up predominantly into the kingdoms. So each of the kingdoms has a ruler. For Spring, that's the Green Lord. If anyone's seen the Green Knight film, his armor was heavily inspired by that style of armor. And his lieutenant. So each of them has a ruler and then a hand, like a right hand. So there's basically like a sort of use CR20 plus ruler NPC, and then a CR like, what would you say, Aston, like 12 to 15 NPC as their right hand?
Yeah, I think they're basically all 12 except
Cool.
for Blight and Avalon.
Cool. Yeah. Obviously the Green Lord is based off the Green Man. His iconography is on the cover and features in his in both his art and the stat block art around the thing. Blodeuwedd is from Welsh myth, I believe. She was born of flowers. She's part of the Arthurian cycle, I think, or adjacent to it. In Welsh mythology. And then each of the sections
Also,
finishes with soldiers. Sorry, Aston. There we go.
No, just talking about like the kind of lords and ladies of the factions. They all, stat block wise, they're all obviously very big CR, but they also follow kind of a pattern showing that they're kind of like mirrors of each other. So they all have like a decree ability that lets them command like their forces.
Yes.
And a fun little nod. They all have 365 hit points.
Yep, they do. They do.
Which is something that when I was making the stat blocks that Connor hadn't done, they all had close to that. And then Connor went through and was like, they all need 365 hit points.
Yeah, because I did. What did I do? I did spring, summer, autumn, and then you did winter, didn't you? Did Bera for these. Yeah. And then I remember you. I think you thought it was a mistake at first, didn't you? Like I'd accidentally left it like that, and I was like, no.
I really thought it was a coincidence. Yeah. And I was like, that's a really neat coincidence. And Connor was like, no, that's an intentional design decision.
Yeah. Is Blodeuwedd in the Mabinogion? She does interact with the Arthurian knights, doesn't she, at some point? I don't know. I can't remember. But like I said, go read about all of this stuff, because it's...
Sounds like an excuse to go and consume more folklore.
Please do. It's important. Yes, and then each of them has a soldier and each of them has a battalion stat block. So if you want to run mass combat, we've kind of tried to make it a bit easier by making swarm stat blocks of the soldiers. These also can be summoned by fealty powers. That's worth noting actually, Aston. I think the Avalon fealty powers summon. It says it summons the Knights of Avalon and not an Avalon battalion. If you want to note that down, I don't know if anyone's caught that yet, but we can note that down and change it.
Noted.
The Queen of Elfame, similar. All of these big NPC stat blocks have a custom illustrated border, which I insisted on doing, even though we were up against it with time. But
one of the last things Connor did, and I will fully admit, I tried to convince him not to do them because I thought they were pointless. And then I saw them and I was like, okay, no, I appreciate it. There was a reason we did this.
Yeah. They add a lot. Queen of Elfame.
Also, I think, obviously, not to pat you on the back too much, but I think the art throughout the book is great. But the Beastarium section is some of the best art in the book for sure.
Yeah,
Especially some of like the big painted NPC pieces.
I really felt like I hit my stride with it at this point. It was a challenge to do. I never really liked doing architectural pieces like the castles and stuff. I like it a lot more now than I used to, which is interesting. The same thing happened with Tempest. I had to paint so many fucking boats, and I hate painting ships. And by the end of it, I missed it when I'd stopped doing it.
Well, that's going to be really useful for our next campaign.
It is, which we will get to. But getting back into doing like people, you know, and all of this kind of stuff was really, really wonderful. I had a lot of fun. Just picking the colours and picking the stuff and trying to make them feel evocative. I do have a favourite, I think, though, of all of these rulers. The Goodfellow Knight is Queen Elphame's right-hand man. Some others may know him as Puck from Midsummer Night's Dream. But in Faerie, he's a maniacal, laughing jester knight with a smiling helm. It is very fun to take those sort of concepts and just Game of Thrones-ify them.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So all of the knights in Summer, actually, this is the perfect time for me to talk about this. I tried to use a design through line, so a physical, visible design through line. So you'll notice all of the warriors of Summer. So here in the Retainer, in the Goodfellow Knight, all of their helms have faceplates. So all of their helms, their design of their helms features a visage style metal faceplate because I wanted to give them a unique look, and so that's what Summer features. Spring tends to feature plant iconography, so their helm. So this helm is meant to look like a bloom, and even their spear has like blooming leaves. The Retainer features a like acorn-like helmet, and obviously you've got the Green Lord in his tree-esque helm. This is my favourite piece, I think, of the rulers, is Arawn, King of Autumn. In the original mythology, Lord Arawn he's one of the Lords of Death of the Otherworld, but we made him the Lord of Autumn for ours because we just thought his myth fit best with what we'd written for Autumn.
Honestly, I think between Autumn and the Wild Hunt, there were so many mythological figures that we were like, these fit so well for the lore.
Yeah.
We just had to cherry pick like our favourite 3 or 4.
Yeah, there were tons.
And it's really sad how many mythological figures I wanted to do stat blocks for that had to be called to the wayside.
Yeah, big time. He's also probably my favourite of the stat blocks as well because he's got 3 dogs. And so he's a strong warrior, but really he's connected to his hounds, and that's what gives him his power, which is taken straight from the real mythology of Lord Arawn. And he's backed up by Herne the Hunter, who is, I think he's a figure from the Forest of Dean, isn't he? Originally,
I believe so. He's
Yeah.
also my favourite piece of like character art in the book.
like the NPC ones.
Yeah, for
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah, he's got like I think you said he's got real like dark fantasy vibes to him.
Yes, like especially like old school dark fantasy.
Yes, yeah.
Like I see that guy on the cover of a fighting fantasy book.
Oh, I'm turning straight to page 150. What's the
Yeah,
there's a page in it where you can like. Do you know what I'm doing? I'm holding my thumb in the first page of that book so I can flip back when I inevitably make a poor decision and die. I heard that again, a bit of a peek behind the screen. Herne the Hunter, the reference art the reference photograph that I used to sculpt this piece from, is of I don't exactly know where from. I thought maybe Mongolian or something similar, but an eagle hunter. There's these hunters like currently in the modern day world who hunt using eagles on horseback, and I use that as pose reference because like Herne has an owl and a horse, so but I thought that was fascinating. I didn't learn much about them. I'm going to go learn about them at some point because they're really interesting. But similarly with the design through line for Autumn was this sort of not being able to see their eyes behind their helm thing, so like an open faceplate but having these like hidden eyes, which is also in part why Aron's eyes aren't shown, but the eyes of his hounds are, because that's how he sees essentially.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I thought about this stuff. You have to if you're an illustrator. You have to put the thought in.
Yeah, I just come in afterwards and tell you how cool it all looks.
It's you know what it is. I remember watching the Lord of the Rings behind the scenes stuff, and that Weta Workshop were talking about how when they were designing stuff for Lord of the Rings, they wanted to design it as if it was an actual history. So if they made design decisions, they made them and then justified them into the world. So like when they were designing Rohan, it's a lot of horse stuff. And so they lent heavily on like I think it's like Saxon style of armor and stuff. And because they made that decision, every decision they made from there's like a through line. And I did a much smaller version of it, but I thought it was important that if we're crafting the world visually as well, that all of these things have like a through line. You know, I wanted them to feel like all of their armor was made by the same blacksmith in a way. You know, or at least by blacksmiths with the same cultural background.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, like, Hearn's stat block follows a similar pattern to Aron's.
Yes.
Where, like, they both kind of lean on animal companions in a
100%.
different way.
Yeah, and Hearn's got a bit of the wild hunt in him as well, because obviously, spoiler for the lore, but Hearn was at one point a member of the wild hunt in Faerie, so his stat block pulls on some of the mechanics there. And then the final ruler, Queen Beera, who is...
Although Hearn is my favourite artistically, she is my favourite statistically.
The one you made. Yeah.
Yeah. I just...
Well, I should hope so, to be fair.
I love her.
Yeah.
I love... Oh,
She's
no, I also
wicked.
made the Pendragon, to be fair.
That's true. But the Witch Queen of Winter, she's yeah, she's really cool. She's got a lot of like hag witch style stuff, but all boiled down into this like divination premonition sort of vibe, which I think is really cool. Like she's I think always, while she's not affected by cold iron, she's under the effects of the foresight spell at all times, which sort of gives her this like constantly looking into the future. She's actually pretty vicious for as far as stat blocks go. She'd be a hard fight, I think. I mean, they all would be, but...
And also, Connor finally let me get double concentration into a thing.
Yeah. Well, we can't give it as player abilities, but yeah.
It's only for a short period of time, but she can concentrate on 2 spells at once.
Yeah. Which is cool. Which is very cool. Your players will hate you for that one.
And also, she's particularly unique. She's based a little bit on the Vecna stat block they did quite recently, like big and bad spellcaster vibes, because she can actually take more than one reaction per turn.
Yes.
So basically, if she's fighting spellcasters, no, she's not, because they just can't cast spells anymore.
Yeah, because she's got a sort of counter-spell-esque sigil that she can use, right?
Yeah, so she can counter-spell up to 3 spells per round.
Yeah. She's brutal. She is brutal. But she's the Queen of Winter, you know? Don't fuck with her. And then the Helmwind is her second in command, who I'm going to make a note of this one, because the Helmwind is the only one who's not drawn directly from mythology or folklore. He's drawn from... there is a single wind in the British Isles that has a name. So like there's a lot of different named winds across the world, but Britain only has one. It's like a wind that is regular enough that you can expect when it arrives. I think it's in the northern, is it the northeast or the northwest of Scotland's coast, like the Hebrides, you know, the islands, like I think it's around that way. Mm-hmm. But it's a rolling bank of wind that like rolls these like bank clouds in across over the ocean. And it's called the Helmwind. And the second I read it, I was like, cool, let's make that a bad guy. Or at least let's make that, you know, a beast of a man. So this fella here is the Helmwind. He is the wind turned into he's sort of, if the ancient wind was wrapped in armor and turned into a vicious fighter. So he's a huge beast.
I think it's also a testament to how skilled you are narratively, because when you told me that for the first time, I was surprised because I thought it was existing folklore.
Yeah, well, it feels like if you're going to name something, I kind of wish there were folklore, but it feels like if you're going to name something, like if you're going to give a wind a name, it has to have a reason. and it doesn't.
Yeah.
But now it does. Yes, and then the Soldier of Winter. Again, Winter's got a very specific vibe. They have a very, like, I guess, like Saxon vibe. They've got round shields. They tend to have spears. They have these, like, half-head face plates and chainmail. So I went for a lot more of that early medieval look. Because it's also that they tend to be wrapped in furs and stuff, and that helps with this kind of look. So that's them. So those are the Cardinal Kingdoms, and then finally we arrive at Avalon, the Warriors of Avalon. So this is the Pendragon. This is the ruler, the King Arthur of the setting. All of his abilities, correct me if I'm wrong, Aston, but a lot of them in the other stat blocks, they sort of rely on them doing things, but the Pendragon relies on other people doing things. He's a king of the people in that way, right?
Yeah, for sure. Like, even his, like, legendary resistances he can give to other people, which I think is a completely novel mechanic. I don't think it's been done before.
Yes.
But he has legendary, they're called Avalonian resistance, so he can just gift those, like, if one of his allies fails a saving throw, he can force them to pass.
Yeah, which is cool. It's so cool.
He's also kind of built as a bit of a mirror to the Fey Lords, because he has cold iron gear rather than cold iron vulnerability.
Yes.
Which is really fun, because if a Fey hits him, they suffer cold iron vulnerability.
Yeah. He's cool. Actually, do you want to make a note, Aston, that the legendary action thing needs to be formatted a little differently for the Pendragon?
Yes.
But yeah, he's really cool. He's a lower CR as well. Like, he's not as dangerous as the other Fey rulers are, which I think is perfect for him, because it's the strength of the people around him is what really gets him. And now on to...
Also, Sam's just joined the chat as well, who's currently in Australia, which I think is a testament to how long we've been streaming.
Good lord. Yes, Wayland the Smith. Is Germanic, I think. There's a lot of legends in British folklore that are partly Germanic. For obvious reasons, I think. But Wayland is one of them. And Wayland Smithy is a place you can go to, which is meant to be the forge of this ancient, like, legendary smith. So we took him and put him in Avalon as he's both the sort of Lord Master of Iron, and he is the hand of the king. So he's the guy that forges the cold iron, and he is also the guy that hits you with it if you step to the Pendragon. His character design, I just was really stoked about. Yeah.
So cool.
Yeah, he just looks badass. Like, I want to be that guy. He looks wicked.
And again, mechanically, like, he was a really fun one to build as well, because again, kind of like the support vibe.
Yeah, like building a smith as a martial melee character. Yeah,
super fun to do.
Yeah. Yes, and then you've got the Avalonian knights and the battalion. Actually, I suppose the vibe I went for with the Avalonian guys is there's a lot more like Crusader great helms in them, compared to some of the armor of the Fey, which tends to be a bit more high medieval or primitive in the sense of like Saxon. The Avalonian soldiers are very, like, what is it, like 12th century probably, 11th 12th century great helm sort of style,
which obviously everyone knows is the best kind of helmet.
It's a great helmet. It looks great. It's really great to draw as well. Like, it's
a great helm.
Yeah, and they wear tabards and stuff like that. It's the quintessential. And then finally, for the kingdoms anyway, we rely on Blight. So Ankau is a figure from Welsh mythology, I believe, right? Or no, is Ankau might be Cornish originally. Because he is... So we were essentially looking for, like, through the research, we would note down when we found, like, gods or figures of death in Celtic mythology and stuff like that. And we came across one called Ancow, which I think it's Ancow in Cornish and like Angao in Welsh. But he's basically he's sort of like he's a Grim Reaper-esque figure. In the Cornish myth that I read. He's like the first person to have ever died, I think, something like that, is part of his mythology. And the mythology doesn't have him being like an evil bad guy in the way we've got him, but it felt like the perfect, boots to walk in for inspiration. And he is horrific to fight. He's a CR25, and I mean, you designed him, Aston. Do you want to? I'm just gonna crack another cold one real quickly, but do you want to talk about him a little bit while I go grab that?
Yeah. So whereas the Pendragon is kind of like a less selfish version of the Fey Lords, Ankow is everything they are, but a black mirror of it. So he, again, if you can't tell, I like fucking with existing mechanics when I design. So his version of a legendary resistance is called Putrid Resistance. And it doesn't just, well, it does just happen, and he has 5 uses of it, like all good CR25s. But also, if he doesn't have any uses left, he can just kill Blightsworn to fuel his abilities. And also, he can save himself from death if he kills a Blightsworn. Things like that, where he does use allies and he makes them better in combat, but it is more inherently selfish and dictator-ish than some of the other stat blocks. So things like his Blight Edict lets him forcibly spread blight from creatures and things like that. And
he's real nasty.
Yeah, incredibly fun to write, because it's not very often we get to like do like CR25 or even like CR20 plus creatures. And
yeah,
I think as a game designer, you kind of have to turn off everything you know about balance, because it's like I'm actually just trying to kill players with this thing.
Yeah,
like
you gotta take the gloves off.
One thing that is particularly disgustingly powerful about him is if a creature dies, starts its turn with the blighted condition on 0, at the start of his turn, he kills them, and then can raise them as a Blightsworn. So if your party goes to 0 mid combat, and you can't get them up before his turn, they're dead.
Yeah.
And also probably one of his allies.
He's the Night King in a lot of ways, right? Yeah. Like that was sort of the pitch for him. He's nasty looking, Doctor Doom looking ass sitting up on his little throne. Yeah, he's horrid. Especially if you don't have Menhir Bronze when you fight him, you're dead. You are dead.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, look, just as we head into the next bit, one of the things we really wanted for the book was to fill out not only like a Fey bestiary and provide loads more Fey creatures, but like to have a lot more Fey NPC stat blocks. So, and not just ones that cast loads of magic. So obviously, it's a bad time to say that as we come on to Fat Felon, who's one of the only ones who has spellcasting. I'll scroll back up to Anko. But we wanted to have stat blocks that didn't just rely on a big fat spell list, because I don't know about anyone else who's a GM, but I find it very hard to run high level spellcasters in a combat, especially when I'm running minions and all this other stuff. So even the spellcasters we tried to keep simpler in what they could do, but more evocative, and provide, basically all of the leaders don't rely on spellcasting. They are all interesting creature stat blocks, Fey creature stat blocks, just as they are.
Yeah. And even so, like Bera, who is a witch queen, like her whole thing is spellcasting. Her biggest spells are concentration. So her whole thing is she kind of sets the battlefield. So as a DM, you don't have to sit there and be like, what spell am I casting next? Which of these 12 things that I can do am I doing next? It's kind of like the idea of you just set it up and then she lets things die with the things she casts.
Yes. Yeah.
And also, I think not a single, even the ones with spellcasting, none of them use spell slots.
No.
some of like the old Lich stat blocks and stuff, we've lent far more into the kind of modern day design ethos of once per day, 3 times a day, 5 times per day.
Yeah.
So
sure.
they're super easy to use, and you don't need to keep track of spell slots for them.
Yeah.
So just far more user friendly.
Yes. And then so his lieutenant, his hand, Ankau's hand, is Fad Felon. Fad Felon is basically she's the hag that created the blight and gifted it to Ankau. You can read all about that like in the book. They have quite a storied history, but she's not herself under the effects of blight. In fact, she's rendered quite weak by it, but she created it. It's sort of a bit of a monkey's paw thing. But Fad Felon herself is based off of a real hag of Welsh folklore, the yellow hag Fad Felon who spread the plague. And it's one of the only instances of like a disease type mythological creature that we could find within British folklore. So we had to get her in there. And I would say of the lieutenants, like of the hand king of the king ones, she's probably got my favourite art, I think. She has the most Magic the Gathering style art out of any of them. Yeah, like it's the
for sure.
Yeah,
that's absolutely a Phyrexian witch.
I don't know what the yes. I don't. I like Magic, but not enough to know what a Phyrexian is.
That's fine. I feel that side of our nerd niche.
Yeah.
And then also just insight to her stat block. She is obviously, we haven't got to the hags yet. She is built as a mirror to the hags.
Yes.
So all 3 of our kind of basic hags fit similar patterns. And so Fad Felon is kind of a twisted version of those. So she has a similar retaliation ability. She can also imbue spells with sigils, things like that.
Yes.
Where she is kind of just a more powerful, blighty hag.
Yeah. Yeah. And it was important, like you said, it was important to us that, like, people who are reading this book, they read about Fad Felon, they learn she's a hag, they look at her stat block, and then they find the hags in the book and read their stat blocks. It was important to us that you could recognise the hag mechanics in her as well, so that like lore and intent is reflected both mechanically and in just across the book in every way possible.
And also, like we were saying earlier about the dragons thing, it's a fun idea that as a player within Faerie, you fight a hag and you know that every time you target them with an ability, they have a bit of a retaliation that they can do.
Yes.
And so when you then learn in game that Fad Felon is a hag, you have to be a bit careful about targeting her with things.
Yeah.
And it's that kind of like through line that informs game design and also playing the game.
Yes, you can learn. This is the thing, right? Is that like with hags, it's the same with a lot of these creatures. It's the same with the worms. The worms, when we get to the worms, same with most Fae. Players can learn how to fight them by fighting them because they have like reliable mechanics you can see across the board with all of them. And the mechanics are new and different for each of them, mostly. But it means that like a player can get good at fighting hags just without you like doing anything. Just have them fight hags. They will get good at them, even if it's completely different hags, because the abilities draw on the same pools of design intent. We're now into the wild courts, so only of the willed wild courts, Burrow and Feast are the only ones that have stat blocks, because Revelry and Sorrow kind of encompass, like, they're more of a vibe, I guess is the way I'd say it, right? Like anyone can be part of those courts, but Burrow and oh yeah, go on.
Just catching up on comments. Ringtail says Faerie game stream when?
we write books. We can't perform, unfortunately.
Sam says the lore between Fad Felon and Ankau is awesome. Got so many ideas for stories. Do you think a party would fight Fad Felon earlier in a campaign on their way to Ankau, or together in the finale?
Ooh, I would think that if a party did not take care to get rid of Fad Felon early enough, they would have to fight both of them, and that would be hell. So I think it would be a thing of like the option would be there, but if you didn't do it, if you elected to go gun straight for the head of the snake without killing Fad Felon, fighting them both would be the worst thing you could do.
Yeah, so interestingly, this was accounted for in the design because Ankau, in terms of his damage immunities, is immune to necrotic and poison damage, which is what most of Ankau's AoEs are. So if you fight them both at the same time, she will just drop a circle of death on top of you and Ankau will be left standing and you won't.
Yeah. Horrible.
And then Randy says, will you partner with D&D Beyond?
I have no idea how we'd even go about doing that. If it meant more people could play Faerie, then yeah. But I wouldn't even begin to know what that would involve. But yeah, if we can figure that how that's a thing, then maybe.
Yeah,
we'd be open.
If someone at Daddy Wizards knows who we are.
Don't call them that.
I don't mean... Okay, sure. We've been streaming for...
It's getting there, isn't it?
This is why we couldn't do a game stream.
It would get unhinged. I mean, if you listen to the recordings like we've got of our home game streams, it's well...
Don't tell them recordings exist.
it's a bit bad. They're so unhinged. As are all good D&D tables, I expect. Yes, so these are the warriors of Burrow. So this is what we're talking about. These are the anthropomorphic beasts. They are...
Small note.
Yes.
I forgot to write up the wellspring mechanics for Burrow. So they reference the wellspring mechanics, but it is nowhere on the book.
Oh, we can put a little GM note in there. We can put it next to the bear if you want. There's room next to his stat block over here. We could definitely do that. I mean, I think they're evident in the mechanics anyway, but that's fine.
The only issue is how they're gained. Just needs to be noted.
Oh, true. We can do that. Yeah. But yes, do you want to talk a bit about just very briefly, because we've really got to get shaken through these.
Yeah. So Burrow, they work collectively. Their whole kind of thing is teamwork and togetherness. So they use a shared resource called Wellspring Points, which is generated via how many members of Burrow you're currently fighting. So fighting one at a time is kind of nothing. They're kind of just there. But fighting more of them at once, they have this pool of almost like legendary action type vibes, where they have more powerful abilities that they can pull on. And that's what like the brackets Wellspring Point means. They're features that they can only use if they spend these points.
Yeah.
And then the Bear King is really fun. He doesn't use Wellspring Points himself, but he has the ability to generate Wellspring Points for his kind of companions.
Yes. And also, look how cute they are.
Yes, incredible. If anyone is a fan of Magic the Gathering, Bloomburrow, very evident in the design for...
Bloomburrow was the first set that I ever bought of Magic the Gathering. It was the first thing I had ever gotten into Magic the Gathering wise, and they stuck with me. They're very cool. I like it.
Yeah, especially when I was doing the stat blocks and I was like, which one's going to be the spell? Obviously the Otter is going to be the spellcaster.
What's
100%.
Is it Redwall, the anthropomorphic animal, like the book? You know, that the book series? Is it Redwall, Over the Redwall, something like that? Anyway, they're big that vibe. Yes, and then they're led by this big boy, the Bear King, who
actually has quite a tragic backstory if you read his lore.
He does. He's the last of his kind, pretty much.
Which we also put because just insight. The creatures of Burrow are all British creatures. They are all creatures that exist within the British Isles somewhere.
Yes.
At one point, very long ago, we had bears in Britain, but we don't anymore. So the Bear King's kind of lore about being the last bear is kind of inspired by that, because he's also one of the oldest creatures of Burrow, and has taken it upon himself to protect all of them.
Yeah.
So we got folklore down to the bones.
Yeah, I remember when I went to the Peak District, and to a place called Castleton, and they had a like a visitors centre there, and inside of it there was a bear. There was I think it was a Klondike bear claw or something like that, and they had a wolf fang that were both found in the valley that we were in, just a long, long time ago, and it was very weird seeing that kind of like paleo history. So it's cool that we got it in the book.
That the chill British Isles once had beasts of that size.
Yeah, it's fascinating.
Instead, now we've just got badgers. Which are still pretty brutal.
Yeah, but you never see them, do you, badgers? Yes, so that's the Bear King. And now we're on to Feast. Which their artwork is
incredible.
Yeah. Well, the thing with these guys was just that obviously they're all about eating, so I was like, okay, well obviously it's a medieval feudal setting, but I'm gonna give them armor that's based around food. So the Gourd Guard, who's this stubby little guy on the left, has got a club that looks like a courgette, and he's got an armor that looks like a gourd, I guess. And then the Flesh Ripper. Oh, and he's wielding a shield that is a dinner plate. The Flesh Ripper's got a giant fork trident. And then what's the last one called? The Hobgoblin's right there. Yeah,
the best name of any creature
best
in
name.
This book.
Yeah.
The Hobgoblin
has got a barrel chest plate. They have also. I mean, I love the film Gremlins, and I feel like they've got This has Gremlins energy. The fact there's a bunch of different ones, especially the Flesh Ripper and his stupid little hat that doesn't fit properly.
Yeah,
it's definitely. And then this is the Pumpkin King, who, of all of them, designed explicitly to look like a giant pumpkin. But also, it feels a little Elden Ring, I suppose, because it is like ridiculous armor that's meant to feel grounded and gritty. But there's no reason he should wear that.
Real Elden Ring inspirations throughout the book.
Yeah, you draw on so many sources, but Elden Ring for the more fantastical stuff has definitely been a thing that we've been pulling on. Because I nearly included, I did a little sketch of what he looks like inside this, because inside he's a skinny little whelp of a goblin. But I had to draw him first so I could make sure he could reach the various points of the armor, so I could draw the armor around him. So there is a sketch of a like really roughed out circle armor with this like lanky, skinny little goblin inside of it.
It's also a really fun stat block because you look at it and it's a CR11 creature with only 37 hit points, but that's because he has 150 temporary hit points. That is just his armor, and you can fully destroy his armor, and his entire the way he runs changes.
Yeah.
So he gets faster and stuff like that. It's just really fun. The idea of you fight this big armored guy and then destroy his armor. It's just a tiny little whelp with claws.
Yeah. He's great. We love that. We love the House of Feast. And then the final section of our NPCs, there's two. There's the Wild Hunt. So you've got Dullahan, the Headless Horseman, Huntsmaster, and then you've got Wild Huntsman. There's a bit of lore about the Huntsman and the Wild Hunt and what they do, and how you might factor them into a campaign. So we tried to give you as much to work with as possible without dedicating a massive section of the book to it, but they are a really important part of the folklore, and they've kind of played a background role. I honestly think if I ran a Faerie campaign, the Wild Hunt would be my mid-tier BBEG, not the big boss,
sure,
but they would be the antagonistic force for the first half of the game probably.
For sure.
Dullahan's nasty as hell. He can whip you with his bone whip and drag you while he rides his horse.
Yeah.
You know that episode of Supernatural where they have to kill that ghost with the chain and drag him behind the car? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Honestly, just being able to get a Headless Horseman reference in the book was super fun.
Well, we went back and forth, didn't we? Loads about who was going to be the leader of the Wild Hunt before we landed on Dullahan. Because there's so many.
That's because so did folklore.
Yeah.
If anyone's into the folklore, the Wild Hunt specifically, no one can really decide who led them. and it goes so far as to at one point Odin led them from Norse folklore, from Norse mythology, and it's like it just kind of became a bit.
Feels like a Marvel Capcom crossover, that does, doesn't it? Having Odin.
Like, basically, anyone important and powerful that maybe wielded a spear at one point led the Wild Hunt.
Yeah.
Oh, he's also got a great ability to decapitate creatures if he reduces them to 0 hit points.
Oh, yeah, do you remember? Because we were talking about this, and Aston had done a version of Head Taker. I don't think originally it did that, did it? It wasn't as brutal as that. And then you showed it to me, and I was like, kill them with it. I was like, take their goddamn heads off. If you fight the Headless Horseman and he's not trying to take heads, what are we doing? You know what that is when you go into that fight. You must know. Like, if you see a dude walking towards you with a big sword and he hasn't got a head, motherfucker, that's where your head's going. You know, you have to know that.
For sure.
And then we finish off. Of course, it works wonderfully that alphabetically she lands right here, the final page of this section with Willow. Because we wanted to write a little bit about Willow and have her art and have the stat block be like fairly substantial in the book, because she's such an important part of the campaign and of like all of your guys, the community's part and hand in the book. We wanted to make sure we dedicate like a full page to her, but we didn't want to not just have any witch stats in the book, because it's, you know, that's an important part as well. So if you read this little block here, this just tells you how to turn Willow's stat block into a regular witch stat block. So you can use if you need a witch in your campaign, you can use Willow. She just needs a few tweaks, because we gave her unique abilities that are based on the campaign adventure we all ran together, like Pisky Bane, and she can, what is it? Is it a Debt Ode? Yeah, it is. She can summon the an ogre, can't she? Yeah.
Ogre Knight of Autumn.
Yeah. Yeah.
And obviously she has her favorite, everyone's favorite Grimalkin,
Treacle, of course, as named for somebody's actual cat, I believe, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Wonderful. This is one of my favourite pages in the whole book, because this is everyone. This is all of us.
I will also say both Willow and Treacle as names were voted for by committee, and we didn't get a Witchy McWitch face.
No, we didn't. That's true.
Vote.
My sister named
really
Willow.
Me.
My sister was the one who named Willow, which is also, I mean, if anyone's here at the start of the stream and knows like what my progenesis for like the witch class being my sister wanting to play a witch at some point, feels like it came full circle in a lot of ways, which is really nice. It
was also really nice because Connor got to basically the end of Faerie before realizing Willow was a Buffy the Vampire Slayer reference.
No, I didn't. I knew that. You said you.
I thought.
No, I knew that. My sister would never have. It was the second she did it, she was like, "It's a Buffy reference," and I was like, "Oh, okay, of course."
Which also really helps that all of your witches are redheads as well.
It does. True. I feel like I'm showing my hand.
Connor knows what one witch looks like.
Yeah.
It's Alison Hannigan from Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
Yeah.
If your witch turns evil and she dyes her hair black at any point, you know that's Connor.
Yeah, so those are the NPCs in the book. And now we're on to the monsters, which is our final section before we leave you all. But we'll run through these nice and quick. Starting off like real good and strong with a blink horse. Just a horse, a blink dog if it was a horse. Hard to go wrong.
Which kind of started as like a single line DM message to Connor.
Yeah.
And it was just, yes, absolutely. Of course.
Because I really wanted to do a piece of art that's based on the 5e piece of art, but not the new version of the Blink Dog that's all soft and fluffy, but the original like mastiff looking, like weirdly like pointy, like with sinewy looking dog. So I did a version of that for the Blink Horse. And I still think one of my favourite pieces of pencil art I did for the book. It's just clean. It's clean. It's nice and clean, and you know immediately what it is when you see it.
Bopo's just said that they're an awesome mount, and it's designed into the stat block that they can take creatures with them, but it is also their choice. So if you mount a Blink Horse that doesn't like you, it can just teleport without you.
Yeah, you really don't want to play Blink Horse Rodeo because it does not end well.
Yeah, it just leaves you in the middle of a battlefield.
Yeah, if you read about Spring as well, I think it's House Bromac, who rule over Stablehold and the Dolvale. God, did you just see how much lore I just absolutely off the dome? Even though I know I'm the one who wrote it, but that's still impressive. They ride blink horses into combat, so there's no stat block for that. But you know, you got lemons, you can make lemonade. Bloody Bones is a very, very specific folkloric myth that we've managed to turn. There's a bunch of these that I'm just really proud are like niche folklore references that we've turned into really cool monsters. So that's from Cornwall, the version that we wrote this, but Bloody Bones is kind of spread. It's one of the few British myths that's actually found purchase in the US as well. Is it Rawhide? Is that what it's called in the US? Yeah, Rawhide. So read about Bloody Bones; they're fascinating. Bloom
and
books.
Also, every culture kind of has a different version of a Bloody Bones as well.
Mm-hmm.
They all kind of do different things.
Yeah. So in Faerie, they are they're the bodies of raiders basically, who have been abandoned by the Wild Hunt, but are still sort of drawn into undeath. So the Wild Hunt picks its forces from the dead and the dying on the battlefield. And the Bloody Bones are thought to be those that are left behind by the Hunt and now haunt the battlefields. They're very Army of the Dead from Lord of the Rings. The Bloom Book is one of the summons you can summon as part of the fealty system, but they're also, just a cool tree stag that lives in the forests of Spring, like Brachelion. Boggarts and Brownies. Now,
such gremlin.
Well, yeah. So this is. I just want to talk about, obviously, the Boggarts and Brownies. These are one and the same creature that change depending on how ungrateful you are about them helping you. But the art I wanted to make note of because, hold on, I just want to make sure I get this name right because this is important. Obviously, well, I think it's very obvious that they're a combination of at least two different things. One of them is that they are very heavily influenced by gremlins and mogwai, which, if it's not already obvious, I'm a big 80s movie fan, and particularly like kitsch 80s movies.
I think paladins would super be able to use a blink horse. Like, they fit the CR and they fit the kind of abilities for that sort of level as well.
Yes, yeah.
Just because Bobo was asking about it.
Oh yeah, totally. Well, look, I think we said that some Avalonians would ride them as well.
Yeah.
Yes. So Boggarts are. I really wanted to get I don't know if anyone's heard of Brian Froud. I think that's how you pronounce his name. But Brian Froud is was a British illustrator who did works for things like Labyrinth and The Dark Crystal, I think, as well. He's got a very, very evocative style, and he wrote a bunch of really seminal books on fairies, in which he did all these incredible illustrations, painted and sketched illustrations, and they've had a big what he's done with his career, and he's got a really cool, incredible body of work, and I really wanted to get something in there that had some of his style in there. So that's what these boys are. They're almost like what if Brian Froud illustrated the Gremlins. And they're adorable, even the nasty ones.
Yeah, for sure.
One last thing I'll add as well. The amount of hair on each of these things is the same. In the sense that when they turn into boggarts, you can literally see it. Their hair still stops here, but their legs and arms grow longer. Which makes them worse in some ways, but yeah.
This whole stream is just Connor getting to point out all of the little illustration things that he did for himself and now gets to share with people.
Yeah, that's the point of this, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
The Casnieba was one of our Duke backers, actually. One of our go on.
Which I will say, I don't think you can tell and in the best way. Like I will say, like,
Yeah.
every monster we made for a Duke backer was so nice to be able to fit in the world of Faerie. Like it doesn't feel like a kind of add your own monster sort of vibe.
Yeah.
It really, you guys worked with Connor in such a good way to kind of integrate and involve.
Everyone was
the monsters you
so
made in
yes.
world building.
Everyone was so open to having them fit. And the Casnieba was actually, so it was 2 people sort of combined.
I think one of them is in chat. Scrap Patch has just shouted, "My baby." So it's either their monster or they're just a real big fan of Casnieba.
Yeah, so the Casnieba was an illustrator. It's actually like I had to do the least amount of work in some ways because they brought these amazing series of illustrations that they'd done of these like sort of amalgamation creatures that were like part cat, part snake, part like spider, part bat, and so we worked together to kind of like pull them into a like sort of give them some lore and ground them within the world, and then make them horrific. Which I'm not gonna. If you could see the original illustrations I was shown, I didn't have to do much on that front because they are just inherently the stuff of nightmares, even the slightly cute ones. But we decided to go for something bigger. And instead of giving them 50 different things, we kind of reined them in. But it was a really yes, Scrap Patch is the one who visually designed this. And this is what we ended up with, and they are horrific and scary and terrifying. And these sketches that you can see illustrating the page are the sketches that we did in our Duke meeting. So when I had a call with them and we went through and we were like figured out what they would look like, these are some of the original like draft sketches that I wanted to include on the page because they were so important to like the mechanics of how this baby worked. But I don't want to call it a baby. It's bad. You really would not want to come across them.
Yeah, its ability to just kidnap people is incredible.
Yeah, well, one of the things we talked about was that they would swallow things like snakes, but obviously that takes a while. So we had them paralyze people and then drag them into the boughs of trees and swallow them there. They're nasty. They're nasty in all the ways you want. But yes, that's the Casnieba.
Which I will say, actually, I think 2 of our 3 Duke monsters just truly brutal and disgusting. And I think that says more about our audience than I'd care to admit.
Yeah. They're like us. They know what's right. They know what's good. Yeah, that is right, Scrap Patch. Originally it had 8 spider legs and wings, so really what you should be doing is thanking me for bringing this into a realm that isn't going to live in your brain quite as long, because I can't get them out of my head. So, yeah. Yeah, the gut of holding.
Although the next one is also super creepy.
You gotta get the dun cow. Or you mean the next Duke, yeah.
The dun cow.
The worst thing about the dun cow is it's a carnivorous, horrible cow-adjacent creature. The worst thing about it is that it spends most of its time crouching in a herd of cows, and you only really know it's a dun cow when it stands up at about 15 foot above the heads of the cows, and all you can see is its like cow face staring at you, and then it sprints across a field under moonlight and disembowels you. I don't have anything else to add to that. That's just what they are, and that's what they do.
Awful.
And it is
Disgusting.
I'm
Terrifying.
not gonna lie. I've walked past fields of cows at night since I designed that monster, and it's unnerved me thinking that is one, like, it might be in there.
Yeah.
Felfogger. This is one of the summons of autumn. This is the summon that you can get with autumn, but it's also just a beast that lives within the world, as are they all. Kind of like giant bramble mist snake. Now we are on to Fomorian mechanics. So these are the giants exclusive to Faerie. They're kind of like unique to Faerie. Do you want to talk a bit about these, Aston? Because I gave you some. I think I did the. Did I do the first basic one, and then you?
Yeah, you did. You did the cairn giant.
Yes, and then you built the rest out. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think me and Connor agreed that giants in 5e aren't giant enough. So a lot of the folklore around giants is that they're these, like, you can only see up to their knees before they go off to the clouds and things. And there's so many stories about, like, the hero climbing up the leg to attack the giant's eye and things like that. And we really wanted to encapsulate that feeling of them being massive in the giants, rather than them just being a big sack of hit points that can throw rocks.
Yeah.
So the Fomorians kind of come with baked-in riding mechanics, which is all about you Shadow of the Colossus style climbing up the giant as it's walking along to stab it in the leg and things like that.
Yeah, so right here you can read about those mechanics that Aston designed.
But also, just them walking creates certain, like, terrain effects. So they all have a causeway ability, which is all about, so every space they move through has rider effects. They can stomp on the ground in an AoE and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
And they were just really fun to design.
We ended up like we designed them in a way where it was like fighting them is almost the puzzle you have to solve. It's that they are a battlefield unto themselves, right? Where you have to climb them and avoid being on the ground, because being by their feet is just bad, because as illustrated, it's not good for your health, you know?
Yeah, you just get stood on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so again, like, this is one of those ones where and they all carry standing stones. Like, this is obviously, if anyone's played God of War, inspired by that sort of vibe. But it's also kind of inspired by, like, is it like caber tossing? You know, the Scottish the log toss. It's that vibe as well. But yeah, we wanted you to be able to run these giants and really have them feel like giants, no matter which one you're running. And if your party, again, like we've said before, if your party get good at fighting a giant, you can put them against a different one, and they'll still be good at. They'll know how these things work. You can teach them mechanics through kicking their ass, and they'll get better at it. And that feels really rewarding, I think, for players and for GMs. Giant Slayers.
And they're all kind of named for, so they're seasonal, but less in like a seasonal way, more in the kind of things that exist within those seasons.
Yeah, so, they're tied to landscape, aren't they? I suppose.
Yes. So the seasonal landscape rather than the actual seasons themselves. So like the Ben Giant is kind of the wintry one, which is all about like hills and mountaintops, things like that. Cairn Giants are like cairns, obviously. Groves is Springs one, which is all about like difficult terrain and plants growing a bunch. And then Stead Giant was a really fun one because it's essentially the Pied Piper myth. If the Pied Piper was a giant that ran and created enchanting flowers in its wake.
Yeah, they carry birch poles instead of standing stones.
They carry both.
Do they carry both? Dope.
Yeah.
Cool. Why the hell not? That's wicked. That's cool. Yes, and then the final of the sort of Fomorians is the one of the legendary creatures that if anyone got any tier that included the digital like STL rewards, you'll be getting a miniature STL, a digital STL of this chap right here, who's the Great Errant, who is essentially, he's a Fomorian, but he's in armor, so which means his abilities kind of lean towards that. But still like familiar as Fomorian abilities in a nice way. And he's basically a bit of an enigma in that he, lore-wise, he just is obsessed with being a chivalrous knight, even though he's like 50 foot tall. He's just, or like 20 foot tall, or however big. He's massive. But he just wants to be a knight, like a knight of old. And woe be unto anyone who gets in his way when he's on a quest of honor.
Yeah, much like the rest of the Fomorians, follows the kind of same design aspects,
Yes.
but kind of dialed up to 11. So rather than being resistant to all physical damage, he's immune unless you're climbing him. So it is definitely, you teach the players with the kind of lesser Fomorian and then throw the Great Errant at them to kick their asses, but to use all of the lessons they learn.
Yeah. Frost Talon is the summon that you get for fealty to winter, but they also just exist. They are like giant three-eyed owls that can see partially into the future. Gogmagog the Elder. This is another one of the STLs you can get. He's another one of our like big legendary creatures. He's essentially the dead and dying husk of a like tree of a forest guardian, like a spirit of the forest who has sort of rotted as the seasons have become divided. His power has waned until the point where he is now like a bitter, humorous husk of a tree. This illustration actually is based off a real tree in England, one of the oldest trees in Britain. And his name is actually, funnily enough, since we've just done the Fomorian section, he's named for a giant in British mythology as well, Gogmagog. But he is in fact just a horrific giant tree who is really easy to avoid because he is a tree who can't move, but if you do insist on fighting him, I mean, this is how big the stat block is. He's a CR 18.
Yeah,
it's
it was
bad.
deeply weird. It was deeply weird making a CR 18 creature and then putting 0 feet speed.
Yeah.
He's definitely the most kind of puzzly encounter.
Yes, he's as much of a combat as he is a puzzle, as he is like a sort of like a battlefield into himself, I suppose. Like he's
If you try and fight him without learning the mechanics as a player, you're dead.
Yes.
Like he's brutal, but as soon as you learn the mechanics, he is kind of a fun puzzly encounter where learning the mechanics takes away certain powers, deals more damage to him, and things like that.
Oh, Aston, will you note that the bullet points for his lair actions need to be formatted a bit different, please?
Yes.
Grimalkin, these are the most common familiar of witches. Fluffy boys. There's one on the cover of the book. They feature a lot. In the one in the witch class as well, you can see. They are like forest cats in the real world sense of the word, not that they are foresty. But they have an ability to sense magic innately, so they're kind of always under the effects of the detect magic spell, which makes them excellent companions for casters. The Habatrot. I don't know if anyone was here for the last stream. This is one that we designed on that stream, which is one of the worst things I've drawn, I think.
Yeah. It's one of the worst things I've made mechanically. Hated it. Disgusting.
Yeah, you just don't want any part of that. This, whatever this is, none of it. Bad across the board. They pretend to be spinsters weaving in darkened caves, and then when you get too close, it becomes evident that they're not that. They're like the thing from Dune.
And then they eat you.
Yeah. They're really, really bad. They're gross and horrible, and I hate them, but love them. And now on to the hags. Honestly, I wasn't sure this when I first did this art piece. I wasn't 100% on it, but it's creepy in the right way. I feel like.
Yeah, for sure.
It's less is more. Sometimes sometimes you just need a creepy face staring at you from within the dark of the woods, you know.
It gives real No Face vibes, like Studio Ghibli creepy.
Yes, definitely. We don't have to go over these stat blocks too much because we've already gone over Fad Felon, but these are our Elder Forest hags. They have sigils because they are Elder Casters. They all have a spiteful retaliation reaction. They've got spells, but they've also got a bunch of these cool, unique abilities. Forest, River, Night. Is there anything you want to add quickly, Aston? About them?
So obviously hags kind of have a natural vibe to them based on what their type is, but the hags in Faerie very specifically take that like natural vibe and twist it in some way. So they all kind of have an aura that turns their natural kind of abilities into bad things. Like the river hag has polluted rivers, for example. And yeah, they're awful if you fight them in their kind of domain, I guess. But then also they're particularly awful if you fight them in a coven.
Yes, this is the cool shit. Well, no, that's not true. This is all cool shit, but this in particular, this is the spice.
So they have kind of lair actions would be the thing most similar to.
I think they're because I think they're legendary actions. Really, they get the points back at initiative 20, but they are they're shared legendary actions, aren't they? Really?
Yeah, which kind of scale the more hags are in the combat. But also, they get different availability of different coven actions based on which hags are in the coven.
Yeah, so the presence of a night hag in a coven of forest hags will grant them a unique legendary action that they can all gain access to, right? That's from the night hag.
Which is specifically for the individuals, it is all the respective sigils. So if you have a night hag in a coven of forest hags, that even the forest hags can then make a use of the sigil of nightmares, which is the night hag's sigil.
Yeah.
But then when they get really bad is when you've got a coven of at least 3 of a specific kind of hag, where they all kind of get like a big bad ritual. So there's the Forest Awakens for Forest, Evernight for night hags, and Break the Banks for the river hag, which is it fully changes the battlefield. It is an action that lets them just shift the entire battlefield and basically twist it to whatever their preferred domain is, and they are disgusting and awful and horrible to fight.
I know some people are going to get killed by them, and I can't wait to hear about it.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Fighting them individually, not great, but way better than fighting them as a group. As it should be. Just
a really fun, silly point. The river hag's one of her passive abilities is if she's fully submerged in water, all you can see of her is her eyes and flowing hair to really pull on like the Jenny Greenteeth myth.
Love it. Love it. Yeah, and there's little things in the stat, like for example the green tooth knife is that's the name of an actual hag, you know, stuff like that. There's so much of that in the book that's worth keeping an eye out for.
Where we haven't been able to name a creature for like a specific kind of folkloric figure, we've tried to get at least one reference to it in the lore or the abilities. Just kind of pay that homage.
You'll see it in the weapons as well. You'll see it in the weapons, like weapon names and a lot of the NPCs and stuff like that. There's just like a scattering of reference to things everywhere. This one's mine, isn't it? I designed these.
Hairy Hands, yeah.
Yeah, so they're based on a slightly more modern myth, actually. It's there. What is it? Round where are the hairy hands from? Is it from Dartmoor?
Yes.
But there's a ghost story.
It's a car ghost story, isn't it?
Yeah. So essentially, it's a ghost story from Dartmoor. That's like it's fairly recent in the sense that like it's not more than 100 years old. Because it involves like if you're driving near or around Dartmoor at night. Sometimes it's said that like these ghostly hands will grab hold of the steering wheel and like wrench you off the road, and so it's such a niche little, very local story. But I wanted to include it in the book because it gave birth to some fun mechanics in my head, which is that they get an ability that's somewhat similar to ghosts, but it's partial possession, and the real difference is that instead of like taking over a body and like whatever, they have a AoE style save. And any creature that fails, they can choose to inhabit them. So you don't know who's possessed by them, which is kind of a gift to the GM, so that you can possess creatures in this thing without anyone knowing who specifically might have gotten possessed. And then they can kind of stay dormant, but at any point they choose to, they can take control of the creature's hands, which means they can cast basic spells with the creature's hands if it doesn't use verbal components, so it's like just semantic and material. They can also like swing attacks and stuff. So they're basically like ghost hands who possess just people's hands. They're niche to use, but I think you could have a lot of fun with them.
And it also means as a DM, you get to do the really fun thing of, can everyone make me a charisma save, please?
Mm-hmm.
And then just note down the results without telling them.
Well, this is the thing, is that one of the hardest things with like possession and sort of fucking with your party is like, if you ask someone to make a save, people are going to realise what's going on, you know, and they're going to figure out if that person's failed or not by context clues. But if you ask everyone to make a save and you don't tell them which one is affected, nobody knows. The Mandrake, love this little guy. There's not much to say about him. He shrieks enough that he can kill people. He's a witch familiar, and there isn't the odds of him killing someone are very low. But his shriek can just drop somebody to 0, just off the bat, if they fail his save by 5 or more.
Mm-hmm.
Which means there is a non-zero chance he could one-shot Ankau. If you manage to get his legendary resistances gone. That's technically true. It's technically true,
Yeah, it is.
right?
What an end to a campaign.
I know.
Just the screaming little shit beats the BBEG.
Couldn't think of a better way. Here we've got the Piskies, which Willow came up against in our sort of campaign adventure. So we had to get them in there, but they're Cornish pixies, and they are vicious little blighters. They're horrible. Their only job is to fuck with people, and they're good at it.
And so much so that they're fucking with the stat block in the book itself.
Yes, they're the only ones. Yeah, I tilted the stat block so that just to accentuate how much of little shits they are.
And mechanically, they are a dark mirror of the pixie stat block. So they're designed very similarly to the base 5e pixie, but where that is kind of a benevolent, like shy savior creature, they're just little shits. But also, it has an ability that lets it appear as a pixie. So
yeah. So again, we've given, as is wanted in a Fae book, we've given GMs a ton of stuff to fuck with their players using, because you need it. And we got your back. Here's a poppet. This is the Coven of the Hex familiar. These are tiny little sort of, they're voodoo doll-esque, I suppose. And they can essentially like attach themselves to a creature and curse that creature. So that it's like a voodoo doll familiar. And it's also what's that film? Is it 9?
Yeah.
Yeah, they got a bit of 9 in them.
Animated.
Yeah. Pyewacket. A similar thing. These are like tricksy little fiends, fey fiends. These things can actually, the thing that really makes them funny is the fact that they can turn into gargoyles, as in like grotesques. Like they can freeze in solid stone in order to hide, or at least appear in view. Because which is really inspired by like I went to university in a place called Lincoln, and there's a big old cathedral in Lincoln, and that cathedral has a tiny little grotesque on it called the Lincolnshire Imp, which is what the football team's named after and everything. But British cathedrals and churches are covered in these little like grotesque imps, and so I thought it'd be very fitting to have a creature in Faerie who sort of supposedly would have given rise to those myths. An impish little ghoul whose thing is, I think it says in the lore that sometimes they knock over real grotesques and then take their place just to fuck with people. Pyrebelly, this is the summer summon. Lava dog. There's not much else to add to that. Hot lizard.
Anyone seen Atlantis, the animated movie?
Yep.
Based on the lava dogs from that?
Mm-hmm. Screaming Skull.
They excrete pyre jelly. That's an important.
They do excrete. Yeah, super important. Let's not let that fall by the wayside that they make pyre jelly. The Screaming Skull. again, real piece of British folklore. You can read about those. They are skulls that have been taken from their burial place, and if you attempt to move them from where they are laid, they come alive and try and kill you. But this one's essentially a poltergeist. It can like animate objects. So it's a lot nastier than it looks, really. It's a big floating head that screams a bunch, but it also will make a wardrobe kill you. Shelly coats. Again, another bit of slightly niche lore, but I had to get it in there. The original lore, which Aston's factored into his write-up on them, is that they used to collect shells to adorn themselves with, but given the feudal world of Faerie, they've come to collecting the armaments of corpses, the armours of corpses, to adorn to themselves. I love them. They're kind of sweet and gentle. I like shelly coats.
I imagine a shelly coat like vendor or merchant would be really fun.
Oh, that would be wicked.
But he accepts payment exclusively in armor.
Yeah, and no one knows what they look like on the inside. That's an important part. Yeah.
And what's really fun about them is they can collect so much armor that their speed and attacks just hit 0.
Yes, they have this hard shell feature. They change depending on how much armor they've got on. Including they can take armor from you in combat, which makes your AC bad and their AC better. They're really cool. And then we get to shucks. So shucks were a big thing for the book because they're such a big part of British folklore. Like, you cannot throw a stone in British folklore without hitting a ghost dog of some kind. They're so important to. They're just a really important part of what makes British folklore is the idea of the shuck, the barghest, the grim, these kind of things. And so we wanted to make sure we got a significant amount of them in the book. And also, we love dogs. In fact, this illustration of the lurcher, me and my sister had got my parents a puppy, and when I did this illustration, he was sort of in his gangly teenage phase, and we were all on holiday in Cornwall together, and I drew this based on him. So he's immortalised now forever. He's a red fox Labrador, but he looked like a deer at one point because he was so long. But he's there forever now. And lurchers are an optional familiar, so not just for witches, but for anyone, if your GM allows, because I want everyone to have access to the good boy. The other two that we got in here were the Freybarg, which you designed, right, Aston?
I did, yeah.
So
kind of.
I was just going to say, shucks have a thing, which is that they can assist their allies, right? Like, they have that's their mechanical through line, is that they have a benefit that you get by being their master or being next to them, basically.
Yeah, so the Freybarg really pulls on sight hounds, the ability to using dogs to see things that you can't. So they have true sight, which lets them see into the ethereal plane, but also they can very briefly kind of jump there and then
so
whatever ghosts are waiting for you on the other side. Lord
Arawn has 3 hounds, and they use Freybarg statistics. So these are the beasts that accompany him into battle. And then finally is the Kusith, which is the original lore of it is it's a ghostly black dog that barks 3 times, and on the 3rd bark you die. Is the original mythology of them. And the way we manifested that was, I think before the stat block even existed, right? I did this art piece of I just saw this medieval art of a dog that was sort of really curled upon itself, and it really caught me, inspiration wise. So I gave it some extra heads.
Which is really funny that it's the same creature that's in the border, but the one in the border looks so much cuter.
Yes, he's right here. Yeah. I think this might be one of my favourite pieces in the book. It's just a nice, cohesive illustration. I think it proportionally and composition wise and stuff. Plus, I had a real fun time. I love drawing dogs. Is fun as hell. I really enjoy drawing dogs. It's very soothing. But yeah, don't let this thing bark 3 times because you'll die. Straight up, you will die.
Yeah.
The first bark frightens you, the second bark paralyzes you, the third bark kills you dead. So the only job you have is to shut that thing up. And then finally, the final shuck is the Grim, which is this horrific shadow hound. Some of you might remember it from the trailer for Faerie and on the original campaign page. Like we've had the Grim designed visually for a long time, and the lore for the Grim. I'm not going to spoil anything because I think you should read it because I think it's really cool. I think what me and Aston came up with is wicked. But the Grim is he's like the shadow of the hound of a once great man, basically, who fell to shadow, and so did his dog. And so he's sort of masterless. So while the other shucks have abilities that aid their masters, the Grim is masterless. So sort of has almost the opposite. But yet also anyone that again, you get an STL of the Grim if you backed at the high enough tier to grab that. Shug Monkey. Again, while we're talking about really obscure folklore, the Shug Monkey is ripped straight from that. An absolutely bizarre. It kind of works that he falls here because he's not technically a shuck in the book, but I think in real British folklore you could probably classify him as a black dog myth. But the thing about the Shug Monkey that's so weird is that he's a dog who's also a monkey, so it's like a black sheepdog combined with a monkey. And his whole thing is that he kidnaps people. So he will drop down from the trees and grab hold of you, and then get out of there. Which is a real. You really don't want that. It's not nice. He's able to carry 2 medium or smaller creatures at once, and doing so does not impact his 40-foot climb speed. Which he auto grapples on an attack. So what you really want is to have him hide just above the tree limbs where someone's going to walk past, and then you want him to surprise the party, make 2 attacks, 1 on each creature, grab 2 of them, and then dip straight up into the treetops. Would be my advice on how to run them. But yeah, they're not nice. And they have opposable thumbs on their feet, which is why they can carry people so easily. Keep that in mind. Yeah. We're onto another Duke backer monster. So this is the Skriker, which is such a cool concept that the Duke backer came up with, which is essentially like a sort of the body of an ancient wolf that has fallen asleep for so long that trees have grown through its body, and it's become this kind of like malevolent woodland spirit, who in the lore actually is linked to the Grim. And
shit, Lance is here as well.
Oh, wicked. Yes, indeed, you're adorable, huge monstrosity.
Yeah.
With this beefy stat block. The main thing I would say, it seems like, I mean, you can talk about it, Aston, because you did a lot of the design, the final design on this. But correct me if I'm wrong. The thing is, you don't want to be on the floor because it will cause roots to course through your body.
Yeah. So when I got the pitch and the art from Connor of a wolf that fell asleep on the floor and roots grow through it, my immediate thought was, well, what if it can do that to other people?
Mm-hmm.
So it has an ability to put you to sleep, but also if you just start prone, plants and vines in its vicinity will start to like restrain you. But then it also has an ability to anyone that is currently paralyzed by its feature, he can just cause to just stand up and act on his behalf.
Yeah.
As a root puppet, and yeah, he is awful in all the best ways.
And he's got like
and he can drain their essence via forced osmosis.
Yes, and he's got like big vine tentacles come out of his back and stuff as well. He's vicious, he's nasty. You don't want to mess with him. I feel like I've been saying that a lot. We've designed a lot of stuff that's real.
And also,
grim.
again, I'm not sure what it says about our Duke backers. He can also eat people.
He can shove you in a little. I think, to be honest, in Lance's defense, I think the shoving them in the ribcage thing might have been my suggestion. I don't want to put this all. I don't want to put this on. We spent an hour, I think over an hour, talking about all of this, and I think some of the nastiness was me. I'm not gonna lie. The Sutterkin.
Also, just real quick, just while Lance is here, Lance, I really hope you enjoy the second subheading in the lore. It's just a little shout out for you.
Yes. The Ravaged Remnant. Oh, actually, Aston, there's a little typo there. I haven't copied and pasted that properly. I need to delete the wording underneath it. Yeah.
Yep.
We can get that. Yeah, in future we'll definitely do like beta releases so that we can get a lot of these things caught before we do like a proper release. Sutterkin. Probably the cutest art I did for the book, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
It's up there. They're friggin' adorable. And the lore for this was actually written by Sam. Who's been, I don't know if he's still in chat, but he was in chat. But Sam he did an excellent little job, and he even wrote a little poem, which is a gorgeous. So that's in here. They're adorable. Go check them out.
The original folklore, a little bit horrific though.
No, it's not that bad. It's just about tiny mice people being birthed by women who sit on top of fireplaces. It's fine.
Stuart Little's a Sutterkin.
Yeah, that's not that. See, that can't be that bad if it's Stuart Little's one. Steel Vigil. This is the summon of Avalon, the sort of animated armor. Badass. That's why I put a height thing in there as well, just so you know how big they are. Yeah. They're big. This was our penultimate Duke creation, which I think probably takes the hat for the most horrific of all of them.
For sure.
Yeah. So the pitch that we got was that it was a sort of like Frankenstein mad scientist steals people.
Can we not forget the words Druggo guy
who steals people and sort of like chops them up and uses their body parts, and so like wrapping that into the Fae lore, we ended up creating this concept of the Trig-Eagle, which this is an ultra obscure reference to a folklore story about a guy called John Trig-Eagle, who was a man who was meant to go to hell but just hid from the devil and kept running from church to church hiding from the devil. And so this creature, essentially, he's a Fae who made a bargain with a fiend, and the fiend said that eventually, I'll give you power and gold and land and all this kind of stuff, but eventually everything will come to ruin, and when at that point I shall sort of drag you back to hell with me. That's the deal. And the Fae was like, yeah, sure, whatever. And so he lived his life and he became really powerful and really successful. But then old age started to take over him, and he sort of grew more and more terrified of the eventual doom that awaited him. And so to stave off the inevitable, he began affixing body parts from different creatures to himself. If his leg got a bit tired and weak, he would replace it. If his eyes started to see a bit worse, he would swap them out, until eventually he became this horrible, twisted amalgamation of various things, which is represented in his stat block, in the fact that he has Etikin, Hagborn, and Cairndwin abilities, because he is quite literally made of the bodies of those things. And he's horrible. He's horrible, and he's gruesome. Is there anything you'd like to add to that, Aston? Because
just that he can get Trig-Eagle is
yes,
kind of based, like, built a little bit as like an ongoing threat.
Yes,
because built into his stat block and in the kind of Monster of Many GMs note, all of those abilities that have creature names or lineage names after them can be swapped out. by him taking bits of other creatures. So the example I gave was he currently has his heart, which provides from a Hagborn, which provides him with her Elder Blood feature and also her old magic ability. But if he was to swap that with the heart of a red Dragonborn, he would gain a fire breath weapon. And so if he shows up multiple times over the course of a campaign, he gets progressively more horrifying and has more capabilities.
Yeah. Yep. He can also take your parts, right? Like.
Oh, yeah. If he if he reduces a creature to 0 or hits you with a critical hit, he can just remove one limb of his choice.
Yeah. Yeah, and take it. And that's his now. And then you're him.
Yeah.
This is our like final Duke creature, which is the Walking Stone. This was actually designed by myself and another designer who helped bring this to life. So thank you, Harry, for the help there. But this is a standing stone that walks. So it's a sort of behemoth menhir that rises from its standing position to defend itself and its lands, and it also has the capability of creating these little wee babbies, scurrying stones, which it throws at people. So it telekinetically, basically, if you hit it and do certain types of damage to it, these things will chip off. Every time it walks, these things chip off, and then it's sort of always surrounded by a cloud of tiny, aggressive little pebbles, which will do nothing but like attack you and like slow you down. But yeah, I love him.
Don't forget their. Oh, that attack name needs changing in the Walking Stone.
Oh, it does.
Also,
note that down.
It has a melee attack. It's one and only melee attack, which is Topple, where it just falls on top of the creature.
Yep, it just squishes you and pins you underneath it. Yeah, he's great. We love him. And then the Wolver. Is this the final? No, we've still got the worms. Good lord. Right, the Wolver. Let's hit these. Oh god, it's nearly 1 AM. We gotta get done.
Curse lycanthropy. Magical lycanthropy.
Yes, they're werewolves that were created by witches and hags. So they're based on the Scottish myth of werewolves called Wolvers. But they're created by curse, magical elder magic curse, and they are sort of bound to serve their hag matrons forever. So there's magical werewolves. Now on to worms, which is the final section, I believe, before Blight. So we can talk just real quickly about what the worms are. There's lots of dragons in British folklore, which is, I think, of course, and Welsh folklore, like a lot of, the Welsh flag still holds one of the great dragons of folklore in it. And one thing that was evident in especially early folklore of dragons is that they're far more like serpent-like. They don't have wings. They're mostly poisonous and serpentine. Like oh god, I was hoping I could pull it just out of the hat, but I don't think I'm going to be able to. Is it the Langston worm? Maybe I can. Is Langston worm? I think it's called. Or the Lamberton worm. The Lamberton worm, maybe. A really early story about a knight fending off against a sort of serpent dragon. But for the dragons of Faerie, we really wanted to evoke that mythos rather than the more current 5e mythos. But they still do have a sort of draconic vibe to them in the stat blocks. So what they do is, these things all have a specific poison in them that they can apply to creatures. And then instead of a breath weapon, they have a like evoke toxin ability, which means they can like magically ignite the blood, the poisoned blood of creatures next to them. That all have different effects. So, for example, with the flint worm, it makes your blood flammable and then sets you on fire. Which is, now that I said that out loud, would be horrible.
From the inside out.
Yeah. Yeah. Spontaneous combustion. Ironworms, these are probably the most important lore-wise, because they're the only source of iron naturally occurring, quote-unquote, within the realm. So they are constantly hunted to death for that. And then slate worms, who live in the mountains and are sometimes allied with giant kin and Fomorians. Is there anything you want to add, Aston, to like the mechanics? Because you did a lot of the work on these. Well, I think I did the first one, didn't I? It was one of those ones where like I had an idea and then you brought it to life, really.
Yeah, you did flint, so then I took over with iron.
Yes.
Which, like, the whole...
I think on stream, actually, a bunch of us came up with... I think it was the last stream, a bunch of us came up with ideas for what they were going to do, vibe-wise.
Yeah, but there was also the pyrite one. I'm not sure if you remember that.
You didn't have to bring that up, but you chose to. And I won't forget that.
So the iron worm being all kind of magnetic and stuff, he can like throw things away if they miss an attack against him, which is really fun. And his worm toxin, this is one of the corrections that was noted. It gives something
vulnerability
to
10.
cold iron.
Yeah,
to cold iron. But basically, it makes creatures more weak to cold iron, even if they are already.
Yeah.
But its evoke ability magnetically charges the blood of creatures and thrusts them away via it, which is truly horrific in every way.
I don't know what... It's the fact that he can push or pull you, which means he can get you away from it, but he can also pull you towards him.
And then one of his legendary actions is Thrash. So he pulls you in and then makes a big AoE melee attack.
Yeah. Oh, actually, to be fair, we should... bump this actions over to this side as well. That's another thing that we should do, the stat block. As well, we're noting things.
This is all we've been doing for the last week, guys.
Yeah, it's crazy we still miss stuff.
And then, so Slate Worm's whole thing is like freezing the blood. But I think arguably the more terrifying thing is, before they evoke it, your blood is partially frozen, which means you just have slush blood coursing through your veins, which then like slows you and things like that.
Yeah. So those are the worms. Unique dragons to Faerie. They've got a lot of lore and stuff with them. They're definitely worth checking out. And they've all got unique sort of like through line mechanics to them all that will make them feel, recognizable. Right, well, this is the last little bit now. The last part of the book. Thanks, everyone.
Scrap Patch has just said cherry-flavoured slushy, and I think they should be banned for that.
That, or we change the ability name.
Okay, no, I'm into that. Yeah.
Yeah, so this is the final section of the Beastarium. This is the Beasts of Blight. So this is sort of split up into a couple of different bits. The first part just talks to you about Blight. It talks to you about the blighted condition. This is where you can find a lot of the mechanics that will be relevant about Blight. But it also tells you about Blightsworn, which is that basically any creature that dies... Blight reduces your max hit points. Every 24 hours reduces your max hit points. It's quite hard to cure. I think it's like greater restoration and lower. So for a lot of like parties, not super easy to get rid of. Like lower level parties anyway. And if a creature dies with Blight or sort of near Blight, sometimes it depends, they come back as a Blightsworn. And Blight, this is the bulk of like the forces that make up the forces of Blight are Blightsworn, which is that creatures who have died and then been resurrected as these like undead creatures, semi-undead creatures. Which means they basically come back with their... So, like, say a creature dies. There's some examples over here, but say the creature dies. They come back with... You use the same stat block, but their mental ability scores below 16 are all halved. They have half their original hit points. Their alignment becomes neutral evil. They gain the blighted condition, but don't suffer reductions from it. And then they gain a bunch of Blightsworn traits, which you can roll on this D8 table to determine what those are. But it's stuff like it's a lot different. So some of them start like coughing, smoking, like this horrible plague smog. Some of them start to like explode when they die. Some of them have like effects that mean creatures can't heal whilst they're being attacked by them, but it makes them a force that is like they can basically any stat block that exists can be taken over by blight, pretty much, because it is like a magical cursed plague. So there's a couple examples here of a Blightsworn Satyr and a Blightsworn Blinkhorse. But there are also some Blightsworn monsters included in the book. There's the Blightmaw, which is goopy and gross. And they are this slithering, decaying plant matter, basically.
And also based on the one of the original witch familiars.
Yes.
Replaced for the
Bandrake.
Yes.
Yes, the Covenant. Yeah, the Covenant War was originally the Bloom Maw. But the art got like we changed the art and we reused the stat block to become the Blight. Well, not reused the stat block. Its place then becoming the Blightmaw, which feels very fitting because it means that there's a meta equivalent of the fact that the Bloom Maw died and in its place became the Blightmaw. You know, as it would have in the real world of Faerie as well. But if you get enough of these Blightmaws together, these like horrid slithering tendrils, they become this big boy, which is the final of the like STLs and legendary monsters that you'll be getting. It's just a gargantuan, horrible, slippery, slimy, trypophobic root and flower creature. Its stat block might be the biggest one in the book, which is a great one to end on.
I loved doing it. So much.
You did. You had a lot of fun. The lore of it basically is they ended up becoming like troop carriers for the blight, so they can regurgitate. They swallow corpses, turn them into Blightsworn, and then regurgitate them onto the battlefield. Yeah.
And also they can like burrow and eat through, like they're similar in vibe to like the purple worm, so they can eat through solid stone and things.
Yeah.
So just the kind of image of a giant blighted worm burrowing through your castle walls and then regurgitating a shit ton of blighted creatures just inside your castle. Horrific and awful.
Yeah. Yeah. It's bad. It's bad stuff. It's bad stuff.
Yeah. Oh, and they eat people.
They do eat people.
If they hit you with an attack. Once again, we've made a creature that eats people.
They do. They do eat people. Because it's scary. Eating people is scary.
It is very scary.
Yeah.
Also, they're particularly scary because although Blight only reduces your hit points once every 24 hours.
Yeah.
Every time you fail a saving throw against a Blight worm, it's as if you spent 24 hours with the Blight condition. So spending a long time in combat with a Blight worm can be fucking scary.
Yeah. 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 I think that's kind of the whole point of the Blight in a lot of ways was that it was meant to be horrific to a level that like is probably slightly outweighed, you know, than others of its kind. Like it's meant to be as horrible as possible.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Everyone, that's the last page of our 293 page book. That has been.
It only took us 5 hours.
Yeah, it took us 5 hours to go through. Yeah, but what a fun 5 hours it's been, hey? It's been a year. It's been a year of our lives making this. 293 pages. I don't know how many pieces of art are in there. 200 probably, I would say. roughly. It's it's been all we've thought about for a year, and we're very we're proud, and we're very happy that you've all been here for it, and that you can finally have it in your hands, and play with it. We want to hear about all of that when you do. If you have any stories, anything like that, as you get to playing, please, join us in the Discord and talk to us about them. And there's still, obviously, there's the physical goods to come. There's a bunch of digital rewards to come. The adventure, Beasts of Blightmoor, will be on its way. But yeah, thanks everyone. Shall I show?
It's also been really nice to see like people that have been here the whole time. Like, I know we can talk about this for hours.
Yeah.
The fact that like people like David, people like Bopo, who have been here since the start, like just listen to us talk for 5 hours. Is
Yeah,
really
that's crazy.
nice.
We've been here for ages. We thought this had been a couple hours, and it's been ages. So thanks for sticking with it. We really appreciate it. Yeah, means a lot. Means a lot. I think that's pretty much it, right? Do we want to give a little tease about what the next book will be? Just a real brief one, just so that people know what we're going to be up to after. Obviously, our focus is still Faerie for a little bit of time, like while I finish up all of the remaining things and whatnot. Just so that if anyone's interested in what we're doing next,
Yeah, I think
we can have a look.
It'll be nice to talk about.
There's no art for it yet because I've been doing very evidently nothing but this for the longest time now. But I think I managed to get like at least a version of a logo up that we can have a look at. Just while we give a quick chat about it.
Which is very exciting because I don't think I've seen this yet.
I don't know if you might have. I mean, again, this might get reworked, so nothing is final. But I wanted to have at least something visible just to show, because I gave it a little doodle. Oh, it's bloody massive! Goodness. Sorry if that was really bright for anyone, like blinded them, because it's so late. Hold on, let me. There we go.
This is the first time I'm having to wait for the stream to catch up so I can also see it.
Hopefully, it should pop in a minute. I think.
Yeah.
Has it popped in? Yeah.
Yeah.
There we go. So again, this isn't final, but just sneak peeks for everyone who's stuck around this long. The next book we're going to be doing will be a treasure planet style Spelljammer-esque setting book. So it's swashbuckling piracy in fantasy space.
Yeah.
So if you loved Atlantis, if you loved Treasure Planet, if you loved Spelljammer and weren't happy with any of the stuff that has been put out so far for Spelljammer, we got you. And
see, Bopo gets it. Can't wait for the 9th level spell. Lodestar.
To be fair, that probably we could do that. I think that makes a lot more sense than Faerie in terms of spell names.
I think Bopo's my favourite. He encourages me.
But yeah, so there'll be flying ships, aliens, all of that kind of thing, but wrapped firmly into a like Age of Sail swashbuckling maritime setting. That's what's coming up next. And I think probably the most exciting things that I can kind of we can confirm this now. I think this is okay to confirm.
Yes, I think. Well, I hope so.
Yeah. I mean, nothing's set in stone yet, but we've managed to get a bunch of the artists who worked on the original Space Jammer settings to come and be a part of it. So there'll be more information on that very soon when we announce all of this. But we've managed to get some of the original very talented creatives who helped bring Spelljammer to life and make it what it was. We've managed to bring them on board, so they'll be doing work for it and helping craft the visual side of the setting, which I just as a big old D&D nerd, I am incredibly excited about. Like, I've been able to email and talk to these people, and I've been like,
it is so exciting.
I've been fangirling hard, not gonna lie.
Yeah.
It's a real joy. But yeah, so that's the setting. It's coming soon. TM. You'll be the first to know.
TM. Much like all of our projects.
Yeah. But otherwise, thank you everyone for being here.
People that asked earlier, do we want to confirm the wizards subclass?
Oh, yeah, sure, yeah. I give them no details, but just give a very basic vibe of it. Yeah.
Okay. No details. The wizard subclass is wizard with a gun.
Yeah.
And that's all I will give you.
Yeah. Yeah. That's all you need. That's all you need.
Yeah, for sure.
Right. I've got to go to bed. It's 1 a.m. Thank you everyone for being here. Thanks Aston for being here with me and for being here with me for this entire year.
Yeah. It's another year.
Yeah, and thanks everyone who stuck around for the stream and has been enjoying the book and will hopefully continue to enjoy the book. It means an incredible amount to us that you have been. It really, really does. It's yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna get emotional. So good night everyone. Thanks for being here. We'll see you soon.